Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Humble Beginnings. Ash Ketchum was born in Galar, in a town called Postwick. He lived a normal life, with loving parents and a typical childhood. However, two things set him apart from others. While most kids his age were obsessed with fairy, dragon, or fire types, Ash had a deep affection for the dark and ghost types, which were often viewed negatively by others. One day in class, Ash expressed his love for ghost and dark types, and it did not go over well. His cheerful and helpful personality seemed at odds with his choice of Pokemon types. Although he had friends, none accepted his passion for dark and ghost types, except for one, Marnie. Marnie was an introverted girl who also aspired to be a dark-type trainer. She had transferred from Spike Mouth, a town often considered the worst in Galar, when she was 7. The two quickly became best friends. Marnie was still quiet and blunt, but their bond was strong. When they were 8, a new student named Hop joined their school. As the younger brother of the champion, he quickly became the most popular kid, and Ash found himself fading into the background. However, he didn't mind as long as he had Marnie by his side. At 9, Ash and Marnie attended a summer camp run by Professor Magnolia. On the first day, they were tasked with catching a Pokemon. The professor handed out Pokeball and explained that they would study the Pokemon they caught the next day. Excited, Ash and Marnie rushed off. Marnie quickly found a Morpeko, which she caught and released onto her shoulder. The Pokemon looked at her curiously, and Marnie introduced herself, asking if Morpeko would like to join her on her journey. The Pokemon responded affectionately, and Ash smiled at their interaction. Determined to find his own Pokemon, Ash continued searching until he discovered a Honedge, a sword Pokemon. He scanned it with his Pokédex, which revealed that this shiny Honedge was a ghost steel type with a tragic past. As Ash approached, the Honedge appeared wary but allowed him to come closer. Suddenly, a man in black clothing emerged from the shadows, demanding that Ash hand over the Pokemon, claiming it belonged to him. Assessing the situation, Ash grabbed Honedge and ran, feeling his energy drain. Honedge was surprised by Ash's bravery, realizing he was risking his safety to protect her. In a moment of trust, Honedge tapped the Pokeball, registering herself with Ash. When they returned to camp, Ash excitedly told Professor Magnolia about his new shiny Honedge and the man who had chased them. She reported the incident to the police, who discovered a nearby trafficking operation involving shiny Pokemon. As a token of gratitude, they allowed Ash to keep Honedge. Ash knelt down and asked Honedge if she would like to be friends, promising to take good care of her. In response, Honedge leaned against him, and Ash smiled, gently rubbing her blade. Just then, Marnie approached with Morpeko on her shoulder, grinning widely. Marnie mentioned her brother, Piers, whom Ash had met when he was 7. Piers was intimidating, but Ash maintained a friendly smile. Piers approved of Ash and jokingly requested to be informed when Marnie started dating. Marnie blushed and playfully stomped on Piers' foot. Each time Ash visited, Piers reminded them of that moment, taking a liking to Ash and sharing his knowledge about dark and ghost types. Marnie revealed that Piers had sent them both eggs. She showed Ash her green egg, while he cradled a blue one, excited about the possibilities. They went to bed that night, holding their eggs close. The next morning, the campers had time to bond with their Pokemon. Ash focused on communicating with Honedge, who used body language to express herself. Ash shared his dream of becoming the Galar champion with dark and ghost types, despite the stigma surrounding them. Honedge nodded in agreement, and Ash laughed, feeling a surge of hope. He then had an idea. He decided to give Honedge a nickname, Excalibur. He also wondered if she could write with her blade, eager to explore their connection further. Ash put down his notes and picked up a pen, determined to communicate with Honedge. After several attempts, Honedge successfully wrote Ash, prompting a celebratory hug from Ash. Excited, he encouraged Honedge to continue practicing and discussed the potential of evolving into a powerful Pokemon. They agreed to focus on training power and speed for now, with plans to work on defense later. On the third day of camp, Ash participated in a small battle tournament with the chance to win a starter Pokemon. His first opponent was Hop, who commanded his Dubwool to use Tackle. Ash countered with Swords Dance, raising Honage's attack. When Dubwool attempted a double kick, Ash reassured Hop that ghost types were immune to such moves, and instructed Honage to use Pursuit. With a swift move, Honage knocked out Dubwool. Next, Ash faced a girl named Gloria, who was also aspiring to be the Galar champion. She sent out Scorbunny, and Ash recognized the challenge. Gloria commanded Ember, but Honage skillfully cut through the flames, countering with a powerful slash that took Scorbunny out in one hit. Ash praised Honage, and they shared a moment of mutual respect. In the final round, Ash battled Marnie. She commanded her Morpeko to use Spark, but Ash instructed Honage to fly up and use Swords Dance before executing a slash that knocked out Morpeko. Marnie was impressed and congratulated Ash with a hug. Magnolia awarded Ash with 27 Pokeball for his victory. Ash excitedly named Honage Excalibur, inspired by the legendary sword. When Magnolia asked which starter he wanted, Ash chose Rowlet. As he released Rowlet, he scanned the bird and decided to name him Robin Hood. During the following days, Ash and his friends engaged in various activities, including cooking, where Ash nearly caused a disaster. Marnie offered to cook for him, and Ash expressed his gratitude. They also discovered wishing stars, leading to some playful tension with Hop, who had a crush on Marnie. On the last day of camp, an egg hatched into a shiny Zorua, which Ash named Mystique. The joy on Ash's face was unmistakable as they welcomed the new addition to their team. 5 years later, Ash and Marnie set off on their journey together, both eager to explore the Kalos region. Ash, now 14, was excited about the adventure ahead, while Marnie, 15, was determined to stay by his side. They received Pierre's blessing, jokingly promising not to make him an uncle. Upon arriving in Kalos, Ash was enthusiastic about catching more Pokemon, while Marnie reminded him that they would still be there later. As they headed to the Pokemon lab, Honage floated above Ash's head, and Morpeko perched on Marnie's shoulder. A playful encounter with Mud added some humor to their day, and they soon found themselves in the midst of a battle between two other trainers. Marnie playfully challenged Ash, and he responded with a light-hearted tease, calling her a goth queen. Their banter continued as they approached the trainers, introducing themselves and their Pokemon. Ash proudly presented Excalibur, drawing attention from the other trainers, who were amazed by the shiny Honage. With excitement in the air, Ash and Marnie were ready to embark on their new adventures in Kalos. "Can we get directions to the lab?" Ash asked. "Sure, it's Dash," Clement began, but Bonnie sprinted past her brother and knelt in front of Marnie, her Morpeko taking a defensive stance. Ash stepped protectively in front of Marnie. "You're so cute. Please marry my brother, or he's going to be sad and alone," Bonnie exclaimed. Marnie shook her head. "Taken." Bonnie looked at Ash with a knowing smile. I see. I sense chemistry." "Clement, you're boring. Can I go on my journey with them?" Clement sighed. "Bonnie. I am so sorry for my little sister. She's quite the handful but means well. In Kalos, we start our journeys at 12, and she just turned 12 a week ago. She refuses to go on a journey with me." Callum chimed in, Cool. "But shiny trainer, what other Pokemon do you have? Are you willing to trade? If not, can we battle? I can tell you are strong." Ash replied, "Well, I have a Rowlet and a shiny Zorua." Callum and Clement's eyes widened in surprise. "No, I'm not trading. But we should really be going." "That's right. I'll take you to the lab," Bonnie declared, grabbing Marnie and Ash's hands and dragging them along. Clement and Callum followed, though Callum seemed a bit reluctant. They arrived to find Sycamore waiting for them, a handsome man with black hair, a lab coat, and a warm smile. In front of him were Chase Bin, Fennekin, and Froki. It was a common joke in Galar that Juniper started the trend of attractive professors, followed by Sycamore, Kukui, the future Professor Sonia, and rounded out with Turo and Sada. Marvelous that you've arrived. Now we can begin. Sycamore greeted them. With what? Ash asked, confused. For now, let's give Bonnie her starter. Which one would you like? Sycamore inquired. Chase Bin. Bonnie exclaimed eagerly. Marvelous. A good Pokemon that evolves well, Sycamore said, handing her Chase Bin, a Pokédex, and some Pokeball. Bonnie began chatting with her new friend, eager to get to know him. Ash smiled at the sight, though Clement looked a bit sad that Bonnie preferred to bond with new trainers instead of him. Now, Ash and Marnie, what can I do for you? Sycamore asked. We need the locations for the gyms, Marnie replied. I'll upload them to your Pokédex. Sycamore said, and with a ding, he added the information. Callum, how's Chase been doing? Fine. He learned rollout, Callum answered. Marvelous. I have a request for Marnie and Ash. I know you're technically new trainers like Bonnie, but you have more experience than most veterans. I implore you to take her with you on your journey around the regions. Sycamore suggested. What about me? Clement interjected. You have a gym to fix. I'm going with them, your way is too boring. Bonnie insisted, giving her brother puppy dog eyes. Can I go with you guys? You're trusting two complete strangers over your own brother? Ash asked, surprised. He's just going to make the journey about turning me into him. It won't be fun, he'd make me catch a bunch of electric types. Cool, but I don't want to be an electric specialist. Bonnie explained. I trust you too. Magnolia had such wonderful things to say about you. Sycamore said. Marnie added, Ash, it would be nice to have another person. Being alone with you is a nightmare. Well, sure. Welcome to the journey. I promise it'll be fun, and we'll keep you safe, Ash assured her. This is going to be great. Bonnie exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The newfound trio had arrived on Route 1. Bonnie was chatting with Ash while Marnie and Morpeko observed the forest around them. Bonnie admired Honage, which kept glancing at Marnie and Ash, seemingly trying to encourage them to get closer. Marnie noticed and smiled at the sword. Bonnie asked, What Pokemon do you want, Ash? I want a Fletchling. Bonnie replied eagerly. Marnie advised, it would be wise for you to quiet down. Then you can find one easier. Bonnie whispered, okay. Can you guys tell me about yourselves? Marnie introduced herself, I'm Marnie, a Dark-type trainer. My goal is to become my hometown's gym leader and help it grow. I have 3 Pokemon, Morpeko, Impidimp, and Galarian Zigzagoon. When we camp tonight, I'll show you. Bonnie exclaimed, I know Zigzagoon, it's a normal type. Marnie explained, in Galar, they are normal and dark types, evolving into a Pokemon known as Obstagoon. Pokemon like that are called variants. They adapt differently, gaining new types and abilities. Cool. Bonnie replied. Ash chimed in, I'm Ash, and my goal is to be the Galar champion using my specialty, Ghost and Dark types. So far, I have a shiny Honage, Rowlet, and a shiny Zorua. Bonnie asked, you mentioned shiny earlier, and those two were freaking out. What's a shiny? Ash explained, it's a variation of a Pokemon. Same Pokemon, but it has different colors. Usually, Honage has a gray sword, but mine is blood red because it's shiny, which is quite rare. If it is shiny, the Pokédex will indicate so. Marnie suggested, it's midday. Let's stop for a while to rest, we've been walking for quite a while. Ash replied, you can rest, Rowlet and I are training. Marnie commented, you're so hyperactive. Marnie set up the tent while Ash sent out Rowlet and Zorua. Zorua curled up and slept while Rowlet flew around, training. Rowlet grabbed Zorua in his talons and flew up, but Zorua used pursuit to escape and landed softly on the ground, growling at the bird. Rowlet seemed eager to train, and Honage agreed to join. Zorua reluctantly accepted, warning not to make fun of her small move pool. Chasebin asked if he could train too, and Rowlet challenged him to a fight. The battle commenced with Rowlet diving at Chasebin, pecking him. Chasebin retaliated with a tackle, but Rowlet dodged. Honage floated up and slashed at Rowlet, while Zorua hit the sword with pursuit. The four Pokémon faced off, and Ash observed how Rowlet was pushing them past their limits. Marnie noted, "Your bird is very battle-hungry." As the training continued, Chasebin was hit and knocked out, leaving Bonnie to comfort him. Suddenly, a fletchling appeared, pecking at Honage. Bonnie's eyes lit up with excitement, but her Chasebin was out of commission. "Can you catch the fletchling for me, Ash?" Bonnie asked. "Rowlet, your turn. You two keep training, I want a new move from at least one of you by the time this is done," Ash instructed. Rowlet flew up to meet Fletchling in an aerial battle. Fletchling had the advantage, but Rowlet's training showed. After a series of moves, Rowlet unleashed Razor Leaf, knocking Fletchling out of the sky. Bonnie threw a Pokeball. 1, 2, 3. Ding! I caught a Fletchling. This is so cool! Bonnie exclaimed. Rowlet landed on Ash's head, hooting happily before returning to train with his teammates. Marnie marveled at Rowlet's energy, while Ash noted, "That little owl is a monster. I pity the soul that fights him." After a short break, they resumed their journey. Rowlet carried Zorua on his back as they trained. Zorua struggled to call upon the move Night Days, while Honage practiced by chopping twigs and berries. The fletchling Bonnie caught was chatting with Chasebin, and Morpeko was asleep in Marnie's arms. Bonnie asked, "How did you guys get so strong?" Ash replied, "We're not that strong, Bonnie. We're beginners, just like you." Curious, Bonnie pointed at Ash's wrist. "What's that thing on your wrist?" Marnie explained, "It's called a Dynamax band. When we are in a specific area, we can make our Pokémon really big." Bonnie was surprised. "What?" Ash interrupted, "You're very hyperactive." Marnie teased, "So are you, Hotshot. You're just like Rowlet." Ash admitted, guilty. Honage inquired about Zorua's progress with Night Days, and Zorua confidently claimed it was going great. Rowlet suggested a different approach to help Zorua improve her grip strength. Zorua accepted the challenge, biting into Rowlet's wing as he flew upward. In the midst of their playful training, Zorua accidentally collided with a Pokémon that appeared to be a Ghastly. Ash quickly caught the Ghastly with a Pokeball, adding another member to their growing team. He went to the Pokédex and nicknamed it Radiation. He ran back out, running into Marnie. Ash exclaimed, "I caught a Ghastly. I really wanted one, and now I have one. This is awesome." Marnie replied, "Just like Bonnie. You're both hyperactive. Check its dex entry. Ghastly's entry read, Radiation. Species, Gas Pokémon, male. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Lick, Glare, Poison Gas, Curse, Hypnosis, Spite, Hex. Egg moves, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Perish Song. Egg moves yet to be unlocked. Marnie remarked, "That's Ash luck for you. 2 shinies and a Ghastly with amazing egg moves. For once, I want Ash luck." Ash responded, "What the heck? This Ghastly is incredible. And since it can Gigantamax, it's even better." Marnie encouraged, "Let it out of its ball, Ash, and let him meet the family." Ash grinned at her and released the ball of gas. The Pokémon looked around, noticing its trainer hiding behind Zorua, who rolled her eyes. "Hi Ghastly. It's nice to meet you. I'm really sorry that my Pokémon fell on you like that. But then I saw how powerful you are, and I would really love to have you." Can we be friends? Ash said. Ghastly liked his face, causing Ash to freeze. Ghastly looked apologetic while Rolette, Marnie, and Bonnie laughed. Honage led the newcomer away to meet and train with the others. Marnie rolled her eyes and tried to wake Ash. Welcome to our team, Ghastly. We will work you hard. Do survive, Honage said. Rolette chimed in, Hi, you look interesting. Want a battle? Can I even hit you? Let's find out. Zorua added, Hi, sorry for knocking you out from above. Ghastly replied, Hi. I'd like to battle. Rolette grinned and flew up, charging forward with Peck. Ghastly used poison gas as a smokescreen, causing Rolette to get poisoned. Ghastly then used Hex, almost taking Rolette out in one shot combined with the poison damage. Rolette got back up, ready to go. That was cool. Rolette, let's keep increasing your speed but work on reaction time and dodging. Ghastly, you'll fit right in, Ash encouraged. Ghastly blushed and liked him again, making Ash freeze once more. Marnie sighed and snapped her fingers, bringing him back to focus. Bonnie ran up to Rolette, feeding him a berry to help with the poison. We gotta keep moving, guys. Ash said. Suddenly, a Vespiquen appeared on the trail ahead, followed by 10 combies. A blonde girl was running from them, holding a Fennekin in her arms. She looked distressed and caught sight of Ash, a pleading look in her eyes. Help me, please, she cried. Marnie looked at Ash's eyes and knew what he was thinking. She sighed and brought out her 2 other Pokémon. Ash grinned at her, though Marnie looked slightly annoyed. Team, line up, Ash commanded. The 3 Pokémon lined up, Honage, Rolette, and Zorua. Ghastly quickly fell in line with them, and Marnie's Pokémon joined as well. Get behind us, Bonnie. My best friend is being heroic, Marnie instructed. You know you love me. Ash teased. Regrettably, Marnie replied. Ash grinned. Unbeknownst to them, a Pokémon was watching. It had a blue body and a mask made of its frubbles. The frog observed Ash intently. The girl ran into Ash, who caught her and moved her out of the way in one swift motion, not even glancing at her. Marnie rolled her eyes, knowing he was in battle mode. Outside of battle, he may be lovable, but when he fought, he became distant, focusing entirely on the task. Ghastly, this is on you. I know we just met, but we need you. When I tell you, use poison gas, Ash instructed. Ghastly nodded. Ash's Pokémon were behind the gas. The bugs charged, and right before they attacked, Ash yelled. Ghastly had the entirety of his trainer's trust, he was not going to let him down. Now! Ash shouted. Ghastly spread poison gas everywhere as a smokescreen. The bugs were poisoned, and Ash took this as a signal. His Pokémon targeted the weak combis, but the queen was an issue. She broke through the clouds, attacking Zorua. The fox tried to dodge but was too slow. The blue Pokémon jumped in front of the stinger, taking the hit. Everyone was shocked, but Morpeko seized the opportunity to zap her with a thunder shock. The bug glared and retreated, leaving her lackeys behind. The blonde girl was panting. Ash picked up the frog and sprayed him with a potion. Froakie woke up instantly, staring at the trainer. Hey buddy. Thanks for saving my Pokémon, who will be trained hard for not dodging. You're a Froakie, right? The one that Sycamore said left a lot of trainers? Ash asked. Honage translated, grabbing a piece of paper and starting to write. Froakie looked shocked that it could write, then began to speak. I was told a powerful trainer was coming to Kalos by a man in a lab coat. I followed you and saw that you could become my trainer. I wish to join you. I will not take no for an answer, Froakie said. An answer? Ash replied, looking at Honage, who nodded. Keep trying, my friend, you'll get it right. Then welcome to the team, Froakie. 2 members in a day. This is amazing. He tapped the Pokeball, catching Froakie. I'll call you Aqua. Froakie responded, Aqua. Species, Bubble Frog Pokemon. Male Water. Ability, Protean. Moves, Pound, Bubble, Water Pulse, Quick Attack, Lick. Egg moves, Power-Up Punch, Egg move yet to be unlocked. Marnie said, I want a new Pokemon. Bonnie reminded, guys, you're forgetting about the girl. Hi. Thank you very much. 2 shinies, multiple unusual Pokemon, and a Honedge that can write. I'm Serena, and this is Fennekin. I just started, and thank you for saving me, the girl introduced herself. Ash turned to look at her, causing Serena's heart to race. Marnie noticed and had a slightly annoyed expression, while Bonnie had a mischievous smile. Ash was oblivious, not noticing the attention. Froakie was on his shoulder while Rowlet perched on his head. Excalibur carefully nudged Marnie closer. Sure, glad to help. Do you have a way to the next stop? Because it's going to be dark, and you don't seem prepared to survive the night, Ash asked. I guess not. I can't be a master performer like Arya, Serena admitted. Well, we're about halfway there. Walking at night is dangerous for newbies like us, Ash explained. She can stay with us. Just for the night, Bonnie suggested. Marnie agreed, that would be for the best, as it would be unfortunate to get lost. You can have my tent, I'm going to pull an all-nighter looking for new recruits. Is that okay? Serena asked. Marnie does it all the time at home, against my wishes. And you can stay if you want, Ash replied. Thank you so much. You guys are so kind. Serena exclaimed. Bonnie dragged her away, and Ash followed them, winking at Marnie. Marnie rolled her eyes, trying to suppress a blush on her face. Marnie and Impidimp ventured out into the night looking for Pokemon. Marnie and her friends were exploring the area, searching for Pokemon. While they encountered some dark types like Murkrow and Sableye, Marnie had her sights set on something special. After a while of searching, she sighed in disappointment. Just then, she spotted a poniard. Quietly, she approached it from behind, and her Zigzagoon tackled the poniard, pinning it down. Marnie took out a Pokeball and held her breath as she threw it. The ball shook once, twice, and then, boom. Poniard broke free and retaliated with a metal claw. Zigzagoon dodged the attack and countered with a tackle. Impidimp joined the fray, striking the steel type with a powerful pound. Marnie seized the opportunity to try again, knowing the poniard was now weaker. She threw the Pokeball once more. It shook once, twice, 3 times, and then, ding. Marnie beamed at her new catch, excited to show Ash. She returned her Pokemon, thanking them for their help, and made her way back to the camp area. There, she found a note by Ash's tent that read, "If you need a place to sleep, Master is available, Honedge." Marnie chuckled and entered the tent, cuddling up to Ash before drifting off to sleep. Little did they know, the next day would bring a wonderful surprise, a chance for all 3 of them to earn a gym badge. Chapter 3, Bugs vs. Ash. Ash woke up to find Marnie asleep in his bed. He decided to pretend he was still asleep until she quickly got up and ran out of the tent. Ash chuckled to himself as he got up, remembering his next gym battle. When he stepped outside, he saw Marnie glaring at him with a blush on her cheeks. "You were awake, weren't you?" Marnie asked. "Yeah. You look extra cute in your sleep." "Not in a weird way," Ash replied. Bonnie interrupted them, reminding Ash that it was gym battle day, and the type was bug. Ash felt a wave of annoyance. He knew bug types were the first gym challenge, but that didn't mean he liked it. Dark types were weak to bug, fairy, and fighting. They had just left the forest, but Ash headed straight for the gym, only to be pulled back by Marnie, who insisted they stop at the center first. "Heal your team, then we can go battle her." You've been running them ragged with training, Marnie said. Ash pouted at her insistence, causing Serena to giggle. He turned to her, noticing she was blushing. Bonnie had invited Serena to join them on their journey, and her goal was to become a performer. After healing their Pokémon, Bonnie sprinted toward the gym, with everyone following closely behind. Once they arrived, Bonnie got to challenge the gym leader first. Viola, the leader, would use 2 Pokémon for each challenger, and she gave Ash and Marnie a curious look when they mentioned they were Dark-type trainers. Marnie glared back, making Viola flinch slightly. This will be a 2v2 battle between Bonnie, the challenger, and Viola, the Santalon gym leader. Trainers, send out your Pokémon, the referee announced. Fletchling, I choose you. Bonnie called out. Go, Surskit. Viola replied. Battle begin, the referee declared. Ice Beam. Viola commanded. Peck. Bonnie shouted. Fletchling dodged the ice beam and struck Surskit with a peck. Surskit shook off the hit and fired another ice beam, which Fletchling narrowly avoided. Surskit then used Signal Beam, but Fletchling dodged again and retaliated with a Razor Wind. Surskit managed to evade the attack just in time, using Protect. Fletchling flew underneath the shield and hit Surskit from below with another peck. Surskit flipped in midair, using Signal Beam, which connected this time. You trained your Fletchling really well, Viola remarked. Thank you so much. Bonnie replied, beaming with pride. Surskit jumped up behind Fletchling, launching an ice beam that hit Fletchling's wing. Despite the hit, Fletchling remained airborne. Surskit fired another signal beam, but Fletchling dodged just in time, only to be hit by a fully powered ice beam. The tiny bird crashed to the ground, struggling to get back up. Just as Surskit prepared to finish it off, Fletchling unleashed a Razor Wind. Fletchling is defeated, Surskit is the winner. Challenger Bonnie, send out your Pokémon, the referee announced. Chasepin, you're up. Roll out. Bonnie called. Chasepin charged toward Surskit, transforming into a rolling ball that crushed the bug Pokémon. Surskit remained conscious, however, and attempted to fire another signal beam. Chasepin rolled again, knocking out Surskit. Bonnie was ecstatic as Chasepin jumped into her arms. Fletchling, perched on her shoulder, seemed to complain, feeling it had done most of the work. Chasepin playfully wrapped a vine around the bird, nodding in agreement. Surskit is defeated. Gym leader Viola, send out the next Pokémon, the referee stated. Vivillon, use Air Cutter. Viola commanded. Bonnie encouraged Chasepin, we only need to land one attack, so let's give it our all. Roll out. Chasepin rolled toward Vivillon but missed as the butterfly soared high. Vivillon laughed and used Air Cutter, hitting Chasepin hard. He slammed against the ground, getting up slowly. Chasepin, I have an idea. Why don't you use Rollout on the wall, using Vine Whip to spring yourself up? Bonnie suggested. Not a bad plan, but can he pull it off? Let's find out, Viola said. Chasepin executed the plan perfectly, using Rollout to bounce off the wall. He soared up and struck Vivillon directly, sending her crashing to the ground. Vivillon is defeated, the winner is Chasepin. The match goes to Bonnie, the referee declared. We did it. We won our first battle. Bonnie exclaimed. Indeed you did. Your Pokémon are quite powerful for a beginner, Viola acknowledged. Usually, I win, and they come back with a plan to beat me. Seeing that joy on your face makes it all worth it. Here's your gym badge. I believe your companions also need a battle. More dark types to crumble. Yeah. Come on, let's go. Ash said eagerly. Challenger Ash will be facing Viola, the Santalon gym leader, in a 2v2 battle. Trainers, send out your Pokémon, the referee announced. Let's go, Radiation. Ash called. Well, he did say he was a ghost dark trainer. Though he's awfully cheerful for a trainer of those types. Beedrill, go. Viola commanded. Battle commence, the referee declared. Dang, our new poison gas technique isn't going to work. It SCKS to fight a fully evolved Pokemon, but I know my little ball of radiation can do it. Radiation, you know what to do. Ash instructed. Start off with Twineedle. Viola ordered. Beedrill's stingers glowed green as it charged in. Radiation waited patiently, and just as Beedrill got close, Ash commanded, Hypnosis. Beedrill crashed into the wall, falling asleep. Radiation grinned and used Hex, hitting Beedrill while it was still asleep. With another Hex, Radiation almost knocked Beedrill out. Beedrill woke up, furious, and flew in with Twineedle. Alright buddy, glare. Ash shouted. Radiation glared at Beedrill, paralyzing it. However, Beedrill still managed to hit Radiation with Twineedle, causing significant damage. Radiation winced but managed to unleash one final Hex, spreading poison gas around the battlefield as Beedrill was taken out. Beedrill is unable to battle, Radiation wins, the referee announced. Poison gas? Viola asked, surprised. We used poison gas around the entire battlefield, so whatever you send in will be poisoned and ready to be hexed. Ash explained. You're pretty smart for a newbie and a dark trainer. Butterfree, you're up. Viola called. Does the challenger wish to switch? The referee asked. Yes. Radiation, let's give Aqua a chance, Ash decided. He threw a pokeball into the air, releasing Aqua. Radiation returned to his ball, and Aqua prepared a water pulse. Butterfree flew around, waiting for commands while taking damage from the poison. Bug Buzz. Viola commanded. Smoke Screen. Ash countered. Aqua emitted smoke, blocking Butterfree's vision. Butterfree was hit by a water pulse from behind, followed by another water pulse in the face. Butterfree used Air Cutter to clear the smoke but couldn't find Aqua, taking more poison damage. Above you! Viola shouted. Butterfree looked up just as Aqua slammed down with a water pulse. Butterfree took more damage from the poison, then retaliated with Bug Buzz, sending Aqua crashing into the ceiling. Aqua fell down but managed to slam his fist into Butterfree's face on the way. Using a quick pound, Aqua jumped back. Butterfree flew up but soon succumbed to the poison. Aqua jumped onto Ash's shoulder, panting quietly. Radiation liked the frog, causing him to glare at the ball of gas. The referee announced that Butterfree was unable to battle, declaring Aqua the winner and awarding the victory to challenger Ash. Viola praised Ash for the fair battle and was impressed by the poison gas tactic he used. Ash thanked her, explaining that Radiation liked to use status moves to weaken opponents, allowing them to pair it with their own moves. Viola acknowledged Aqua's potential and advised Ash to use him wisely. She then mentioned her upcoming battle with Marnie, noting that Marnie was a good opponent and that perhaps dark trainers weren't so bad after all. Ash playfully warned Viola not to enforce stereotypes, to which Marnie retorted. She jumped over the railing to take Ash's place, and Viola threw Ash a badge before getting into position. Serena and Bonnie watched in admiration, eager to see Marnie's battle style. The referee announced that challenger Marnie would now be battling gym leader Viola. Viola called out Venonat, while Marnie sent out Poniard. Ash exclaimed in surprise that Marnie had a Poniard, expressing his desire to have one as well. Marnie explained that her Poniard was a little battle-crazy but would get along with Robin. As she blushed, Ash complimented her, but Marnie asked him to stop, feeling flustered and needing to concentrate. The battle began, with Marnie commanding Poniard to use Swords Dance. Viola realized that her attacks wouldn't be effective and decided to weaken Poniard with Bug Bite. Despite Venonat's efforts, Poniard's attacks proved too strong, and the battle ended quickly with Poniard's victory. Viola sent out Larvesta for her next Pokémon, instructing it to use Flame Charge. Marnie countered with a strategy to fling rocks, but Larvesta's ember attack caused some damage. Ultimately, Poniard's powerful rock throw took out Larvesta, leading Viola to award Marnie her gym badge. Ash congratulated Marnie on her victory, and Serena praised both trainers for their skills. Bonnie excitedly suggested they move on to the next gym, but Marnie advised them to train and learn new moves first. As they headed to the Pokémon Center, Ash spotted Callum at the entrance and ran up to him. Marnie shook her head as Froakie sat on Callum's shoulder. Callum greeted Ash, expressing his happiness at Ash's success and suggesting they battle. Ash confirmed his type specialty, but Callum assured him that it didn't matter. Serena was surprised to see Callum and asked what he was doing there. Callum noted that he thought she would be at a performance but was glad to see her traveling with Ash. The two trainers agreed to a one-on-one battle, with Ash choosing Robin Hood, confident in his abilities despite the type disadvantage. Marnie volunteered to referee, urging Ash to finish quickly. As the battle commenced, Ash commanded Robin Hood to use Snarl, while Callum countered with Dragon Breath. Robin's dark energy wave hit Tyrant, and the battle intensified. With clever tactics, Robin revealed her true form as Mystique, catching Tyrant off guard and ultimately securing victory. Callum acknowledged Ash's cleverness and expressed his admiration for the battle. Ash shared that Mystique had been working on her illusions, aiming to disguise her moves. They exchanged information about their Pokémon before Callum excused himself to prepare for his gym battle. As Callum walked away, Marnie teased Ash about his friendships. Ash defended Callum, noting that he treated him kindly despite being a dark trainer. Marnie agreed that their type had a powerful reputation, and they discussed their strengths. With a playful exchange, Ash scooped Marnie up in his arms, prompting her to laugh despite her initial protests. Together, they set off toward their next adventure, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. Ash smiled at Marnie, causing her to blush slightly. He walked her to the Pokémon Center, drawing a few curious glances as they entered. Marnie hid her face, feeling a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Later, they were back on the road, joined by Serena. They arrived at a beautiful flower field filled with Flababy. Marnie and Ash tried to keep their distance from the fairy types, which made Bonnie laugh. Spotting one with a white flower, Bonnie quickly captured it, cheering in victory. Ash gave her a thumbs up, though he looked a bit uneasy. Marnie, less subtle, grabbed Bonnie and pulled her away, prompting laughter from Serena and Ash. While Marnie lectured Bonnie about fairy types, Serena caught a scatterbug. At one point during their journey, Ash stepped away for a moment. Suddenly, they heard a sound filled with joy and surprise. Marnie rushed towards the noise, finding Ash holding an egg and speaking rapidly. "What's he saying?" Bonnie asked. "He's excited about the egg," Marnie explained. No Pokémon was near it, and it's hatching. Chapter 4, Meeting the Three Trainers. Marnie felt a twinge of jealousy, not towards Serena, but towards Ash. He had found a Snorunt egg, and they had agreed not to catch any Pokémon until they each had one. Ash was thrilled at the prospect of having a Frostless, but Marnie knew he just wanted a new friend. Still, she was happy for him. As they continued towards the Rock-type gym, Ash, who hadn't slept much, pushed himself and his Pokémon hard. One night, while training, Ash's Snivy alerted him to something unusual. An orange-haired boy with a camera and a girl appeared, followed by a large man wearing a Vanillux shirt. Suddenly, Frost used Powder Snow, freezing the trio from the waist down. The other Pokémon looked amazed but quickly formed a protective line, including Frost. Ash admired their loyalty and was impressed by Frost's strength. Just then, 3 Pokémon emerged, a Charmander, a Bulbasaur, and a Squirtle, all looking ready to battle. Hi. Who are you, and why were you watching me?" Ash asked. "I'm Tierno. Can you please let us out?" the orange-haired boy replied. "Hi, I'm Shauna. We heard an explosion and wanted to check it out," the girl added. "And I'm Trevor. We saw you training with these cool Pokémon," Trevor said, excitement in his voice. Well, let's see if you're telling the truth. Aqua and Excalibur, come here. Ash commanded. The sight of Excalibur, a shiny Pokemon, shocked the newcomers. Their starters hesitated, intimidated by Aqua's fierce gaze. Wait, Shauna started. No, I can't die like this. Take them instead, let me live. Tierno exclaimed, panicking. The ice melted away, and Shiver returned to training, followed by Ash's other Pokemon. Ash smiled at the scene. Let them live, take me. Tierno corrected himself, earning an eye roll from Shauna. Nice to meet you. I'm Ash Ketchum. Sorry for the scare, Ash said. Never mind that. You have 2 shinies. Can I take pictures? Trevor asked eagerly. Sure. Just keep your distance from Killer Frost, she might freeze you, Ash replied, and Trevor dashed off. It's nice to meet you. Are you traveling alone? Shauna inquired. Nah, I have 3 travel companions. We can chat in the morning, I need to train, Ash said. Can we have a quick battle? I want to show off my dance moves. Tierno asked. Sure, but my Pokemon are tired. I'll send an Excalibur, she'll finish it quickly, Ash agreed. Squirtle, water gun. Tierno called. Excalibur swiftly defeated Squirtle with a single move, leaving the 3 trainers in shock. Wow, most trainers aren't this weak. I think we're ready for the second gym, Ash said, feeling confident. Alright, everyone, we can finally rest. After introducing his team, Ash noticed Serena approaching. Hi, guys. Fancy meeting you here. What's wrong with Tierno? She asked. Oh, don't mind him, he's just upset that Ash's Pokemon defeated his strongest one while being tired, Shauna explained. That was your strongest? Wow, Excalibur wasn't holding back. Ash remarked. We have a lot of work to do. Trevor and I got our first badge on our second try, and we need to get stronger, Tierno said, determined. Marnie, we've talked about this. You're a strong trainer for a newbie, but sending out your starter against Ash is risky. Marnie warned. Tierno looked at Marnie with admiration before glancing back at Serena, clearly smitten. Ash clenched his fist, holding Marnie's hand. Tierno's gaze shifted back to Serena, his admiration evident. Thanks. You're pretty good yourself, Goth Queen. But not better than me. Ash teased. I'll show you better. Marnie shot back. Excuse me, but why did he call you Goth Queen? Shauna asked, curious. It's just an inside joke. Marnie replied, flustered. It's because she's a dark-type trainer, just like Ash, who also uses ghost types. So cool, right? I want one of my own one day. Bonnie chimed in. A shadow fell across Shauna and Tierno's faces as they watched Excalibur draw a Pokeball, surrounded by hearts and the rest of the Pokemon. Oh no, here it comes, Ash said, bracing for the next moment. I can see it on their faces. Trevor thought dark types were cool, but he believed ghost types were even cooler. He asked Ash for a recommendation on a good ghost type that could mega evolve. Ash enthusiastically suggested Banette, noting how cool it was, and mentioned that Gengar was also a great choice, though Banette was less rare. Trevor excitedly revealed he had a picture of one and hoped to find one someday. Tierno, confused, questioned why Trevor was so calm about dark trainers. Trevor explained that it was just a type and that all Pokemon were awesome. He pointed out that some of the coolest Pokemon were dark types and mentioned the powerful move Curse when used with a ghost type. Serena chimed in, asking what was wrong with being a dark trainer. At that moment, Ash's Pokemon, who were conversing with Trevor, became alert. Morpeko's cheeks sparked, and Marnie's G-Zizzagoon hissed, ready to pounce. Ash sighed and waved his hand, calming his Pokemon, though Excalibur and Aqua still seemed a bit agitated. Marnie comforted her Pokémon while Bonnie and Serena looked on in confusion. Mystique jumped onto Ash's shoulder, and he petted her, observing the two trainers carefully. Robin and Frost stood behind them, ready for action. Ash explained that their type was often regarded as the evil type, and specializing in it led to stereotypes about being evil. He shared that many trainers like them faced mockery and even danger simply for their preferences. Tierno, trying to defend his stance, pointed out that Ash had once tried to harm them. Ash countered, noting that Tierno only seemed concerned when he learned about Ash's type. He acknowledged Callum's cold demeanor but suggested that he had a bigger heart than the others realized. Shauna then urged Serena to join them, but Serena stood her ground, insisting that not all dark trainers were bad. She reminded them of the Elite Four and gym leaders, glancing at Ash, who nodded in agreement. Tierno, feeling betrayed, challenged Ash to a triple battle, enlisting Shauna and Trevor to join him against Ash, Bonnie, and Serena. While Trevor was distracted taking notes and pictures of Ash and Marnie's Pokémon, Zorua affectionately rubbed against his leg, making him smile. Robin playfully nudged him, reminding him to focus on the battle. Ash remarked that Zorua seemed to like Trevor, and Trevor agreed, expressing his admiration for Ash's Pokémon. He was particularly fascinated by Excalibur, knowing that it could switch between attack and defense when it evolved. Ash shared that Excalibur was his starter, saved from a trafficking network, which impressed Trevor. Marnie interrupted, reminding them that they needed to get ready. The trainers positioned themselves for the battle, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur on one side, and Fennekin, Froakie, and Chasepin on the other. Marnie grinned, anticipating the excitement. As the battle commenced, commands were shouted: Water Gun, Vine Whip, Ember, Water Pulse, Razor Leaf, and Fire Spin. The clash of moves created a smoke screen, and in a matter of seconds, the battle concluded with a decisive victory for Tierno's team. Serena returned her Pokémon, congratulating them, while Shauna urged Trevor to leave with her. Trevor bid farewell to Ash, expressing hope to meet again. Shauna asked Serena if she was coming, and Serena hesitated, torn between her best friends and Ash. Ultimately, she followed her heart, deciding to join her friends. Ash, understanding her choice, waved goodbye, knowing that their paths would cross again. Marnie, sensing Ash's mood, suggested they revisit their list of Pokémon they wanted to catch, proposing they catch them on one condition: they had to beat the second gym first. Ash enthusiastically agreed, scooping Marnie up in his arms and spinning her around. Marnie laughed, her cheeks flushed, while Bonnie watched, wishing for a similar connection in her future. As Ash set Marnie down, she stumbled slightly but quickly regained her composure. Marnie playfully scolded Ash for teasing her about having a boyfriend, insisting he was the only guy she liked. Ash, enjoying the banter, teased her further, causing her to blush again. With excitement, Ash declared it was time to go, and they set off on their journey. In what usually took a day, they arrived at the gym in just an hour, with Ash already climbing the wall, ready for the next challenge. Marnie and Bonnie were climbing alongside Ash, but within 5 minutes, he had already reached the top. Grant was waiting for him, with an onyx in front. Just as Ash was about to challenge Grant, Marnie intervened. "Will you calm down? You're acting like a child," Marnie exclaimed. "Let him have fun. He wants to complete a childhood wishlist you two made." "How romantic," Bonnie added, causing both Marnie and Ash to blush. "Battle now. Robin, use Razor Leaf. Put all your power into this move, then close in with Pluck," Ash commanded. Grant was momentarily caught off guard as Robin surrounded the onyx with leaves. The bird swooped down and struck the onyx on the head. The leaves closed in, hitting the Pokémon. Robin flew back up, but Onyx caught the bird in its mouth. Enraged, Robin covered himself in Razor Leaf and burst out, shaking off the Onyx's grip. Onyx retaliated with a rock tomb, but Hood, another of Ash's Pokémon, chopped the rocks in half with his wing. Robin then used Synthesis to heal himself. "Oh, you're in trouble now," Let's do this. Ash shouted, as Robin charged up with green energy. The bird flew up and unleashed a new move, Bullet Seed, hitting Onyx in the face. You may have caught me off guard, but we can still prevail. Onyx, use Rock Polish, then Rock Tomb. Grant declared. The Onyx roared and began to move faster. Rocks hit Robin again, but the bird cut through them, then uppercut the snake with pluck while simultaneously using synthesis. Leaves coated Hood's rings as he threw them out, followed by another Bullet Seed. Onyx dodged but slammed its tail into Hood. Air Cutter to boost yourself up, then use the combo move Razorage. Ash instructed. Robin obeyed, pushing himself up with the air and firing 5 leafage coated in razor leaves. The move connected, knocking out Onyx. Grant was astonished by how easily Robin could use combo moves. The owl landed on the battlefield, ready for more action. We don't have time for a referee. We'll make it a 2v2. Amorous, let's go. Icy Wind. Grant called. Air Cutter to blow it back, then Razor Leaf. Ash countered. Robin blew the wind back, but the leaves were frozen. Ash's other Pokemon watched from the sidelines, impressed by their comrade. Hood flew up, striking the dinosaur's face, but was hit by a point-blank icy wind, knocking him out. Robin woke up a moment later, looking frustrated at the loss. It's okay, buddy. Now we can give someone else a chance. Frost, you're still a baby, nowhere near ready, sorry. Excalibur, want to take this one? Ash said. The shiny sword Pokemon entered the battle, though he didn't know a steel-type move yet. The ice-type used Icy Wind, but Excalibur shrugged it off and used Sword Dance. He flew up and struck the Oris with a slash. The opponent tried to retaliate, but it was ineffective. With one final slash, Ash emerged victorious. Very clever, you have won this battle. For you 2 challengers behind him, I can only use one Pokemon, due to 2 other trainers defeating me, Grant said. Okay, let's go. Fletchling, I choose you. Bonnie declared. Geodude, Rock Throw. Grant commanded. The rock Pokemon threw more rocks, but Fletchling dodged, even hitting one back. Bonnie then used her secret weapon, Steel Wing. The tiny bird struck Geodude's arm, neutralizing its attack. Geodude attempted to grab Fletchling, but it was too fast. With one more Steel Wing, the Pokemon fell. Fletchling landed next to Robin, who congratulated the bird on its victory. My turn. Morpeko, Marnie said confidently. Alright, Tyrant, use Draco Meteor. Grant ordered. Marnie stepped up, using Morpeko against Tyrant. The T-Rex unleashed Draco Meteor, hitting the mouse. Morpeko got back up, transforming into its angry form. With furious speed, the mouse used Crunch and Double Kick, knocking the dinosaur back. Tyrant caught Morpeko in its mouth, but filled with anger, Morpeko unleashed Outrage, knocking out the dinosaur. Marnie congratulated her Pokemon on learning a new move. That was a fair battle, folks. Here are your gym badges. And Ash, just so you know, when fighting Onix, he forgot to hold back, meaning you just fought an Onix powerful enough to beat a Mega Pokemon. Even with type advantage, that's impressive. Well done, Grant acknowledged. Robin cheered, oh heck yeah. I am the greatest. Radiation chimed in, I could take you. Aqua intervened, calm down, both of you. We can fight with our new teammates when Ash catches them. Frost sighed, good. Being the youngest is so horrible. I'm tired of not battling. Deal's a deal. Now come on, let's go. Ash exclaimed, eager to catch more Pokemon. Bonnie asked, so how many Pokemon are you going to catch? Marnie replied, well, Ash wants 18 Pokemon. Froakie and Snover weren't part of that plan, but he doesn't care. As for me, I only want on this journey, you can catch Pokemon too. What about the carry limit? Bonnie inquired. Oh, just ignore that. As long as you only use 6 Pokemon in a battle at most, no one will care. Almost every trainer does, and the ones that don't are goody two-shoes, Marnie explained. How are we even going to get there? Which region are you going to first? Bonnie asked. Marnie responded, Ash had a coach back in the day named Mustard. He's a good man. First, we're going to pick up Kubfu at the Isle of Amur. To get to all the places we need to go, we just have to call a flying taxi. They're fast, faster than planes and even cheaper, though planes are more comfortable. But first, Ash is going to catch a Murkrow. Ash ran up to them with a smile. He had been smiling a lot lately, all thanks to Marnie. He felt sad that his new friend Serena had left him, and he knew she would be upset with him when they met again. But Marnie cheered him up by promising to help him catch some Pokemon. Bonnie noticed that Marnie had feelings for Ash. I found some Murkrow. Excalibur, can you help me communicate with them? I want to tell them that I would like one to join my team and that I will make them super strong. Ash said excitedly. Excalibur nodded and followed him into the forest. A few minutes later, around 10 Murkrow were staring at them. Excalibur started talking, and before long, a Murkrow stepped forward. Ash joyfully caught the bird, and seeing his happiness reminded Bonnie of her own. Murkrow, the crooked one. Species, Darkness Pokemon, female. Ability, Super Luck. Moves, Gust, Peck, Wing Attack, Assurance, Haze, Snarl, Roost, Aerial Ace. Egg moves, Brave Bird, Drill Peck, Perish Song, Sky Attack. Bonnie exclaimed to Ash about the impressive egg moves of his Murkrow. Marnie, slightly envious, muttered that it was typical given Ash's luck. Ash was excited, declaring that Murkrow would become the strongest Honchkrow in the world, and suggested they head to the Isle of Armor. However, Marnie insisted they first go to Paldea so she could catch a Sprigatito. Ash agreed, mentioning he wanted to catch a Charcadet and a Dano. Bonnie chimed in, expressing her desire to catch a Finazane and maybe a Gimmighoul. Marnie encouraged her, noting it would be beneficial for Bonnie to expand her Pokemon collection beyond just Kalos Pokemon. Upon arriving in Paldea, Marnie visited the academy to inquire about getting a starter Pokemon. The academy director, Clavel, was welcoming despite knowing she was a Dark-type trainer. He provided her with a Sprigatito and directed her to a Gimmighoul tower. Ash also asked about catching a Flutter Mane, and Clavel provided him with a Pokeball for one, emphasizing the need for a strong trainer. The group made their way to the tower, where Bonnie spotted a shiny Gimmighoul. After receiving Ash's nod of approval, she caught it, nearly losing her balance but being saved by Crooked. Their next destination was the ocean, where Bonnie's eyes lit up at the sight of dolphins. She nearly jumped in to swim but was stopped by Crooked, who pointed out a Dondoso swimming by. Bonnie thanked her and successfully caught a dolphin Pokemon, bonding with it joyfully. Meanwhile, Ash secretly caught a Duskull, which he admired for its power and versatility. As they discussed their next moves, Ash revealed he had already caught Charcadet but respected its wish to evolve into an Armage instead of its ghost form. Marnie watched in awe as Charcadet affectionately hugged Ash, who expressed his love for the Pokemon and supported its decision. Marnie encouraged Ash to catch more Pokemon, and he excitedly ran off with Charcadet. Bonnie, wanting to catch an Impidimp, asked Marnie for help. They entered a poison forest where Bonnie quickly found an Impidimp but was initially shooed away by its parent, a Grimmsnarl. Undeterred, she found another Impidimp alone and caught it with her fletchling's assistance. Reuniting with Marnie, Bonnie saw her battling a man with a Grimer. Marnie's Impidimp used a technique similar to Ash's, defeating the Grimer. They were soon confronted by a man named Atticus, who claimed they were trespassing. Marnie prepared for a fight while Bonnie was confused. Atticus threatened them, declaring he was one of the bosses of Team Star. Bonnie sent out her Finazane to counter Atticus's Skuntank, successfully neutralizing its attack. Marnie urged Bonnie to leave, and as they attempted to escape, Ash appeared with his Pokemon, ready to defend his friends. Ash confronted Atticus, insisting they were not Academy students and were only there to catch Pokemon. Marnie reminded him to watch his language, and Ash instructed Crooked and Radiation to keep an eye on their surroundings. Atticus hesitated to attack again, intimidated by the determined looks from Ash's Pokemon. As soon as they were out of sight, Ash let out a sigh, taking a moment to breathe. Marnie hugged him from behind, quietly expressing her gratitude. Crooked looked on with confusion while Radiation filled her in. Ash, feeling a bit flustered, reassured Marnie, saying, "You'd be fine even if I wasn't there, you're the strongest person I know. Could you maybe let go? Your presence is a bit much right now." Marnie quickly released her hold, her cheeks turning red. Ash remained facing away, his own face flushed. Marnie twirled her hair, eyes closed, while Bonnie pouted, feeling a bit left out. "Sorry. Anyway, back to Galar to catch more." Marnie stammered. Bonnie chimed in, "You guys are so awkward." Ash nodded, and suddenly, his nimble jumped out, playfully rubbing its tiny frame against Ash's cheek. Bonnie rushed over, eager to see Ash's new catches. Ash turned slightly to show her, then glanced back at Marnie, who shook her head to clear her thoughts. Nimble was a grasshopper Pokemon with the ability tinted lenses and a variety of moves including double kick and bug bite. Ash also had a Dano, known as the Black Death, and a Sandile, nicknamed Killer Croc, each with their own unique abilities and moves. Before heading to Galar, they spent the night in an apartment. While Marnie and Bonnie rested, Ash was out training. He noticed a fire in the distance and rushed back to the apartment, grabbing Aqua and Croc. Upon entering, Ash was shocked to see people covered in soot and a blue candle in the midst of the flames. Recognizing it as a shiny Litwick, he exclaimed, "There's a shiny Litwick in there? Why hasn't anyone grabbed it?" A man nearby dismissed it, saying, "So what? It's just a useless ghost type. It started the fire anyway." "Calm down," Ash replied. "Yelling at them won't help." Aqua jumped onto Ash's shoulder, sensing his determination, while Killer Croc looked on, confused but ready to follow. Ash rushed into the building, and with the help of Aqua and Croc, they extinguished the flames. Ash scooped up the Litwick, cradling her close as a fallen beam nearly struck him, but Aqua deflected it with a water pulse. They exited through the back, and Ash felt a burn on his chest but didn't flinch. Litwick was crying tears of pale fire, and Ash tried to comfort her. "Hey, it's okay. That fire wasn't your fault. Everyone's safe, and I'm fine. Let's get you healed up." Aqua stepped forward, causing Litwick to flinch and hide in Ash's embrace. Ash smiled at her and used a potion Aqua handed him to heal Litwick. "I don't know what you've been through, but I can tell you're sad. If you want to join our family, I'll make sure you're loved. I'll call you Freeze Fire." Litwick nodded, finally looking at her new trainer. Croc was surprised that Ash asked for her permission first and was impressed by his kindness. "Freeze Fire," Litwick said softly. Ash welcomed her to the family, promising to treat her well. Later, Marnie was not in a good mood when Ash returned with the shiny Litwick on his head, smelling of smoke. She immediately wrapped her arms around him, insisting he promised to be more careful. Ash hesitated but ultimately agreed. "This is why I needed someone else, so I don't have a heart attack at 15 because of this idiot," Marnie said, exasperated. "It's my fault for even loving my Ash." After Marnie calmed down, they set their sights on Galar, where Ash planned to catch 4 more Pokemon. But first, he had an old friend to visit, Mustard. Upon arriving at the Isle, Ash went to Mustard's place. Without a word, Mustard handed him a Pokeball, and Ash smiled, feeling proud as they embraced. "I'll see you at the Tower of Darkness," Ash said. "And I'll be waiting, just don't take too long," Mustard replied. Ash's new companion was a shiny Kubfu, known as the Avenger, with the ability Inner Focus and a strong moveset. Bonnie asked about their history, and Marnie explained how Ash had visited the dojo on a field trip, where Mustard had taken a liking to him. Even after the trip, Ash continued to learn from Mustard, forming a bond with the shiny Kubfu who aspired to become a single-strike Urshifu. Reaper, Ash's other Pokemon, floated up to the new fighter, asking for a favor. You seem nice. When you officially join the team, could you help train me and the others? I want to be as strong as possible for Sensei. Of course. We'll both be strong for Sensei, Kubfu replied enthusiastically. Well, come on. To the trials of the towers. You two can't go in, so why not catch a Pokemon? Ash suggested. Queen jumped onto Ash's shoulder, knowing this would be a bittersweet moment. At the tower, Ash faced a Scraggy, easily defeating it with a single acrobatics move. The same went for an Absol that followed. The third challenge was tougher, featuring a Zorua. Kubfu launched the Pokemon into the air with Rock Smash and then slammed it down with a low kick. The fourth challenge was easier, as a Houndoom was taken out by a combination of low kick and mega kick. Now, it was time for Ash to face Mustard. The two Kubfus stared at one another, sizing each other up, ready for the next challenge. One Kubfu launched an aerial ace, slamming into the wall. The other Kubfu sprang off the wall, combining aerial ace with acrobatics. However, the first Kubfu dodged and retaliated with another aerial ace. Ash's Kubfu stood firm, choosing to wait instead of attacking. As her opponent attempted to finish her with aerial ace, she caught his fist and countered with a powerful mega punch, sending him skidding back. He quickly recovered and attempted to slam down on her, but she evaded just in time using Dig. Emerging from the ground with a glowing white aura, she executed acrobatics, striking her opponent effortlessly. As the dust settled, one Kubfu lay down, exhausted, while the other stood, breathing heavily. Ash acknowledged their effort, stating, "Well, we lost. But that's okay, we can come back even stronger." Mustard, however, corrected him, saying, "Actually, you didn't lose." Ash's Kubfu looked dejected as she stood in front of him. Mustard reassured her, "Don't beat yourself up. You took him out. Here's the scroll of darkness." Ash insisted, "We refuse. We want to win." Mustard replied, "Well, I refuse your refusal. You've shown great strength to get to this point, so you're going to evolve. Additionally, I'm giving you a Toxel. I know you've always wanted one. If you're looking for your next challenge, go to the Watchtower ruins." Kubfu nodded, then hugged Ash's leg one last time. Gently, Ash pushed her toward the scroll. Taking a deep breath, she touched it, and her body began to glow blue and white. She grew larger, her muscles more defined, and her features matured. She had evolved into a single-strike Urshifu. The small Toxel nestled in Ash's arms. Ash exclaimed, "You're my first evolution. That was so cool." Mustard replied, "Well, it definitely won't be the last, young pupil, I can promise you that." Toxel, a baby Pokemon, had the ability Static and new moves like Nuzzle and Acid. Ash and his two new Pokemon left the tower, both in high spirits. As they exited, Marnie and Bonnie stared at the Pokemon in amazement, accompanied by Gloria and Hop. Hop glared at Ash, while Gloria nervously twirled her hair. Marnie, mesmerized, took the Toxel from Ash. "Hey, guys. Fancy meeting you here," Ash greeted. "Hi, Ash. I'm here to get a Kubfu and evolve it into Rapid Strike form," Gloria stammered. "Hello, Ash," Hop muttered under his breath. "I'm here to catch more Pokemon for my decks." Marnie handed the Toxel back, saying, "Cool, well we better be going." "Wait," Gloria said, hesitantly. "Could I maybe travel with you? I already have the first 2 Kalos badges. I tried to catch up to you, but you got ahead of me. So, I came here to get a stronger team, but here you are." Bonnie cheered, "Yay! New friend." Ash replied, "Sure, but I wish a guy would want to join me." Marnie added, "You can come." Ash and Marnie shared a complicated history with Gloria, as both girls had crushes on Ash. He spent time with Marnie but also had a close friendship with Gloria, leading to a friendly rivalry between the two. Time passed, and Ash found himself at the ruins, grateful to his old master. He had just caught his final Pokemon, Dreepy and Absol. Finding Absol was challenging, requiring him to jump into a hole in the ground, where Croc and Knight worked together to capture it. During the struggle, a curious Dreepy entered Ash's Pokeball. When Ash discovered this, he offered to release Dreepy, but the ghost shook his head. Dreepy, a lingering Pokemon, had the ability Clear Body and new moves like Bite and Quick Attack. Absol, the disaster Pokemon, was female and had the ability Super Luck, with a wide array of moves including Quick Attack and Night Slash. Ash was unsure how to exit the tower, as none of his Pokemon could fly him out. Fortunately, Gloria's Abra teleported him out, much to their mutual discomfort. He proudly showed everyone his Absol and Dreepy, and their eyes widened at Absol's Pokédex entry. Marnie shared her excitement about catching a Larvitar. "Now that's over with, we have the worst gym ever, fighting," Marnie remarked. "I'll be okay, but you guys," Gloria began. "We'll be fine. We aren't punching bags, we're going to be the strongest dark trainers in the world," Ash declared confidently. Chapter 6, Fighting Show. Wait, what? Mega Lucario? During a training session, Gloria's Abra evolved. Ash was thrilled, but his Pokemon felt a bit left out. They had been pushing themselves hard, learning powerful moves and growing stronger, yet none had evolved. It was frustrating, but they eventually accepted it, pleased with their new skills. Marnie suggested they could easily take on a fully evolved Pokemon, while Bonnie speculated that they weren't evolving because they weren't ready for the power that came with their next forms. On their way to the next gym, Gloria and Marnie mostly stayed together. Ash had Knight perched on his shoulder, while Crooked flew around with Croc on her back, practicing moves. Fallen Angel was in the shadows, honing her sneaking skills, and Firestorm walked beside Ash, trying to master Flamethrower. Suddenly, Crooked let out a caw, signaling that something was approaching. Crooked landed, taking a battle stance. Angel and Croc prepared their moves, while Knight got ready to pounce. Ash had his hand on Absol's Pokeball, just in case, and Bonnie, Marnie, and Gloria were on high alert. Firestorm clapped her hands together, igniting them to create a makeshift fire punch. A Lucario burst through the trees, followed by a blonde girl on roller skates. Crooked and Croc growled, signaling their hostility. Ash released Absol, who glanced at Lucario with little interest. Ash interpreted this as a sign that they could handle the situation. Lucario glared at Harbinger and shot an Aura Sphere, which Fluttermane intercepted without any damage. Angel and Croc readied Psybeam and Aerial Ace. "Lucario, be nice," the girl called out. "Who are you?" Ash asked, realizing Fallen Angel and Croc must have sensed she was a fighting trainer. He wondered if she was a gym leader, but Harbinger indicated she posed no threat at her current level. Perhaps there was a connection. He whispered to Firestorm to prepare Fire Spin. "Hi, I'm Corona. This is my ace Pokemon, Lucario. I'm the third gym leader," she introduced herself. "Why is he so tense?" Gloria whispered. "We're not exactly welcomed in this world," Marnie replied quietly. Every time an unknown person appears, Ash's Pokemon are on high alert. Fighting specialists tend to dislike us, especially psychics. Dark and ghost trainers usually stick together for safety. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ash, and these are my friends Marnie, Gloria, and Bonnie. What do you want?" Ash asked. "Well, the gym leaders have been talking. Apparently, two kids named Ash and Marnie, dark trainers, though the boy is also a ghost trainer, have been in Kalos. They easily defeated the first two leaders, and I have a question for you too," Corona explained. "When I say so, we'll fire," Ash whispered to his Pokemon, signaling them to guard. Can you help me grow stronger? Corona asked eagerly. What? Ash exclaimed in surprise, causing Firestorm to accidentally unleash Fire Spin. The Dark Knight reacted quickly, using agility to create a small tornado to disrupt the flames. Lucario and Corona were focused on Ash, their eyes shining with anticipation. Crooked, Firestorm, Harbinger, Angel, and Croc were taken aback. Ash waved his hand behind his back, signaling his Pokémon to relax. Crooked flew back up with Croc on her back, while the others resumed their activities, though Harbinger remained vigilant. Bonnie and Marnie exchanged shocked glances, accustomed to people not being fond of them. Gloria was puzzled by their surprise but understood that being a dark trainer likely came with challenges, especially in a region known for fairy types. When Ash looked into Corona's gray eyes, he sensed her sincerity. It's just that I'm the fighting gym leader. Most of my Pokémon can't hit ghost types, and I want to Mega Evolve, but I can't find a stone. Can you help me get stronger? My granddad said you two are evil, but I don't believe that. I want to be the strongest fighting specialist ever. You guys are so powerful, and I thought you could help me, Corona explained. A nice fighting specialist. That's interesting. How do you know we're powerful? Ash asked. Lucario tracked you with Aura. Apparently, almost all of your Pokémon are significantly stronger than mine, Corona replied. Marnie frowned. Aura? I can't stand Aura. Fighting trainers always act superior because they can use it. Their Pokémon do the work. Calm down. So, do you know what people think of us? Ash inquired. It's just a stereotype. The other two gym leaders like you, so I think you're good. So, will you train me? Corona pleaded. Sure. Can you show me your Pokémon? Ash responded. Thank you so much. I promise to be a good student and as respectful as possible. Thank you. Corona exclaimed. Calm down. We're the same age, you don't need to call me sir, Ash said with a nervous laugh. We can train together. Corona grabbed Ash's hand, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Marnie and Gloria exchanged glances. Ash smiled, responding with, "You're welcome," as if it were a question. Corona released 3 Pokémon, Minefeo, Hawlucha, and Machoke. All 3 fighters looked at Ash, eager for strength training advice. Bonnie watched them in awe. First off, it would be best to evolve your Pokémon to their final stages. Machoke can evolve into Machamp through trade, while Minefeo can evolve if you strengthen it. We can trade later, but up ahead is a clearing where I'll show you how we train. You can join us, Ash explained. Corona nodded eagerly, along with her Pokémon. She noticed Crooked carrying Croc and wondered why the others seemed to be training so intensely. Strength training. She's been doing that for hours a day, trying her best to be as strong as possible, just like all my other Pokémon. If you want to get stronger, you need to push yourself and your Pokémon through rigorous training. My Litwick practices her moves on me. Ash added. Corona nodded, taking mental notes. Harbinger chuckled, sensing she was not quite prepared. Ash had the strength of a 4th gym leader, but he was driven to keep improving, and his Pokémon shared that same determination. Ash was one of the most impressive beginners anyone had ever seen. They arrived at the clearing, and Ash had already returned everyone at this point. He laid out 18 Pokeball. Marnie's Pokémon watched Corona closely, ensuring she wouldn't try anything unexpected. Gloria and Marnie exchanged worried glances, hoping Corona wouldn't act on her impulses. I am the trainer of 18 Pokémon, 8 dark types, 8 ghost types, and 2 of neither. These are their Pokeball. Only 2 of them are in their final forms, and 1 has no evolution, Ash declared. I am not as strong as you think I am. So, we will grow stronger together. You can always improve, even when you're the best, Ash said, smiling at Corona, who nodded in understanding. Lucario, Ash's Pokémon, glanced at his trainer with confusion, but then it clicked. Taking a deep breath, Ash prepared himself. He tapped each pokeball, but nothing emerged. Line up. We have an unknown, he instructed. Korrina and her Pokémon gasped in shock and awe as 18 Pokémon appeared, all radiating more power than she had ever encountered. Ash pulled out a piece of paper in front of Excalibur, the shiny Honedge. Training begins. Usual training increase but output. At ease? Honedge wrote. Korrina was astonished. It can write. How in the world? Practice, lots of practice, Ash replied. Sensei, answer the question, Honedge insisted. Yes. But do not interact or interfere in any way with Korrina unless under orders to do so. Clear? Ash clarified. Yes, sir. Excalibur responded. Ash opened his arms wide, and Night, Mystique, Freeze, and Reaper jumped into them immediately. He laughed as the four cuddled into him. Livewire hugged his leg, while Avenger and Excalibur exchanged glances. The other Pokémon went off to train, and loud explosions echoed in the distance. Avenger and Excalibur took charge, leading the others away to train, while the remaining Pokémon looked at Ash, who waved at them. How did all of you go from military to that in such a short period? Korrina asked, still amazed. Simple. We know when to be serious and when not to be. With an unknown like yourself, we're serious, keeping our guards up. When the unknown becomes known, we shift into what we are, Ash explained. Unknown? Korrina inquired. Things we don't know. People hate us, so we constantly have to be on guard. When you showed up, Crooked warned us, and we got into battle positions. You being a fighting master, and people who dislike dark and ghost specialists did not help your case. Luckily, Fallen Angel said you're clean, Ash added. If I wasn't? Korrina challenged. Depends. If you attacked, we'd defend ourselves by any means. If you just insulted us, we'd ignore you. Physical attacks are when we defend, Ash stated. That's kind of nice, actually. Anyway, back on topic, help me train. Korrina urged. You have 4 Pokémon, Lucario, Menefeo, Machoke, and Hawlucha. Tell me their battle styles, and I'll pair them with a Pokémon to train with, Ash instructed. Okay. Lucario likes to keep other Pokémon at a distance. He hates fighting in close quarters and relies on speed to track foes and predict their movements, hitting them with ranged attacks, Korrina explained. Got it. Pair with Flutter Mane, aka Fallen Angel. She's working on speed, expanding her move pool, and the power of her attacks. Like Lucario, she relies on speed and ranged attacks, but unlike Lucario, she can fight decently in close quarters. Lucario, if you truly want to be strong, you'll have to adapt. Fight both ways. Angel will be your tutor, Ash advised. Lucario bowed slightly and walked off toward Fallen, unaware of what was about to happen. Hawlucha is similar but different. He relies on physical attacks and speed but dislikes ranged attacks. He struggles to listen to my commands because he thinks female Pokémon are not strong, Korrina continued. Then you're going to Avenger. She's a fighting type and will challenge you. Her style involves using speed to dodge attacks while charging up a powerful move, Ash said. Hawlucha rolled his eyes and walked off, not thinking Avenger would be a problem. Ash hoped she could help him improve. I hope she kicks his butt, Ash muttered. Next is Machoke. He takes hit after hit and then counterattacks with even more hits, Korrina explained. I can't give you a Pokémon with similar styles, as they dislike taking hits, but I can give you a Pokémon that will enhance your defense and offense. Robin Hood may be small, but he is one of the most powerful on the team. If he doesn't one-shot you, he'll make you stronger, Ash said. Machoke flexed and waddled away. Robin and Crooked, flying nearby, overheard the conversation. Robin felt proud of his trainer's confidence in him and was determined to prove himself. And finally, Corona began. Oh, he's easy. I don't need to know his style. We'll refine his skills later. For now, focus on expanding his move pool and evolving him. That goes for all of them. Teach them dark-type moves, Ash instructed. Thank you so much. Corona exclaimed. I don't plan to battle you for the badge. I'm going to battle your granddad in a 3v3 battle, Ash said. Well, okay, Corona replied. Not because I think you're weak, but because I want to make your granddad pay for thinking we're evil. Oh, that reminds me. Firestorm. Ash called. Almost instantly, the tiny fire Pokemon appeared, a wide smile on her face. Are you ready to evolve? We've trained you well, given you powerful moves, and even your counterpart's signature move. So, would you like to evolve? Ash asked, laying out the evolution item, much to Corona's shock. Firestorm hesitated, looking at Ash. He nodded, smiling. Before she touched the evolution item, she jumped at Ash, hugging him around the neck. I'll miss doing this with you, Dad, Firestorm expressed in her own way. Stop it, you're going to make me cry. I can't understand you, but I know you. I'm not going to abandon you for wanting to evolve into Armage. It'll just make you almost the same height as me. Now, are you ready? Ash asked. Firestorm nodded. Ash whistled, and soon everyone gathered around. Corona's Pokemon arrived a bit later, surrounding their sister in anticipation. Sis is evolving. Oh God, I'm gonna cry. It's been, 1 or 2 months since I caught you. You grew up too fast. Crooked, you're not evolving until at least Jim got it. Ash said. Sure, boss. But I'll be as strong as I am now. Crooked replied enthusiastically. SCK up. Dad's embarrassing me. Excalibur, tell him to stop crying. Okay, here goes, Firestorm said, preparing to evolve. She touched the evolution item, glowing blue and white as her body transformed. The item morphed into her chest, becoming yellow, while her legs elongated. Ash checked his Pokédex, which pinged with the news. Your Firestorm has evolved into Armage. Congratulations, Ash Ketchum, the device announced. Firestorm stared at Ash, a hint of fear in her eyes. Ash hugged his new Pokemon, and she returned the embrace, both feeling a sense of happiness. When he released her, she dropped down to the ground, needing to adjust to her new form. Her body held incredible power and potential. Okay, back to work, everyone. Firestorm, follow your usual routine, but push yourself to the max. Get used to your new strength, Ash instructed. Firestorm nodded and began to work, taking slow steps to acclimate to her newfound abilities. Ash turned to Corona, who was watching him with wide eyes and a blank expression. What just happened? She asked. My Pokemon evolved. She chose to become an Armage, and I respect her choice, Ash explained. Corona was surprised. You're probably the only person who would do that. So. I would do it again. Besides, she's one of my strongest Pokemon now, at least until the others evolve, Ash replied. Why haven't they evolved yet? Your Rowlet knows Brave Bird, and your Toxel knows Boomburst. They should have evolved by now. Your Pokemon could take on a Mega. Corona exclaimed. Not quite. Firestorm and Avenger could, but the others aren't ready yet. Our defenses are weak. We have a wide range of moves, but our overall strength is only at the level of a 4th or 5th gym leader. Evolution is the key to strength, which is why we're still at 5th, Ash clarified. So you're saying your Pokemon may have the move pools of their final forms, but they're still only in their first stages? Corona asked. Exactly. Ash shouted. Marnie, what type is it? Figure it out, Marnie replied. Okay, I will. It's noon, time for us to head to the mega cave, Ash announced. Mega cave? Corona questioned. Well, you want a stone, right? That's the closest Lucario stone. So grab him and let's go, along with the others. I'll take Livewire, Crooked, and Freeze Fire, Ash said. How? Corona asked. Simple. There's an Absolite in there too. But we're not ready for Mega Evolution yet, Ash explained. Marnie approached him, glaring fiercely. Ash smiled back, causing her glare to soften into a small smile before returning to a slight frown. Either I'm going with you, or you're taking Firestorm. What if he falls for her? Or worse, she for him? He can't say no to her if she asks to join. Oh no, am I being possessive? Marnie pondered. Who will take care of Bonnie? I'll just take Firestorm and see what she can do. Marnie, I need a favor from you anyway, Ash said. Darn, I'm becoming a little possessive. I should probably fix that. Ash is a human, who he chooses to hang out with is his choice, right? Marnie replied. Ash whispered to her, we're being watched, probably by Corona's granddad. He'll either stay here or follow us. Either way, track him. Do not engage unless provoked. Got it, Marnie whispered back. Ash linked arms with Corona, leading her away. He twirled his hand, and Crooked flew over them, with Fallen Angel in the bird's shadow. Crooked fired an air slash in all directions, and Ash's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing it as a sign they were being followed. As they walked, Marnie informed Ash's Pokémon of the situation. They were ready to defend, and Marnie assigned them their tasks, most of them fading into the shadows or underground. She informed Bonnie of the situation while keeping most details hidden, knowing Bonnie wasn't ready to see what happened to Dark Trainers. Marnie just hoped Ash would be okay. Ash and Corona entered the cave. Freeze used Fire Spin to create a path of flames, making it easier to navigate. A small candle rested on Armit's shoulder, while Knight and Crooked perched on Ash's. Corona and Lucario kept watch. Suddenly, an Alakazam appeared, glaring at Ash with intense hostility. Firestorm stepped forward, her eyes ablaze with determination. She had adjusted to her new form and was eager to fight. Freeze conjured a Shadow Ball as a shield for the duo, while Crooked and Dark Knight positioned themselves, with the tiny bug resting on Crooked's hat. Corona, I need you to stay behind us, Ash instructed. I can help. Corona protested. Probably, but look closely at these Pokémon. They have a Mega Stone. Here's the plan, my Pokémon will take this one out. Fallen Angel, come forth. Ash commanded. Fallen Angel appeared, looking fierce. Suddenly, a Blaziken dropped down, and Ash muttered under his breath. The goal of these Pokémon was to test Corona, but also to remove Ash from the equation. New plan. We're retreating to the stone. Then you'll Mega Evolve and help us. My team can't handle Elite 4 level Pokémon just yet. It's not the right time to find out, Ash said. Corona didn't question it, quickly putting on her roller blades. Blaziken fired a flamethrower at Ash, but it nearly hit Corona instead. Ash pushed her out of the way, taking the hit himself. He stood up, his skin scorched and smoke rising from his body. Firestorm helped him up, and Ash leaned on her, looking frustrated. Stupid chicken. Military mode, Pokémon retreat. Head to the Mega Stone area and defend it, Ash ordered. Freeze, now on Corona's shoulder, created a fire wall between them. Ash's team retreated into the cave, and Corona spotted the stone, grabbing it. Ash sat down on a crystal, while Corona tended to his injuries, questioning why he had acted so recklessly. Why wouldn't I? I'd do it again. You'd be hurt, and we can't have that. Ash replied. You're so cute, selfless, and a great guy. Granddad's going to be furious. Of course it had to be him. Thank you for saving me. Corona said gratefully. You got it. Ash laughed, wincing in pain. Just please stay safe, I don't want to. A fire blast hit Ash in the chest, aimed for Corona, but he took it again. The crystal he was leaning on shattered, pushing him against the wall. Corona yelled and rushed to him. Firestorm, filled with rage, retaliated with Psyshock, sending the attacker crashing into a crystal wall. The psychic type struck the Blaziken with Psyshock again, and in a fit of fury, unleashed an armor cannon. Blaziken was left in shock from the sheer power of Firestorm, nearly defeated in 2 blows. Alakazam and Blaziken prepared to attack. Ash focused on one thought, don't lose. Just then, his Pokémon arrived, led by Excalibur, looking furious. When they saw their trainer, battered but determined, a dark power surrounded them all. But before chaos could erupt, Ash stood up, his arm resting on Corona's shoulder, looking worse for wear. Blood was smeared across his body, and he appeared exhausted. When he noticed everyone staring at him, he let out a laugh, which sent pain shooting through his chest. Everything hurt, his skin charred and burnt. Ash's eyes were barely open, yet they still sparkled with familiarity. He chuckled, all this for me? I love you guys, but come on. Anyway, everyone calm down before someone gets hurt. I'm okay, everyone's okay. Firestorm settled down, though Psyshock beads remained aimed at the 2 Pokémon. Ash still looked worse for wear, and Corona was softly crying, her expression a mix of concern and frustration. You big idiot. Why do you keep doing this? I can take care of myself. Corona exclaimed, her voice trembling. Yeah, but I can do it better. Ash replied, trying to maintain a light-hearted tone despite his condition. Dude, you're bleeding everywhere. Are you dying? Corona's worry was palpable. But not dead. So, stop fighting, or I'll embarrass you in front of your granddaughter. Ash joked, though the pain in his voice was evident. An old man stepped forward, his expression furious. Firestorm's Psyshock beads glowed brighter, and Urshifu seemed to HRNSS the power of every move in her arsenal. Lucario looked shocked, while Corona's expression turned to one of disbelief. Granddad! Stop! What are you doing? Corona shouted. I'm putting an end to this, the old man replied sternly. Dude, you almost hit Corona twice. The only reason you didn't is because of me. Give me one reason to change my mind, Ash challenged. Granddaughter, he's a dark-type trainer. I taught you better than to associate with someone like him. Come with me, we're leaving. This riff-raff is my friend. So back OFF. Corona shot back defiantly. I'm honored, but I'm still dying. Ash interjected, his voice strained. Come with me, young lady, or I'll go pick a fruit. He's the nicest person I've ever met. He saved me from your attacks. Twice. Corona's voice was filled with urgency. That was an accident, the old man retorted, his face reddening. Still dying over here. Help would be great, but you two take your time arguing, I'll just keep losing blood, Ash said, trying to lighten the mood despite his situation. Oh no, sorry Ash. Let's get you out of here. Marnie's going to kill us, then Granddad, Corona said, her panic rising. Lucario growled protectively as Ash returned his Pokémon except for Firestorm. The Pokémon spat at the old man, using a lava plume as cover. With a swift motion, Firestorm grabbed Ash and Corona, teleporting them with Lucario's help. Ash mentally thanked Arceus for Firestorm's evolution. The last thing they saw was the old man's furious face. I'm going to pass out. Can you help me out now? Ash chuckled weakly before losing consciousness. Corona wanted to pick him up, but Firestorm stopped her. Avenger lifted Corona, running toward camp. The young fire Pokémon carried her trainer, and when they returned, Marnie's expression darkened upon seeing Ash. The Florigato next to her led Bonnie away as Marnie grabbed first aid supplies to tend to Ash's wounds, trying her best not to cry. Corina assisted while Ash's Pokemon watched anxiously. With the help of her Kadabra, Gloria teleported Ash to a hospital. Corina and Marnie rushed there, their hearts racing. It was the middle of the night when they arrived, both girls exhausted. Firestorm, the only Pokemon still alert, dashed into Ash's hospital room. Bonnie followed closely behind, bursting through the door with such force that it broke off the hinges. She saw Ash smiling at her, with Gloria looking confused and freezing asleep on Ash's chest. Despite the burns on his face and the machines surrounding him, Ash reassured them, Gloria put a psychic shield on their Pokeball, so they won't escape, but this little one didn't care and did it anyway. I'm fine, I'll be out by tomorrow, though I'll need more rest. They said it was a miracle I'm still alive. Firestorm hugged Ash tightly, tears in her eyes. Ash returned the embrace, still grinning. Gloria smiled at the bond, her admiration for Ash growing. Suddenly, Corina, Marnie, and surprisingly Callum burst into the room. Ash raised an eyebrow at Callum, who wore a worried expression that quickly shifted to relief upon seeing Ash. I saw Marnie running in here, so I assumed you were hurt. No one's allowed to hurt my rival, Callum stated firmly. Oh, calm down. I'm completely okay. I'll be out in the morning, Ash reassured him. Inexcusable. Whoever did this will face the consequences, Callum declared, glancing at Firestorm. I see you've expanded your roster. Knowing your nature, you let her choose this evolution. A wise decision. I like him, Firestorm chimed in. Oh, shut up. Everything's fine. I'm completely okay, Ash replied. Ash, you are an idiot, Marnie said, shaking her head. I am not. I was just saving Corina from taking a hit. That's not a bad thing. I saved her life. Ash defended himself. You are an idiot, Marnie repeated. But I'm your idiot. Ash shot back with a grin. And you almost ended yours, Corina added. Key word, almost, Ash replied, his tone light. As much as I enjoy this banter, I request a 2v2 battle when you're better. I want to see how much you've grown, Callum said, his competitive spirit ignited. And tell me about the encounter. He glanced at Freeze. Ah, another shiny. Impressive work. Time passed, and Ash was finally discharged. The only indication he had been in the hospital was the scar on his arm from a crystal. Against everyone's wishes, he battled Callum. I will be using Frogadier, along with my new member, Espurr, Callum announced. Awesome. I'll be using Firestorm and Aqua. Ash replied enthusiastically, despite holding his side. How many evolutions have you had? Who is this Firestorm? Callum inquired. Sadly, only 2, but that's okay. Firestorm is my Armach. I'll show you my Pokédex after. Ash said, excitement in his voice. Indeed. That would be lovely, thank you. Now let us begin. Espurr, use Psybeam. Aqua, throw Night Slash into the ground. Ash commanded. Aqua created a dark sword and threw it into the ground, causing the Psybeam to phase through harmlessly. Aqua then used Smokescreen. Frogadier emerged from behind the Psychic type, slashing her with a point-blank Night Slash. Callum watched intently, Protean, a useful ability. Aqua unleashed Hydro Pump, hitting Espurr and sending her crashing into a wall. Just then, Aqua dove underground. Espurr panicked but was caught off guard by an Ice Punch. Aqua made another Night Slash, and despite Espurr's dazzling gleam, Aqua countered with Gunk Shot, weakening the move and knocking Espurr out. Good job, Aqua. Ash cheered. An impressive move pool and amazing prowess. Yes, you will certainly be a powerful trainer, Callum acknowledged, calling back Espurr. Frogadier, Water Pulse. Aqua sliced through the water pulse and retaliated with Ice Punch. The two Pokémon glared at each other, and a rivalry began to form. Ash could see that his little Froakie had found a rival, and he felt a sense of pride. Aqua unleashed a hydro pump, darting around and making it difficult to track him. Frogadier was struck by a Night Slash and then an Ice Punch. However, Frogadier retaliated with an aerial ace, sending Aqua crashing to the ground. Just as it seemed Frogadier would finish him off, Aqua used extrasensory to freeze his opponent and throw him away, surprising both Pokémon. Frogadier growled and quickly closed the distance. Aqua created clones with Double Team, creating confusion for Frogadier. Although all the clones were destroyed by a barrage of water pulses, the real Aqua burst from the ground, hitting Frogadier with Dig. In a final move, Frogadier grabbed Aqua and unleashed a point-blank water pulse, knocking him out. Panting heavily, Frogadier knew that if Aqua had been fully evolved or energized, he might have lost. Ash returned Aqua, feeling proud of his performance, and sent out Firestorm. Firestorm's eyes opened, glowing with intensity, causing Frogadier to step back in fear. Aqua reappeared from his Pokeball, eager to watch the match unfold. Show them your might. Use Psychic, then Nightshade. Ash commanded. Night Slash. Callum countered. Firestorm raised her hand at Frogadier, freezing him in place. She fired a Nightshade, testing how much effort it would take to win. Thanks to Aqua, it would require minimal effort. When Firestorm released her Psychic Grip, Frogadier sighed in relief, only to be hit by a flamethrower, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Can you tell me about this Pokémon's battle style? It's remarkably different, Callum asked. It's simple really. She uses her wide arsenal to identify her opponent's strengths and weaknesses, then takes them down. For defense, she relies on her natural abilities, Ash explained. Impressive. You've both grown. We shall meet again soon. I already have the third badge from your last opponent, Callum replied. Oh right, I forgot about that. I'll see if Corona can give it to me for a 1v1. See you around, Ash said. Take it easy. That's my advice to you. Stay safe, Dark Trainer, Callum responded. Ash was still holding his side, wincing slightly. Firestorm noticed and helped him. Aqua splashed some water on the wound. Firestorm guided Ash to a bench, watching him carefully. Ash tried to shake them off and sent out Livewire, the baby Pokémon on Firestorm's shoulder. Suddenly, Avenger appeared from her Pokeball, vanishing and reappearing with bandages to wrap around Ash. His entire chest area was bandaged, including one of his eyes, making him look quite comical. He glared at Avenger, who saluted and returned to her ball. Black Death, a purple dragon, appeared and settled in Ash's lap, making him giggle despite the pain. Marnie watched Ash from the Pokédex waiting area, looking concerned. Corona and Gloria stood nearby, trying to think of something to say. Bonnie ran up to Ash, and they began chatting, but Ash struggled to keep up, wincing occasionally. Black Death then unleashed a Dragon Pulse, sending Bonnie away. Annoyed, she returned to Marnie, while Ash chastised BD, who ignored him and went back to sleep. Freezing, a small Pokémon, perched on Ash's shoulder, her blue fire flickering. Corona approached him. I heard you want your gym badge, she asked. Yee, Ash started, but was interrupted by Trevor's voice calling out. Ash. Ash tapped a Pokeball, and Fallen Angel fired a Psybeam in Trevor's direction. Trevor yelped as his Charmeleon took the hit and was knocked out. Ash quickly apologized, but Trevor waved it off, saying it was okay. Tierno, Shauna, and Serena stood behind him, and Ash glanced at them, causing all three to flinch. Serena managed a small smile. Dude, what happened to you? Trevor asked. My new friend's grandfather attacked me with 2 fire moves, but I'm okay, Ash replied. Tierno opened his mouth to speak, but BD charged up a flamethrower, silencing him. Shauna muttered something about wishes and death, prompting BD to fire a hydro pump, drenching her. Trevor laughed, and Ash giggled while Corina covered her mouth to hide her amusement. BD, that was unnecessary, Ash whispered, but good job on the moves. Glad you're okay. So, do you have your third badge? We still need ours. Wait, is that a shiny Litwick on your shoulder? Trevor exclaimed. I was about to ask her for a quick 1v1, but you interrupted me. If I show you all my Pokemon, will you calm down? Good. Corina, accept the challenge. Ash proposed. Sure, Corina replied. Awesome. I'll referee. Trevor said excitedly. Alright. Firestorm, help me up. I need to get Avenger's Ball, she's going to battle, Ash instructed. Firestorm helped him up, and Ash sent out Avenger, while Corina chose Lucario. Trevor snapped pictures, looking amazed as he studied all of Ash's Pokemon. Tierno tried to approach, but Frost shot an ice beam near him, warning him to stay back. Aura Sphere. Corina commanded. Avenger, it may hurt to talk for me. You need to battle on your own, Ash said. Avenger nodded, ready for the challenge. The Aura Sphere struck her palm, and she redirected it into a wall. Her body glowed as she gathered energy, channeling all her moves into her fist. Lucario fired more Aura Spheres, but Avenger skillfully dodged each one. Corina began to panic as Avenger's fist glowed brighter. Lucario unleashed an Aura Sphere embedded with steel energy, but Avenger punched it away with her non-glowing fist. In a final attempt, Lucario used Steel Beam, but Avenger easily dodged. Suddenly, her fist glowed pitch black with a hint of blue. She struck Lucario, knocking him out in one powerful hit. Corina tossed Ash the badge, anticipating this outcome. Firestorm caught it for him and slipped it into his pocket. Trevor was in awe, while the others tried to hide their surprise. Serena looked at Ash, and the shine of the badge reminded her of why she was attracted to him in the first place. Hi, Serena. Good to see you looking better than I have recently, Ash said, coughing slightly. Though that's not saying much. You're insane. How's Bonnie? Serena asked. You can ask her. Thanks to the little blonde over here, they are worried sick over some burn marks. Sure, I can barely move, and breathing hurts, but it's fine, Ash replied. Aha. Sure it is. You always liked the self-sacrificing boys, Serena. Well, glad to see you alive, she said. Hey Ash, can I ask you a question? Why did you choose your type? Trevor inquired. Simple. All my favorite Pokemon were this type, Ash answered. So, Ash decided to take charge of his situation. He winced and asked Firestorm to sit him down, feeling a bit defeated. Corina reassured him, stating it was a miracle he was even alive and that he wasn't pathetic. Ash then inquired about her plans, noting that her caretaker had acted violently and likely wouldn't face consequences for it. Corina expressed her desire to join him, wanting to repay him for saving her. Ash agreed, seeing it as an opportunity for both of them to grow stronger. Corina mentioned she would battle the other trainers, thanking Ash for his support. Trevor asked Ash for his Pokédex, and when Firestorm handed it over, Trevor was taken aback by what he saw. Serena leaned in, impressed, but Trevor felt disappointed by the limited evolutions he had encountered. Tierno, feeling competitive, challenged Ash, calling him emo and suggesting Ash's girlfriend should battle them. Ash retorted, pointing out Tierno's aggression and how he had kicked someone who was already down. Shauna chimed in, suggesting that if Tierno had succeeded in his violent intentions, he would have deserved a medal. Ash defended himself, stating he had been nothing but kind, while Tierno continued to provoke him. BD, Ash's Pokemon, stirred awake, sensing the tension, but Aqua held him back from attacking. Ash's demeanor changed, and he firmly told BD to stop, signaling that he could handle the situation himself. With determination, Ash and his Pokémon left the scene, leaving the others in shock. Trevor felt frustrated with his friends for their behavior. Serena pointed out that Ash was a good person, emphasizing that he was just a kid on a Pokémon journey. Tierno, however, insisted that Ash's choice of Pokémon was indicative of his character, arguing that dark types were inherently evil. Ash, limping back to the center, found Tierno blocking his path. Tierno confronted him about kicking someone while they were down, claiming it was brave rather than cowardly. When Tierno punched Ash in the chest, Ash felt little pain and remarked on how exhausting people could be. Tierno sent out his Raichu to attack, but Raichu hesitated, clearly conflicted. Ash responded by sending out his own Pokémon, quickly defeating Tierno's Raichu with a powerful move. Tierno called Ash an abomination, but Ash calmly dismissed him, stating he had better things to do than engage with someone who was clearly struggling with personal issues. As Ash entered the center, he noticed Marnie trying to confront Tierno, but Bonnie, Gloria, and Corona held her back. Ash's Pokémon, Croc, found humor in the situation, and Ash reflected on the challenges he faced. He acknowledged that he wanted to continue his journey despite the obstacles. Marnie teased him, and Ash playfully responded, which brought a smile back to his face. After a lengthy discussion, Ash managed to convince his friends to continue their journey together. Although there was some tension, they gradually became more comfortable with each other. Ash's injuries were healing, albeit slowly, and he was able to move, albeit with some difficulty. Freeze, one of his Pokémon, was perched on his shoulder, and Ash felt proud of her progress. While his companions had experienced evolutions, Ash felt a sense of frustration at his own lack of progress. He realized that his Pokémon were capable of evolving but needed to believe in themselves first. Freeze demonstrated her strength with a fiery display, and Ash encouraged her, feeling a sense of pride. Corona observed them with a hint of longing, while Marnie, struggling with her emotions, approached Corona to check on her. Marnie, not particularly skilled at discussing feelings, urged Corona to speak quickly. Corona hesitated, mentioning that it was about Ash, but Marnie insisted they keep it casual. Corona felt a strong attraction to Ash, perhaps even love, but she was conflicted about competing with Marnie and Gloria for his affection. She also felt guilty about her grandfather's actions that nearly put Ash in danger. Marnie reassured her that her grandfather's choices were not her fault and expressed doubt that Giratina would find peace. Marnie advised Corona to cut ties with her mentor for her own safety. Corona questioned if Marnie would hurt her if she betrayed her, but Marnie clarified that it was Ash's Pokémon who would pose a threat. Corona acknowledged this warning and appreciated Marnie's trust in her, but Marnie emphasized the importance of not breaking Ash's trust if she wanted to be with him. Corona pointed out that they both wanted to be with Ash, but Marnie insisted that Corona had much to improve if she wished to date him. Marnie believed it was only fair that Ash choose between them when the time came. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Gloria overheard their conversation, with Bonnie smirking and Gloria blushing. Ash was busy teaching his Pokémon how to use their abilities effectively. That night, while everyone slept, a Pokémon with black wings entered the camp, causing Ash to wake up. He stepped outside his tent, equipped with Excalibur's Pokeball, his Pokédex, and a pocket knife. To his surprise, he found himself face to face with Yveltal. Ash took a cautious step back and released Excalibur from its Pokeball. Yveltal, curious about Ash, commented on his connection to Arceus and expressed interest in Ash's abilities. Ash introduced himself and showed Yveltal his Pokédex, but the encounter quickly turned tense as Yveltal noted Ash's weapon and questioned his past actions. Ash insisted he had never killed anyone, only defending himself. Yveltal acknowledged Ash's truthfulness but warned him that he was one of the few dark trainers and that darkness was both his ally and a part of him. He cautioned Ash that he would face challenges ahead, including a counterpart who would seek to harm him. Yveltal offered Ash a gift, which he described as more of a curse, warning him that he would not last long in this world. Ash, determined, refused to back down and declared his readiness to face any threats. Yveltal challenged him to prove that darkness should not be underestimated and declared Ash his new champion. As Yveltal tested Ash's Pokemon, Excalibur demonstrated its strength, impressing Yveltal with its resilience. With a newfound purpose, Ash accepted Yveltal's challenge, ready to embrace the darkness within him and prove his worth. No, I sense undying loyalty and untapped potential. Suddenly, Crooked and Robin burst into the cave, both ready to defend Ash. Yveltal looked at Ash's Pokemon, sensing their drive to win and be the strongest. Ash's eyes returned to normal. Yveltal declared, "The champion of darkness, ruler of the Dmed, that is my title. But it is now yours." Ash, confused, asked, "Right, that means?" Yveltal flapped his massive wings and began to fly away. However, when he looked into Ash's eyes, he saw something remarkable. It seemed Arceus was right, these three worlds were similar. "You are just like him." The mute trainer, Yveltal thought. Makes sense, as he is the multiversal counterpart. The Yveltal there adores his Ash, even letting him catch him. Curious, will my Ash be similar? Doubtful, this one is much different. Though they both have darkness in them, this one's is much more prominent. Ash, still puzzled, exclaimed, "What does that even mean?" The mute trainer? Cool name, wonder why they're called that. Yveltal replied, "That trainer is none of your concern. If all is well, you will never meet him. Ever. Never speak his name to another soul." Sighing, Ash, along with his Pokemon, returned to camp. By the time they arrived, night had turned to afternoon, and their entire group was waiting for them. Marnie asked, "Ash, please don't tell me the Kalos god Yveltal kidnapped you in the night." Ash responded, "I'd be lying if I said no. I think I'm friends with him." He explained what had happened, omitting the part about being Yveltal's champion and Arceus's approval. Ash was scared of only two things, losing those he cared for and legendary Pokemon. Legendaries were powerful beings with a twisted sense of right and wrong. They were temperamental, unpredictable, and often indifferent to humans. Out of all of them, Ash feared Mutwo the most. The psychic type was created by humans, a clone of Mew, but went rogue, causing chaos. Ash knew Mutwo could easily overpower him, and that terrified him. He still didn't understand why the two legendaries showed interest in him, but he knew it could lead to trouble. Usually, when one legendary took notice, more would follow, whether to confront, converse, or play games. If there was one legendary Pokemon Ash felt the least afraid of, it was Mew, though he still held a healthy respect for her. Some called him crazy, others a coward, but most thought his fear was irrational. After all, legendaries were there to protect them. But Ash knew better, they only cared when needed, and most humans were not. To survive in a world filled with powerful beings, one had to be lucky, invisible, or special. That was why Ash kept his fears to himself. They were fortunate Yveltal liked them, otherwise, they might not have made it back. Humans had a history of capturing and mistreating legendaries, which was why Ash was so terrified of them. If Arceus hadn't commanded his children not to harm humans, many would have perished. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts, Ash reminded himself that this was just a Pokemon journey, it wasn't his responsibility to save the world. But unfortunately, it seemed that it now was. "Repeat your question," Ash said, snapping back to the present. Marnie replied, "Stop zoning out. We were asking what to do now." Ash suggested, "Keep traveling. Try to get stronger to survive. That's the most we can do." Crooked and Robin, perched on Ash's shoulders, sensed the power of Yveltal when they met, and it was clear that the dark type was not one to provoke. However, Ash couldn't shake the last comment about the mute trainer from his mind. He decided it was best not to pry into the whims of legends. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Origins, Arceus was expressing his frustration to Yveltal. "You told him of his counterpart?" "Son." Yveltal interrupted, "Nothing of the multiverse, Dad. Get your worries in check. Besides, you said someday the multiverse might have to work together. In the future, our dark champion and their mute trainer could meet. Arceus countered, the two boys are much different. They may be the same age and have multiple partners, but one has powers and a much different life. The other Ashes have evil teams to deal with, while ours simply has to contend with legendaries wanting him gone. Yveltal insisted, they both have that darkness in them. These two, along with the other, are the most different from the rest. The mute trainer, our Ash, and the last all are unique, each with their own journey and way of life. We know a threat is coming. We'll need their help. Arceus conceded, I will keep tabs on the mute trainer's home universe. We must keep our Ash ready and strong. Our three worlds are different from the others. My brother in the other world is far different from me, just like society in the third is much more chaotic. Ours is more prejudiced. Yveltal agreed, when the threat comes, will all three be ready? Arceus replied, I do not know. The mute trainer may have the rawest power of the trio, but the others are needed as well. He cannot win on his own. His mentor will teach him this, if he survives. Son, keep tabs on him, but do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Yveltal asked, why can I not interfere? Arceus explained, simple. Our Ash uses dark energy, pure darkness, yet he doesn't know it. He's not ready. His powers almost surfaced when he met you, but we cannot rely on luck again. This power will emerge at the right time when he is prepared. Yveltal acknowledged, all right, Dad. Should be easy enough. So, I have to protect this human, who can become the second strongest being, so we can use him to fight the multiversal threat later. What could go wrong? Arceus reminded him, do you remember all three Ash powers? Yveltal confirmed, sure. Our Ash has the ability of darkness and the Dmed, the mute trainer has aura and psychic, while the third is a. Meanwhile, Ash and his small group had just arrived at the fourth gym, but they didn't challenge it as it was closed. Instead, they decided to rest. Ash, however, was awake, gazing at the stars. Like on many nights, he felt energized and often wondered if he was nocturnal. He didn't sleep that night, but as usual, he felt no aftereffects. Then, he noticed someone staring at him. He had a blue scarf, all black clothes and hair, along with a keystone. The boy seemed to be 17, but his fist was clenched. Next to him was a familiar-looking Charizard, appearing quite angry. The boy looked familiar, yet different. Hello there. Ash greeted, trying to lighten the mood. Ash had a rough idea of who this person was. He was known as an elite 4-level trainer, powerful, but he was also going around battling people with megas. Sycamore was friends with the young man, but Ash didn't trust him. That Charizard was not happy, and Ash sensed something was off about this trainer. My name is Alan. You are Ash Ketchum, the Dark Champion, yes? Alan introduced himself. Dark Trainer? Ash questioned, confused. It is a known fact that you are a Dark-type trainer, along with Marnie, a girl you are dating. You have also been attacked by the Mega Guru due to your connection with his granddaughter, which is why you have bandages all over your body, Alan explained. I'm single. Also, please don't call me the Dark Trainer, Ash replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Inconceivable. What do you wish to be called? Alan asked. Dude, I don't know, Ash shrugged. Okay, Dark Champion. Sycamore has sent me here to give you a keystone. But I am also here to recruit you, Alan said, handing Ash the keystone. As soon as Ash touched it, the keystone turned pure black, as if shadows were contained within it. Ash pocketed the keystone, excitement bubbling inside him. Recruit to what? Ash inquired. A powerful group dedicated to healing the world. To Team Flare. Our mission is simple, to help humanity, Alan stated. No, harnessing the power of those creatures is a terrible idea. Your entire team will not last long. I'm a hypocrite, I'm the one who wants to catch Marshadow. Anything else? Ash challenged. We beg you to reconsider our offer, Alan insisted. We? What's a 009? Ash asked, puzzled. Suddenly, 3 people in orange outfits with striking hairstyles stepped out, smirking. Ash instinctively pulled out his knife, surprised to find it had transformed into a full-blown dagger, much to his delight. Fallen Angel emerged from their trainer's shadow, ready for battle. The dagger was pitch black, with hints of silver and light blue. It was longer than the average dagger, much sharper, and made of an unknown, durable metal. Remember, knock him out. We need him alive, Alan commanded. The grunt sent out Houndoom, unleashing a flamethrower attack. Fallen glowed and countered with dazzling gleam, taking them all out. Charizard launched a flamethrower, but it was met with a moonblast and then a power gem. Despite the strength difference, Power Gem inflicted significant damage on their opponent. Out of nowhere, radiation emerged from the shadows, hitting Charizard with a poison gas attack. Reaper appeared from Charizard's shadow, striking the fire starter with a hex, along with radiation. Charizard was powerful, but struggled against such tricky opponents. He attempted a fire punch, but Frost froze his fist with an ice beam. Alan growled in frustration. It seems we underestimated you. We're leaving. We'll be seeing you, Dark Champion. Come find us if you want to know your origins, Alan warned. Dark Champion? What does that even mean? Ash wondered aloud. Alan gathered his underlings and mounted his Charizard before flying away. Ash sheathed his dagger, relieved it was over. Luckily, Frost, Radiation, Reaper, and Angel were protective of him. After the encounter, the gym remained closed. Ash kept the incident to himself, but unfortunately, Gloria had witnessed everything. They found themselves in his room, sitting on his bed, and Gloria's face was bright red as she tried to calm down. Ash, she started. You saw, didn't you? Ash said, and Gloria nodded. Well, that's that. Seems they want me, though only Arceus knows why. Will you be okay? Gloria asked, concern etched on her face. As long as I've got my family, then yes. These wounds need to heal fast. I can't use my weapon with them, Ash replied. About your weapon. Can I see it? Gloria requested. Of course, Ash said, pulling out the dagger. Gloria stared at the weapon, then at Ash, who smiled at her with eyes filled with warmth. She looked away, feeling overwhelmed. Ash returned the dagger to his pocket, reminding himself to make a sheath for it. Gloria took a deep breath, trying to keep her composure. So, is that a defensive weapon? She asked. Defense, attack, whatever. It's a good blade. I learned how to use one when I was young from Mustard. He taught me combat too. We knew I'd need it to survive. Ever since, I've kept practicing my abilities, Ash explained. You know, after the field trip to the dojo, everyone was shocked when you became a student. Even more so when Mustard declared you his successor, Gloria recalled. Yeah, he's an interesting one, but he has a good heart. Master Mustard taught me everything I know and then some, Ash said. Right. I remember Hop threw a fit because Avenger chose you. Those were good times, Gloria reminisced. Better times than now. Gloria, I'm going to confide in you here. I didn't tell you guys everything, Ash admitted. Alright, but you should know, you're terrible at lying. Everyone knew, Gloria replied. Not a surprise. You're probably the first person to figure this out, so let's get started. Apparently, the Creator has taken an interest in me and likes me. Along with that, Yveltal has named me the Champion of Darkness, ruler of the Dmed, due to something inside me, Ash revealed. Let me repeat that. You've gained favor with the Almighty God and are now the Champion of Darkness, King of the Dead because you were born with a power. A power you know nothing about? Gloria asked, astonished. Bingo. I'm worried, not just for me, but for you guys. Powers in this world are dangerous. Aura and psychic users are nearly extinct, except for a few survivors. But I think my powers are different. They were wiped out due to reckless actions. Aura and psychic are about emotions and the mind, but I have none of those qualities. Not only that, but the god of life also wants me dead, Ash explained. So it's something new. If the dark god considers you, it could have to do with darkness. The life god hates darkness, so if you have the power of darkness, it's likely she'd want to eliminate you, Gloria concluded. True. But how would I gain this power? The only possibility is that my parents did something, Ash pondered. Both Ash and Gloria were ex-rocket grunts, having defected during the Mutwo incident. Gloria asked Ash if he had ever done a DNA test. Ash replied that he had, but the results were inconclusive. When he asked his parents about it, they seemed scared and claimed it was a malfunction. He had tried again, but the same thing happened. Gloria wondered if there was a possibility that Ash wasn't actually their child, or if he might be something entirely different. Ash speculated if he could be an experiment, similar to Mutwo. Gloria reassured him that while he wasn't a Pokemon, he was an attractive human. She noted that since his parents referred to him as 009, anything was possible. Ash then asked Gloria for a favor. He planned to talk to his parents about the DNA test and wanted her to be there, as they would love to meet her. He explained that he had only brought Marnie over before, and since his parents disapproved of her, he trusted Gloria to help keep him calm if the conversation took a turn he wasn't ready for. Gloria questioned if Ash was sure he wanted to know the truth. He admitted he wasn't ready and needed to find out for himself. Gloria suggested they could figure it out later, reminding him that they were still kids and should focus on having fun. Later, Ash was on top of the Pokemon Center, trying to communicate with Crooked. He had grown to understand his Pokemon better, and it felt therapeutic. Despite Gloria's advice to wait, Ash was eager to know the truth about his origins, though he hoped it was just a misunderstanding. He sensed a presence watching him. Ash still possessed a keystone, but he didn't have a mega stone. He hadn't shown anyone the keystone because it turned pitch black upon contact, as if his presence corrupted its aura. This intrigued him, as it suggested his abilities were different. While lost in thought, Ash didn't notice a presence behind him, but Crooked did. The bird used an air slash to reveal the target. Ash instinctively pulled out his dagger, only to be shocked by what he saw. Instead of a human, it was a Pokemon he never expected to encounter, a tiny wisp-like creature. This was Marshadow, the mythical ghost-fighting Pokemon. Marshadow looked at Ash and Crooked with curiosity. Crooked landed on Ash's head, unsure of what to do, while Ash's hand trembled with excitement. Marshadow approached, and Ash stepped back, accidentally falling off the roof. To his surprise, he found himself standing on a shadow disc, 50 feet in the air. Marshadow tilted its head, appearing thoughtful. Ash stammered, questioning if this was really happening. Marshadow shook its head, and Ash, still in disbelief, climbed back onto the roof, only to find the discs had vanished. Marshadow took another step forward, and this time Ash didn't retreat. The tiny shadow stood before Ash, and they both crouched down, intrigued by one another. Marshadow spoke, revealing that Ash was a creation, unaware of his true nature. It informed him that he was designated as Experiment 009 and possessed immense power, potentially making him one of the strongest beings in the universe. Marshadow expressed its eagerness to see Ash grow and mentioned that he would need this power, along with 2 others, to defend everyone. Ash was overwhelmed by the revelation of being Experiment 009 and questioned what threat he faced and what powers he possessed. Marshadow stated it wasn't its place to explain but promised to join Ash on his journey once he unlocked his abilities and understood himself. With that, Marshadow faded into the shadows, leaving Ash and Crooked in a state of confusion. Ash decided to keep this encounter a secret, not wanting to worry anyone. He needed a distraction, and fortunately, the gym was finally open. Ash, Gloria, Bonnie, and Marnie were set to earn badges, while Ividel observed, aware that Marshadow could reveal everything if they weren't careful. Ash knew he needed to discuss this with his father. Chapter 10, Boom Bloom. Ramos decided to conduct a 2v2 battle for each trainer, with Ash facing a member of his team, while receiving an extra team member. The first battle featured Bonnie, who sent out her Floette against Ramos's Jumpluff. The referee announced the start of the battle. Ramos commanded Jumpluff to use poison powder, while Bonnie countered with Moonblast, enhanced by Fairy Wind. Floette gracefully dodged the poison, and the two moves collided. Jumpluff retaliated with an energy ball, which was met by Moonblast. Jumpluff then used Air Slash, but Floette skillfully avoided the attack. Bonnie instructed Floette to move around and charge up energy for a powerful blow. Ramos acknowledged her clever strategy but aimed to thwart it with Tailwind followed by an energy ball. Jumpluff's speed increased dramatically, allowing it to land multiple hits on Floette. Just as Jumpluff was about to deliver a finishing blow with quick attack, Floette unleashed Dazzling Gleam, inflicting significant damage. Bonnie called for Moonblast to finish the battle, while Ramos ordered a Sludge Bomb. Bonnie was shocked to learn that Jumpluff knew Sludge Bomb, as the poisonous attack nearly knocked Floette out. However, Floette managed to fire Moonblast just in time, knocking Jumpluff out. As well. Ramos expressed his surprise at the well-executed battle, and Bonnie thanked him. The referee instructed both trainers to send out their next Pokémon. Ramos chose Weepinbell and commanded it to use Power Whip. Bonnie responded by sending out Fletchinder, who charged in with Flame Charge, ramming into the Grass type. Fletchinder skillfully dodged a Sludge Bomb and retaliated with Air Slash. Weepinbell charged up a Solar Beam while Fletchinder flew in circles, increasing its speed with Flame Charge, creating a Fire Tornado. The plant's Solar Beam proved ineffective. Go underground to dodge, Ramos instructed. Launch! Bonnie called out. Fletchinder soared above the tornado, unleashing a strong gust at its opponent. Weepinbell dug into the ground, avoiding the attack, and then struck back with a Sludge Bomb from behind. Double Team, then Fire Blast. Bonnie commanded. Leaf Storm, Ramos replied. Around 20 copies of Fletchinder appeared, flapping their wings. Weepinbell unleashed Leaf Storm, destroying all the duplicates. It scanned the area, seeing none, until it looked up to find a massive Fire Blast descending. Weepinbell attempted to dodge, but it was too slow. The fiery attack landed, engulfing the plant. A smoke screen spread across the battlefield, with Fletchinder hovering above. Bonnie had won her 4th badge. Next, Gloria sent out Kadabra while Ramos chose Gogoat. Kadabra, use Psychic, then Flamethrower. Gloria commanded. Grassy Glide, if you please, Ramos replied. Gogoat glowed green, but Kadabra froze him, sending him crashing into a wall. Gogoat retaliated with a fully powered Solar Beam, striking Kadabra in the chest. The Psychic type growled in anger, and Gogoat growled back. Kadabra unleashed a Psyshock paired with Flamethrower. The fiery Psychic bead struck the Grass type. Gogoat responded with a double kick, but Kadabra floated up, evading the attack. Finish it with Psychic. Gloria ordered. Oh dear, it seems I'm on the ropes, Ramos said. Gogoat, Iron Tail. Gogoat leaped, aiming to hit with Iron Tail. Kadabra, in the nick of time, surrounded himself with psychic energy. Gogoat was slammed into the ground with force. Kadabra landed softly, maintaining his guard. Gogoat pushed through the smoke with a headbutt, but Kadabra countered with a swift strike from his spoon. The referee declares Gogoat unable to battle. Ramos, please send in your final Pokémon. What fun! Ramos exclaimed. My next Pokémon is a Grovyle. Does the challenger wish to switch out? The referee asked. No thanks. We'll fight. He has a starter. Gloria replied. Then battle begin, the referee announced. Leaf Blade. Ramos called. Psyshock. Gloria countered. Grovyle sliced through the psychic beads and slashed at Kadabra. The psychic type retaliated with a glowing psycho cut. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, each trying to gain the upper hand. Grovyle, more experienced in close combat, began to dominate. Kadabra was pushed back but remained standing. Kadabra used Ice Punch and Fire Punch, channeling energy through his spoon. Grovyle responded with Dual Chop, re-entering the fray. This time, Kadabra landed a few hits but ultimately fell to Grovyle's superior skills. The referee declares Kadabra unable to battle. The winner is Grovyle. Trainer, please send in your next Pokémon. You did great. It's my fault, next time we'll focus on both offensive skills, not just distance. I bet Fluttermane can teach us, Gloria said. Someone has a Fluttermane. How interesting. Tell me, how can that Pokémon help your psychic type? Ramos inquired. Ash has taught his Fluttermane to use speed to their advantage. She flies around, making it hard to track her, while using powerful ranged attacks, similar to my Kadabra. But she also excels at close quarters. We want to be like that, Gloria explained. Ah, trainers are a sight to behold. I will never forget my days as a trainer. Now, shall we continue? Ramos asked. Of course. Raboot, you're up. Flame charge. Gloria commanded. How fun. Frenzy plant. Ramos replied. Wait, it knows frenzy plant. Gloria exclaimed. Massive vines spread across the area. Raboot jumped onto one, engulfed in flames, dodging the vines as best as he could. He closed in, striking his foe. The vines dispersed, but Grovyle was unable to move. Raboot unleashed a powerful flamethrower, but Grovyle absorbed the attack, using Frenzy Plant once more. This time, the vines crushed the Galar starter. However, in a display of determination, Raboot burned the plants away. Blast burn! Gloria shouted. Raboot slammed his fist into the ground, causing it to break apart, flames erupting everywhere. Grovyle couldn't dodge due to the effects of Frenzy Plant and was knocked out. Raboot, panting, walked toward Gloria, looking proud. He collapsed, but Gloria caught him. The winner is Gloria and Raboot, the referee announced. Now that was an impressive display. I believe it is Marnie's turn, Ramos said. Send out your Pokémon, the referee instructed. Start us off, Snover. Ramos called. Mogram, time to shine. Marnie declared. Battle begin, the referee announced. Ice beam. Ramos commanded. False surrender. Marnie countered. Mogram sliced through the ice with a dark, sword-like object. With surprising speed, he slashed at Snover. While the ice type was recovering, Mogram struck again, dealing critical damage. Snover retaliated with another ice beam, pinning Mogram down. Mogram, looking worse for wear, used Dark Pulse, but Snover dodged and unleashed Blizzard. Mogram enveloped himself in Dazzling Gleam, cancelling out the two moves. Suddenly, Snover appeared behind Mogram, hitting him with Wood Hammer. Mogram skidded on the ground, struggling to get back up. Snover formed an ice club, waiting. Mogram, covered in dark energy, prepared to pounce. Marnie then had an idea. Drain Punch plus Leech Life. Push off the ground with Mega Kick, she commanded. Mogram grinned, his fists glowing with energy. With the power of a Mega Kick, he was on Snover in an instant, punching and biting. Snover tried to fight back with his club, but it was no use. Mogram jabbed and dodged, and by the time Snover was knocked out, Mogram was fully recharged. The referee declares Snover unable to battle. Mogram wins. Gym Leader Ramos, please send in your final Pokémon. Does Challenger Marnie wish to switch? Nope, Marnie replied. How fun. Voltorb, if you please, Ramos said. Ash, previously zoned out, perked up at the mention of Voltorb. Hisuian Pokemon were rare, and seeing one was always a treasured experience. Play rough. Marnie commanded. You know what to do, Ramos said. Voltorb remained still, waiting. Mogrim attempted to strike the small Pokemon, but Voltorb dodged, appearing on the other side of the field. Mogrim mirrored the movement, but Voltorb slipped through his attacks effortlessly, hitting Mogrim in the back with Thunderbolt. Mogrim growled in frustration, while Voltorb giggled. Watch your language, young lady. No need for that. Voltorb is simply fast, and Mogrim needs to be faster. Can you keep up? Ramos advised. Mogrim growled in response. Voltorb laughed, enjoying the challenge. Mogrim used Dazzling Gleam, but once again Voltorb dodged the attack. Mogrim tried to pin Voltorb down, but nothing worked. Voltorb unleashed a combination of Solar Beam and Thunder, dealing massive damage. Mogrim was still in the fight, but had only one more attack left. Marnie called out, then let's try this. Mogrim, jump up and use Dazzling Gleam, then Dark Pulse. Everywhere. Mogrim followed her command, dodging a tiny ball but getting clipped by a Dark Pulse. Voltorb leaped up, using Wild Charge to close in. Mogrim waited patiently and, with surprising speed, unleashed a Dazzling Gleam, landing a solid hit. The Grass Electric type hit the ground, preparing to rise again, but Mogrim fell onto the Pokemon, knocking both out. The referee announced, both Pokemon are knocked out, so due to the challenger having one Pokemon remaining, she wins. Marnie smiled, well, we win. Ramos nodded, yes, you do. A clever plan, but it relied a little too much on luck. Marnie agreed, that's true. We'll hone our skills so we don't rely on it too much. Ramos then addressed Ash, now, Dark Champion, it's your turn. You'll be facing an A-team member, then an S-team per your request. You will have 4 Pokemon. Are you in agreement? Ash exclaimed, why does everyone keep calling me that? Ramos explained, oh, you don't know. Sycamore made a bet saying you'd end up the Galar champion before you turn, so, agree to the terms. Ash replied, I only need 3. Fallen Angel, let's do this. Ramos introduced his Pokemon, here's a strapping lad, Scavilion. The referee announced, the gym battle between Ramos and Ash will now begin. Ramos commanded, if you please, Flamethrower. Ash countered, alright, let's go. Sunny day. Ramos observed, a risky plan. Fluttermane flew up, firing a sphere into the sky, making the sun shine brighter. The flames from Scavilion were larger but still evaded. Angel used Moonblast, striking quickly. Scavilion attempted another flamethrower, but Fallen Angel vanished and reappeared behind the target, hitting with a Shadow Ball. Scavilion tried to use Seed Bomb, but again, Fallen Angel was gone. Ramos noted, I see. The sun is boosting Fluttermane's speed. Wait, then use Seed Bomb. Ash shouted, Hyper Icy Shock. Fluttermane reappeared, unleashing waves of power filled with icicles and purple beads. Scavilion burned through most of it, but a few got through. Rocks began to rain down from the sky, striking the grass type, who was dodging as best as he could. Scavilion used Overheat, hitting Fallen Angel and destroying the falling rocks. Ramos commanded, Crunch and Fire Fawn. Ash responded, Shadow Discs. Angel created Shadow Ball, condensing them into discs filled with dark energy before firing. Scavilion caught one in his mouth, but it exploded. He dodged as many as he could, but some got through. By the time he reached Angel, she had vanished. They reappeared behind him, firing a point-blank hyper beam. Scavilion was still able to move, but the fire type bit into the ghost with a fire fang, causing significant damage. However, Angel prevailed, wrapping her tendrils around Scavilion and blasting him with another hyper beam, finally taking him down. Fluttermane laughed, flying around. Ramos was shocked that his team Pokemon had just lost in a one-on-one. Suddenly, he noticed electric sparks coming from Scavillion, a sign he was paralyzed. Ramos chuckled, impressed by their tactic. But now the battle truly began. Fluttermane was on her last legs but still determined. The referee asked, "Trainer Ash, do you wish to switch?" Ash replied confidently, "Nope." The referee then called, "Gym Leader Ramos, please send in your Pokemon." Ramos declared, "Sizer, if you please." Ash exclaimed, "Hey, that's no grass type." Ramos responded, "Close enough, young one. Now face me." Iron Head. Ash thought quickly, mystical fire around yourself, along with Thunder Wave. A firewall, glowing yellow, surrounded Fluttermane. Sizer headbutt through the wall, knocking Angel back. The flames did little damage as the bug type walked through them. The paralysis kicked in, but Sizer had a trick. He bit into a lum berry from his pincers, popping the paralysis and throwing the berry back on the ground with a maniacal laugh. Ash and Angel were jolted back to action when they noticed a mega stone embedded in Sizer's chest. Ramos announced, "Now, let our battle truly begin." Sizer glowed yellow, his body shining, and his pincers expanding. This was a Mega Sizer. Angel hid in the shadows, terrified. Ash felt the same fear, he could tell this Pokemon was formidable. Ash realized he had no reliable way to deal damage to it. Fluttermane, still in the shadows, swore. Sizer wore a maniacal smile. Ash exclaimed, "We are in trouble." Ramos chided, "Language." "But yes, you are." Iron Head again. "Want to use 4 Pokemon now?" Ash quickly agreed, "Yes, absolutely yes." Ramos commanded, "Good." Iron Head. Ash strategized, "Just keep weakening it. Radiation is going to be our saving grace." Charm. Fluttermane weakened Sizer, but was then taken down by an Iron Head. Ash returned his Pokemon, a determined grin on his face. He sent out Radiation, mentally deciding which status move to use. He chose to Burn, as it would deal residual damage and lower Sizer's attack power. When he sent out Radiation, the tiny gas ball had a gleam in his eye. Ash commanded, "Will-O-Wisp, add Thunder Wave into it." Ramos countered, "Bullet Punch." Ash realized, oh no, it's priority. Then surround yourself with the move. Radiation complied, his gas turning red and yellow. Sizer punched, sending Ghastly flying, but he was now burned and paralyzed. Radiation held on, and when Sizer was about to move again, sparks flew. Seizing the opportunity, Radiation used Hex, making the Mega Pokemon flinch. Sizer got back up, grinning wickedly. He used Night Slash, but thanks to the paralysis, Radiation narrowly dodged it and fired another Hex. Sizer then used Aerial Ace, striking Ghastly. But the ball of gas was still fighting, landing another Hex. Sizer grabbed Ghastly's head and squeezed. Just before Radiation was knocked out, he used Scary Face, lowering his opponent's speed. Ramos questioned, "Why not use Curse or Destiny Bond?" Ash replied, "You have a backup plan if I do." Ramos conceded, "True, so send in your next Pokemon." Ash called out, "Alright, let's go Killer Frost." Aurora Veil. As the Ice-type set up the veil, the sun returned to normal. Sizer punched, but it did little damage. Snorant grinned, proud of her work. She unleashed thunder, and black lightning struck the bug. Ramos exclaimed, "Black lightning?" Ash explained, "Infused with Hex for added damage." Killer Frost created black ice shards and fired them. Sizer sliced through them, but smaller shards still connected. Slowly, more shards struck. However, Sizer kept advancing, making Frost panic. She fired more shards in rapid succession. Frustrated, Sizer fired a flash cannon, taking out Killer Frost. Ash declared, "Last Pokemon." We can do this. Harbinger, it's up to you. Flamethrower. Ramos responded, oh. Perhaps we underestimated you. Scissor. Marnie cheered, he's got this. Gloria added, this is so cool. Omega. Ash is doing great. Bonnie exclaimed, I want one. Corina remarked, so this is a true gym leader. I have so much to learn. The jet of fire launched from Harbinger, hitting Scissor. Scissor advanced through the flames, trying to maintain its strength. As Harbinger got closer, he unleashed a powerful fire blast, pushing Scissor back. Suddenly, Scissor retaliated with Scissor, causing significant damage. While skidding back, Absol used Sunny Day to enhance their abilities. Ramos remarked on the beauty of agility and swords dance, while Ash declared they would finish with one last move, Fire Blast. Ramos praised Ash's youthful spirit, expressing his gratitude for witnessing such a battle. Harbinger leaped into the air, launching the fire. Scissor attempted to create a protective barrier, but it was too late. The flames engulfed the steel bug, leaving it unable to battle. Harbinger, panting quietly, approached Ash with a proud expression. The referee announced that Mega Scissor was unable to battle, declaring Ash Ketchum the winner. Ramos congratulated Ash, promising to share his accomplishments with others. Ash, feeling relieved, made a mental note to increase their training. Later, Ash found himself on a rooftop, waiting with Reaper. The Duskull sensed a ghostly presence and turned to see Marshadow. Ash, surprised to see the Pokémon again, was unsure how to react. Marshadow's eyes glowed momentarily before returning to normal. Marshadow noted that Ash, referred to as 009, had grown stronger since their last encounter. It pondered whether Ash's power would continue to grow with him. Ash, confused, asked why he was called 009 and realized he could understand Marshadow. Marshadow was intrigued that Ash understood him and encouraged Reaper to speak. Reaper, surprised, addressed Ash as Sensei. Ash, taken aback by Reaper's deep voice, questioned the change. Marshadow explained that Ash's origins were unique, hinting at his potential to HRNSS their power in the future. When asked about his age, Ash replied that he was 14. Marshadow revealed that Ash was the second most powerful being but would struggle against a god due to his lack of knowledge about his abilities. Reaper admired Ash's strength, calling him cool for a human. Marshadow clarified that Ash was not entirely human, but something different. Ash pressed for answers, wanting to know more about his identity. Marshadow, however, could not disclose details, stating that Ash would receive the necessary information when he turned 18. Curious, Ash inquired about the meaning of Marshadow explained that it was a label given to him by his creators, marking him as their only successful attempt. As they continued their journey, Ash and his friends traveled to Lumio City for the 5th gym badge. When it began to rain, they sought shelter and stumbled upon a mansion. Marnie, without hesitation, kicked down the door, causing Ash to worry about the owner's reaction. Inside, the atmosphere shifted, the room darkened, and shadows deepened. Ash sensed the presence of humans and something else lurking in the darkness. Bonnie questioned the sudden change, while Gloria suggested they investigate further. Ash felt a mix of unease and curiosity as he sensed movement in the shadows. Suddenly, a Meowstic appeared, striking them with Psybeam and separating Ash from the group. Determined, Ash called upon Toxel, known as Livewire, to light the way as they ventured into a grand room filled with chandeliers and paintings. Despite their efforts, they found nothing. Ash returned Livewire, sensing the baby Pokémon's distress. He then sent out Reaper, who faded into the shadows to search. While exploring, Ash discovered a giant painting that was merely pink paper in a golden frame. The shadows around it seemed to shrink, as if something powerful was warding them off. When Ash touched the painting, it turned black, revealing 2 glowing pink eyes. Startled, he stepped back but then reached out again, curious about the presence behind the eyes. Ash spoke, expressing his awareness of the entity's curiosity about him and his struggle to control his powers. The eyes receded, and a pink creature floated before him, giggling in amusement. Ash realized he was face to face with Mew, who playfully interacted with him. Mew acknowledged Ash as 009 and expressed her willingness to help him, provided he entertained her. Suddenly, she unleashed a hyper beam, but Ash found himself surrounded by a dark sphere that absorbed the attack. Mew, surprised, teleported behind him, ready to strike, but a shadow disk intervened, hitting her instead. With Mew now chasing him, Ash ran, glancing back to see her approaching with a mischievous grin. He yelled as dark tendrils grabbed Mew, pinning her to the ground. She broke free with a grin, but Ash noticed a bruise mark on her. Such an interesting power. Mew exclaimed. Ash raised his hands in a surrender position, but a dark beam shot out from them. Mew quickly put up a barrier, which shattered, and the beam struck her. She landed on the ground, looking pained, but shook it off, her expression shifting to shock as Ash repeatedly apologized. Mew retaliated with a thunderbolt, but Reaper emerged from the shadows, blocking it with a shadow ball. He faded back, wanting to observe the fight. Mew then hit Ash with a headbutt, sending him crashing into a wall. Ash's eyes turned pitch black, and Mew sensed the shadows, realizing that this power was growing stronger, already surpassing that of any dark gods. Arceus, why are my offspring always stronger than me? For once, can I just be the strongest? Ah, forget it, if I were, I couldn't have fun teasing people, and that's much better, Mew lamented. Wait. Offspring? Did you just call me your son? Ash asked, surprised. Oh no, Dad's going to kill me. You didn't hear that, got it? You're not my son. You're something different. Though you do have my power, Mew replied. Tell me. Please, Ash urged. You're not ready yet, Mew insisted. Yes, I am. Ash protested. Believe me, kid, you're not. New topic, or I'll make you fight me. Mew warned. I can take you, so tell me. Ash challenged. That usually works. Fine, I'll tell you this, Team Rocket is troublesome, Mew said. Well. Okay. Thanks, Lady Mew, Ash replied. Oh, don't call me that, it's such a lame title. I'm off to tease some professors and maybe a couple of kids. By the way, your powers are growing unstable and more powerful, so you better not hurt anyone. You're lucky I'm strong, or your little darkness beam would have taken me out, Mew added. She gave Ash a light slap and vanished, only to reappear again with a dopey smile. Reaper, having seen Mew, faded back in surprise. Mew giggled at their interaction before remembering her purpose. She landed on Ash's head, twirling around. Oh, I forgot. You need to know that those humans were me hiding my presence, you guys are the only ones here. Oh, and something is about to attack you. Well, bye again, Dark Champion. Mew exclaimed. What just happened? Ash wondered aloud as Mew disappeared, leaving behind the painting she had come from. He sensed a familiar presence in the shadows, just Reaper. But then he felt something else, a massive, hostile presence that seemed to consume all light around it. Fall, a voice commanded. The house erupted in a shower of light. Ash's eyes widened as he tried to summon his powers, recalling how he had used them before in life-threatening situations. He called upon the shadows, but they did not respond. Instead, something else did. Reaper unleashed an icy wind, mitigating most of the explosion, but the effort left him exhausted. Ash looked around, the house was gone, the area scorched. In front of him stood a blinding light, too bright to look at. His friends were trapped in a sphere of light above him. As Ash glanced back at the light, he recognized its form, a deer with horns and a fierce glare. It was Xerneas, the goddess of life. The deer fired a beam of pink light, and Ash rolled to narrowly avoid it. Xerneas glared at Ash, as if blaming him for something. He raised his hands in surrender again, but a dark beam struck the legendary, causing her to roar in pain and charge at him. Being the clever trainer he was, Ash drew his dagger, preparing to defend himself. "You disgusting creature, I will destroy you," Xerneas declared. The deer was upon him instantly, kicking Ash into the dirt. He quickly got back up and swiped at her, grazing her leg. She retaliated, healing herself as Ash slowly backed away, knowing his friends were safe. She only wanted him. But he wasn't ready to give up just yet. He still had to save the world, and no deer would stop him. "You wretched creature, how dare you strike at a god? Your creators would be ashamed of you. Your dark powers will not stop me," Xerneas shouted. The fairy struck Ash with a moonblast, burning his chest. His old injuries still ached, and being hit by a god certainly didn't help. He gripped his dagger tighter as the deer advanced, and he decided to play his trump card. Making fun of gods was a risky move, but Ash was undeterred. "Headlights," he yelled. Xerneas froze for just a moment, but that was all Ash needed. He summoned Mystique, his Zura, who transformed into a firestorm. Knowing he only had a few seconds, he had to make them count. "Burn headlights to the ground, use flamethrower," Ash commanded. "I am not headlights. Die," Xerneas roared. The jet of flames was countered by a dazzling gleam. Mystique used a dark pulse to create a shield around herself and Ash, which held firm. Suddenly, Ash sensed that Reaper was still in the fight. Xerneas began charging up with geomancy. Armage launched a sludge bomb, striking the deer and causing her to wince in pain. Just as she finished charging, she unleashed a moonblast. "Die," she declared. Armage took the moonblast for Ash, falling in battle from the legendary's attack. Ash quickly picked up the unconscious fox and returned her to her pokeball. Another moonblast came, but something intervened. It was Duskull, stepping in front of the attack. The sphere of light pushed against him, but he persevered, ultimately destroying it, though he looked worse for wear. Another foe appeared, but when it confronted Duskull, something remarkable happened. The ghost's body glowed white and blue, transforming before Ash's eyes. Legs and arms emerged, and his two eyes merged into one. The transformation was complete, and standing before them was something new, Dusclops. "Xerneas," a voice called out. The once clear sky darkened, filled with stormy clouds. A dark glow, accompanied by a yellow one, descended from the heavens. Ivediel soared through the sky, visibly upset. "Leave him alone, or so help me, I'll blast you to the moon," Ivediel shouted. "Try me," Xerneas challenged. "Both of you to the Hall of Origins." "Now," a voice commanded. "I'll deal with you later," Xerneas warned. "You won't get this lucky again." "Thanks, Bacon Bird." "See ya, headlights," Ash called out. "See ya later, champ." "Mew is going to be in trouble when Dad finds her," Yveltal added. Ash's friends landed on the ground, stunned by the events that had just unfolded. While they processed everything, Ash assisted his newly evolved Dusclops in getting back on its feet. Meanwhile, across the world in Kanto, a certain clone of Mew trembled, not with anger or fear, but with joy. His brother had awakened his powers, and the other god sensed the shift in the air, a higher being making its presence known. Ash Ketchum now had a target on his back. After the incident, Ash shared everything he knew with his friends. The reaction was intense, filled with yelling and promises, but eventually, they calmed down. Ash's injuries had worsened, but as night fell, something strange occurred. The next morning, after more shouting, a flare grunt approached them, looking frantic and angry. Morpeko glared at the man, ready to defend her trainer. "Who are you? Get out of the way. There are gym leaders after me, move." "Wartortle, hydro pump," the grunt shouted. "Thunderbolt," Marnie countered. Wartortle was knocked out instantly, and Morpeko zapped the grunt, causing him to fall to his knees in shock. Behind him emerged Clement, voila, and another figure dressed in pink with bug-like eyes and a Sylvian by her side. "Oh great, the fairy-type gym leader," Marnie remarked. "Clement!" Bonnie exclaimed, rushing to hug her brother. Clement returned the embrace, looking confused. The other gym leaders waved at them. "So what's happening here?" Marnie asked. Voila explained, "We found a flare hideout near Lumios. They're planning to take over the city, and we're dealing with it. Want to help? Apparently, one of you took down Ramos' famous Mega Sizer, so you'd be quite helpful." "Why is it famous?" Gloria inquired. "Oh, it's a complete monster, which is why he's the strongest Kalos gym leader," Voila replied. "Sure, we'll go," Marnie agreed. "Is this the fairy gym leader?" Gloria asked. "The one and only," Corina confirmed. "She's a little annoying, much too girly, but still a decent trainer. You guys will handle her." "Name?" Marnie asked. "Valerie," Corina said. "I'm right here." "And Clement, who are these people?" Valerie asked. "Ash and Marnie." "No idea who the brown-haired girl is," Clement replied. "Name's Gloria," she introduced herself. "Oh. You're the Dark Trainers. Which one does Sycamore call Dark Champion?" Valerie asked. "That'd be Ash," Marnie said, nudging him. "Right, Ash?" Ash seemed lost in thought, prompting Marnie to tap his forehead to get his attention. "Huh. Oh yeah, I'm the Dark Champion apparently," Ash said. "You're a Dark Trainer?" Clement exclaimed. "Just thank Arceus he doesn't know about my powers," Ash replied. "Yeah, I'm a Dark Trainer. So about Flare, can I come? I need information." "Yeah, like we'll need a Dark Trainer," Valerie scoffed. "Oh shut up, he's a good kid." "You can come, Ash, just don't die," Voila said. "Bonnie, you're not going." But, Bonnie protested. "Sorry, little one," Marnie said. "Try to keep up," Clement added. "So, got an infiltration plan?" Ash asked. "We need a way to get in, that's all. Once we do, we can start blasting. None of our Pokémon are good with explosions, and Clement's are too weak, so do you have one for that?" Voila asked. "All of them. But I'll pick Freeze. She deserves some action," Ash decided. They arrived at the gate of a power plant, where multiple grunts were stationed outside. A lit wick perched on Ash's shoulder, its flame flickering. The little candle used overheat, obliterating the door. Freeze fell asleep on Ash's shoulder, leaning against his cheek. "And that's your way in, ladies and Clement," Ash announced. "A shiny lit wick? Got a bigger Pokémon to help us?" Voila asked. "Hey, she's a great Pokémon. But fine, I have a different one." "Firestorm, your turn," Ash called. Firestorm the Armage appeared, ready for action. She unleashed Flamethrower, further opening the path. Grunts poured out of the building, but they were swiftly knocked out by psychic beads from Psyshock. "Your turn, gym leaders," Ash said. "When did you become a military commander?" Voila asked. "No idea, it's just in my DNA." "And this is not very militaristic," Ash replied, as Voila and the other gym leaders charged in. Ash followed at a steady pace, with Firestorm blasting everything in sight. "Out of all the things to do today, it just had to be this," Ash sighed. "Maybe I can find some information about my origins here, since everyone except me does." As Ash wandered the area with Freeze still on his shoulder, the candle was determined to prove her worth. Instead of uncovering his origins, Ash stumbled upon something unexpected, an armory filled with weapons that had been outlawed years ago. A grunt inside the armory pointed a weapon at Ash, but Freeze Flare acted quickly, using Flamethrower to knock him out in one shot. Grateful, Ash continued to explore the armory, but found nothing of value. Meanwhile, Firestorm was engaged in battle with the Gyarados. The water serpent struck with Aqua Tail, but Firestorm caught the tail and retaliated with a fierce burn. Fueled by rage, she was determined to destroy everything in her path. Having seen one of her gods in a test tube, Firestorm was furious. The one known as Zygarde, or Z1, was trapped inside. The gym leaders were unaware of what this was, but their Pokémon recognized the significance. Firestorm broke Z1 free, cradling him in her arms as the others bowed in respect. She dashed through the base, but just before reaching the exit, she was struck by a dark pulse. Rising to her feet, Firestorm placed Z1 on her shoulder and faced a Houndoom and a woman. Firestorm summoned Lava Plume, creating a protective barrier. He exited the hideout, with two figures trailing behind him. Gloria and Corona watched with wide eyes as Firestorm turned around and unleashed an armor cannon, striking both of his pursuers. Ahead, Corona and her Lucario were waiting. Firestorm sped past them, cradling her god. Lucario saw the attackers and swiftly took them down, leaving them incapacitated in moments. The operation was a success. The grunts were captured, but the highlight was that Firestorm had let Z1 escape. As everyone regrouped, Ash stood apart, staring at his trembling hand. Shadows surrounded him, and his eyes were completely dark. Voila and Clement collected all the weapons and destroyed them. "Thanks for your help, everyone," Voila exclaimed. Clement turned to Bonnie, concern etched on his face. "Did you get hurt?" "Of course not. You made us stay behind while you went in." Ash was the only one. "Wait," he entered. "Do you have a death wish, boy?" Valerie interjected. Marnie frowned. "What's wrong with him?" "He doesn't." Valerie raised an eyebrow. "You speak for him. How old are you? You shouldn't be fighting evil teams." Marnie replied, "I turn 16 in a week, Gloria is already 16, and Ash is 14, turning 15 tomorrow. We started together because he skipped a grade." Corona chimed in, "I just turned 16. He's that much younger than me." "So kids in Galar start at 15, but he was so good he started a year early." Voila smiled. "Oh, so you're born on May 6th. Happy birthday." "But I have to agree with Valerie. Taking on these people makes you a target." Ash responded, "I'm already a target. I was looking for information." Clement, eager to contribute, said, "Time to show what I can do. I made a device for a situation exactly like this one, a superior lie detector." Ash frowned. "Strap that onto me, and I'll kill you." Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Sorry, just keep that thing away from me. I have no idea where that came from." "But, science," Clement protested. "I am not an experiment, so get that thing away from me before Ash's eyes returned to normal. "I'm sorry about that, something came over me." Gloria sensed something was off. "Let's change the topic. Clement, how close is your gym?" Clement turned to see Gloria and nearly had a heart attack. For the first time that day, he noticed who else was with her. Bonnie wore her usual attire, topped with a hat he recognized from Ash. Gloria was in her psychic gym clothes, her hair in a bun, while Marnie wore a white dress, her hair styled as usual. Clement was in his typical outfit, and Ash was in a sleeveless shirt and shorts, his pokeballs seemingly absent. Corona, whom Clement had a crush on since they met, was not in her rollerblading clothes. Her hair was down, and she wore blue instead of white. Clement turned away quickly, trying to suppress a blush, only to see Corona holding Ash's arm, flirting with the dark champion. Bonnie noticed Clement's sadness and brushed it off, knowing that if a girl had to choose between Ash and Clement, Ash would win every time. Clement's mechanical arm extended from his back, retrieving the lie detector. He placed it on Ash's arm, activating it. Ash's eyes went blank before turning pitch black again. An uproar ensued, but Clement remained focused. Now tell me, why did you take this thing off right now, blonde? Ash demanded. No. Tell me why you went to the base. It's designed to keep the person in a passive state, so they won't attack. Time to get some answers, using the power of science. I went to find out my origins. Ash's eyes darkened further. What are your origins? What do you know? Clement pressed. I'm called 009 by Team Flare and Legendaries, and I've been told I'm related to Mew in some way. Ash's eyes were now completely dark. Clement hesitated, needing to be careful with his next question. What is your relationship with your companions? I trust them deeply and have different feelings for them. Ash's eyes were devoid of color, filled only with darkness. Give me every ounce of knowledge you're hiding from us. Clement realized he should have asked about the legendaries instead. Suddenly, Ash's frustration boiled over. The device was designed so only Clement could remove it, or it would explode. In a fit of anger, Ash ripped off the device, causing it to detonate. Clement stepped back, while Voila and Valerie shielded him. Bonnie stood behind Ash, fearing for her brother's safety. Corona, Gloria, and Marnie positioned themselves in front of Ash, trying to calm him down. But instead of his usual eyes, they were pitch black, surrounded by swirling shadows. Ash's dagger began to glow ominously. He pulled out the weapon, pointing it at Marnie, encasing her in a dark sphere and moving her behind him. He did the same with Corona and Gloria. Voila and Valerie stood frozen, confused, as the girls positioned themselves behind Ash, as if he were their protector. Ash, Bonnie started. He turned to her, and his eyes returned to normal, the shadows dissipating. Ash collapsed, but before he hit the ground, Marnie and Gloria caught him. In a different realm, Ash found himself in a room facing God. He didn't bow, merely looking stunned. This is all I'm going to tell you, my grandson, Arceus said. Your powers of darkness are consuming you. You need to master them. What will happen when? Ash began. Simple. You will still be yourself, but your powers will surpass mine. The only change will be your eyes and abilities. But for now, you must stay alive to reach that power. They will be unstable, changing you. So I have to stay calm until I'm 18. Great, sounds fun. Exactly. You'll face many challenges by the time you're 18. Evil humans are already trying to kill or recruit you, so stay strong. Remember this warning, until you're 18, you are a time bomb, so do not harm anyone. Got it. Don't harm anyone, stay calm, and get stronger. And stay alive. Arceus smiled. I think it's rude to keep you from your friends much longer, as they seem to think you're dead. Next time we meet, grandson, you'll be stronger than I am, ready to save the multiverse. Wah, Ash began, but then he disappeared. Arceus looked on. Now, let us see how our third champion is doing on his quest. Let's hope brother helps him survive his world. Chapter 13, Rift. Ash woke up to find Marnie crying on his chest, while the others looked stricken. Marnie jolted up quickly and saw Ash Ketchum smiling at her. She got up, her face red, shaking off the imaginary dirt from her dress. Marnie and Voila were the only ones nearby. Everyone else was out of Ash's view, but he could hear voices talking. Voila helped him up as he leaned against a wall. Hi. Ash said, a bit confused. Hi. That's what you're going to say after you died, came back, and almost hurt Clement? Marnie exclaimed. Yeah. Ash replied, a hint of humor in his voice. At least your sense of humor is still intact, Marnie said, relieved. It's a miracle. Where's everybody else? Ash asked. Bonnie took Gloria and Corona somewhere else. Clement and Valerie went to their gyms, Voila explained. Awesome, let's go. Ash said eagerly. Hold your ponitas, you need to explain what that power was. Voila insisted. No, I don't think I will. How are my Pokemon? Ash asked. It's been 2 days, so be prepared. 3, 2, 1, Marnie warned. Suddenly, Excalibur broke through the nearby window, slamming into Ash with force. The sword embraced him, a tear in her eye. Ash hugged her back, his body glowing faintly. Rowlet and Crooked flew through the window, right into Ash. Sandile, followed by Mystique and Dano, rushed up from the ground beneath them, while Firestorm, Avenger, and Reaper burst through the door. Fluttermane and Radiation appeared from the shadows. Toxel was cradled by Firestorm, and Harbinger carried a sleeping Dreepy. Absol had taken on a protective role for Dreepy. Aqua and Frost were already on Ash's bed. Dark Knight perched on Avenger's shoulder, while Litwick sat on the other. Voila left the room to give them some space. DMN guys, you seem to be in a chipper mood. I missed you too, Ash said with a smile. Sensei. We are so happy to see you. Why do you keep getting hurt? Knight exclaimed. I'm glad you're safe. We would have been devastated if something happened. Master keeps getting hurt because he is reckless, Freeze, Litwick, added. Master, it's wonderful to see you so full of life. You are indeed reckless, but you're also a true hero, Excalibur said. Indeed, I believe, Crooked started, but was interrupted. Dad! What the heck? Stop doing that. Firestorm shouted, picking Ash up and hugging him tightly. Ash, still taller than her, chuckled as Avenger joined in the hug. Crooked huffed and dragged the two away, lecturing them. Marnie sat next to Ash on the bed, leaning her head on his shoulder. Lecturing a legendary and an Armage, Crooked is an interesting Pokemon, Ash remarked. A pity you weren't knocked out longer. Don't be so careless, you're not allowed to die, Dinio said. Good to see you, boss, especially since Black Death wouldn't stop worrying and threatening to blow things up, Radiation added. I was not. How does he know that? Dinio protested. Sure, BD. I knew you were fine, boss, you're too stubborn to die. Though you got pretty close, don't do it again, Aqua advised. Awesome, let's go fight now. Dreepy taught me how to take power from my Hisuian form. Dreepy. Dreepy wake up. Rowlet shouted. Of course, you taught me how to fly faster than ever before. Now pardon me, but I'm tired. Good to see you again, Master, sleeping is much more fun when you're my pillow, Dreepy replied. Boss, the black-haired lady said there's a gym battle soon. Let me fight in it. Croc insisted. No, me. I want to make them go flying. Frost argued. Me. I'm the strongest, I'm fighting. Robin Hood declared. Lies, I can beat you. Radiation countered. All of you quiet, he shall pick whoever he deems ready, Mystique said. Toxel shot a small lightning bolt, which Croc caught. Livewire, this is an unsafe area, refrain from doing that again. Harbinger warned. Listen to Absol, young one, or she'll have all our heads, Reaper added, shuddering. That's true, because I have a will to not get hurt, Fluttermane said. Mama scary. Toxel exclaimed. Absol's not so tough, I can take her. Sandile boasted. Oh yeah. Hold my baby, Harbinger said, handing Dreepy to Dusclops. Stop fighting, Litwick said. Crooked turned to Harbinger and Frost. You two calm down before I poke your eyes out. As the head of the family, Excalibur began. Shut up, let's fight. Robin interrupted. Please refrain from doing that, Honage and Dark Knight said in unison. Why is that the only thing you can think of? Keeping oneself clean is important, Zorua remarked. True, but he's a battle junkie, Aqua replied. For such a tiny bird, he seems to have a lot of anger, Firestorm noted, only to be smacked by Crooked. Ow! Marnie whispered to Ash, they seem to be very temperamental. I don't even know what they're saying, and I know that. I know, right? I love them, Ash said, grinning as Firestorm and Avenger smiled back. If only you could hear their conversation. I did not worry for boss. Stop saying that, you stupid crocodile, Dano said. Killer Croc snickered. BD, you cried and cried for boss, I bet you'd be heartbroken if he died. I did not. BD exclaimed. Yes, you did, you cried, and I even saw you sleeping on him while he was knocked out. Avenger chimed in. We all saw it, you definitely did that. Litwick was with you the entire time, Knight added. It's true, he didn't notice me, Freeze Fire said. Spark Plug. Livewire said, reaching over with a metal rod. Oh no you don't, no playing with lightning, even if you are a lightning god, Avenger warned. So loud, let me sleep, Ghostbuster grumbled. Everybody inside and fall in line before I show you what the head of the family can really do. Excalibur commanded. They all disappeared into their pokeball, much to Marnie's shock. Ash was the only one who understood what they were saying, and he laughed heartily. Marnie knew he had the power to talk to Pokemon, so she let him be. Marnie helped him up, taking a look at his wounds as he put his arm on her shoulder. She gasped, hating what she saw. He had burns all over his body, and scars from shards piercing it. Marnie could tell he had inner wounds due to his powers. They walked into the main lobby, not seeing a soul. Ash could hear yelling and see silhouettes of people. Before you walk out of here, prepare yourself, Marnie warned. Why? It's not like there's an angry mob out there or something, Ash replied. Sometimes it's best to just be quiet, Marnie said. You've got to be kidding me, Ash said, stepping outside. Outside the building were around 35 people, yelling and holding signs. They were protesting Ash, much to both their dismay. The only reason he wasn't being attacked was that Ash's friends were stopping them. A pokeball started shaking, and out came Killer Frost. Ash closed his eyes, knowing what was coming. Unbeknownst to both Ash and Marnie, Freeze Fire was perched on Ash's head. Time to show them why I got my name. Killer Frost declared. Ash and Marnie exchanged worried glances. Ash was puzzled, wondering how Bonnie knew what Frost was planning. Hey Ash. Is that Frost? Wait, is she going to? Bonnie started. Freeze you. Frost shouted, her voice filled with determination. Oh Lord, Ash muttered, bracing himself. I got this, Dad. Litwick exclaimed, stepping forward. Freeze. Ash exclaimed as Frost unleashed an ice beam towards the protesters. Litwick countered with Fire Spin, melting the ice and creating a protective barrier. Snorant huffed at her family member, while Frost squeaked in surprise, retreating back into her pokeball. Crooked emerged, pulling his comrade back into Frost's ball. Thank goodness for Crooked. So, where's this tournament? Ash asked. Relieved. Hey Ash, welcome to the land of the living. Corona greeted him cheerfully. Welcome back to us, Gloria added with a smile. They refused to leave your side until these losers showed up. Want me to take care of them? Marnie offered. I have a better idea, Ash replied, tapping a pokeball. Dano emerged, unleashing a dragon pulse that sent the protesters fleeing, a giant purple dragon roaring behind them. Dano playfully shot a small water blast at Ash before returning to his ball. Frost giggled, understanding this was his way of showing affection. Why were they even here? Ash wondered aloud. They found out the Dark Champion was in town resting up from an attack, so they tried to take you down while you were weak. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny were gone, so we, along with your Pokemon, kept them at bay, Marnie explained. It's so annoying. You're a great trainer, why do they want you gone? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Bonnie asked. I haven't been caught doing anything illegal, Ash replied with a smirk. We're good at covering our tracks, Marnie winked. Wait, what? Corona, Gloria, and Bonnie exclaimed in unison. Never mind that. I don't think the gym battle is on the table anymore, Ash said. That's incorrect. You can still do the gym battle today. Although you probably shouldn't since you can barely move. Clement's upset with you, did you hurt someone he knows? Corona questioned. I doubt that. I've only had to defend myself a couple of times, and those were in Galar, Ash replied, noticing Bonnie's shocked expression. It was self-defense. Most of the time, I knocked them out, but sometimes. They weren't as lucky. We've talked about this, it wasn't your fault. I know every detail about your life, and I'm still here. Their choices were their own, so don't beat yourself up about it, Marnie reassured him. I guess so, but that doesn't undo what I did, Ash said, looking down. Come on, don't say that. Let's go do something fun, how about exploring Lumio City? Marnie suggested. You have to tell them, Corona, you too, Gloria, Ash prompted. Let me guess, Hop is begging Gloria to join him again, and Corona needs to go back to run her gym, Ash said, anticipating their reactions. The two nodded sadly. It's okay, I can manage. You two go do what you need to do. I'll be here when we meet again. You're not mad? Corona asked, surprised. Of course not. I'm just glad we traveled this far together, Ash replied warmly. I love you, Ash. May we meet again. And when we do, I want that battle. Keep him close, Mar, or someone might take him from you, Gloria said, hugging him tightly. I don't plan to let that happen, Marnie assured her. The original trio was ready to tackle the fourth gym. They entered and faced Clement, who stood beside a robot. Just as Clement was about to speak, Ash interrupted, eager to battle the robot. Marnie followed suit, much to the robot's delight. I am Clembot, and it's lovely to meet you. It's not often that trainers choose to battle the more powerful opponent. Clembot announced. I made you. Clement replied proudly. But I actually trained my Pokémon through battles and am the real gym leader, not just some nerdy kid, Clembot retorted, causing Bonnie to snicker. I'll go first. Ash declared. It is a pleasure to battle the Dark Champion. I request this be a 6v6, as I want to fight you at full power. Your girlfriend will have the same rules, Clembot said. The gym battle will be a 6v6, Clembot of Lumio City versus the challenger Ash Ketchum. Trainers, send out your Pokémon, the referee announced. Raichu, center. Clembot called. I choose you, Dark Knight. Wait, is that a, Ash began. Indeed, an Alolan Raichu, Clembot confirmed. I will enjoy this fight, Ash said, holding his side as Firestorm appeared from her ball to help him stand. Clembot smiled, witnessing the bond between Ash and his Pokémon, which surprised Marnie. A robot displaying human emotions was indeed impressive. Battle begin, the referee shouted. If you please, Psychic, Clembot commanded. First sucker. Ash countered, sending Nimble forward. The tiny bug slammed into Raichu with a burst of energy, sending it crashing against the wall. Nimble attempted to take control of Knight's body, but with agility, he dodged. A sandstorm kicked up, creating a perfect smokescreen. Nimble struck back. Raichu used Surf, disrupting the sandstorm. Nimble retaliated with Leech Lunge, sending Raichu flying into the sky. As Raichu tried to counter with Thunderbolt midair, Nimble bounced, hitting it in the stomach on the way up. Nimble laughed, using an axe kick to slam Raichu back down. Raichu grinned, unleashing Discharge. Nimble shot off like a rocket into the air with a dark pulse, landing back on the ground effortlessly. Clever, but we both know one hit and you're done, Clembot said confidently. Then we won't get hit. Bounce. Ash commanded. Thunder, Clembot countered. Oh no, Ash muttered as Nimble was struck down from the sky. Thankfully, it was still standing. Ash decided to take a risk. Nimble used Endeavor, putting Raichu in the same predicament. Clembot clapped his hands, impressed. Quick attack, Clembot ordered. Quick attack. Ash echoed. The two Pokémon collided, both falling to the ground. Ash sighed, realizing it was his fault for using Bounce against an electric type. Clembot smiled, knowing this experience would help him grow. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Trainers, send out your next Pokémon, the referee announced. Emolga, Clembot called. Crooked. Ash shouted. A flying type in an electric gym? How? Interesting, Clembot remarked. Your boyfriend's not very smart, using a Murkrow, Clement teased. We're not dating. And that Murkrow could sweep your entire team. Even your robot has realized this. Type advantage can only get you so far, Marnie shot back. Retaliate, Clembot commanded. Air Cutter, Ash instructed. Crooked manipulated the air around her to block the lightning while pushing her opponent closer. The lightning rat glided forward, using Retaliate to strike Crooked. The Murkrow absorbed the damage, seizing the opportunity to unleash Hurricane, sending Emolga crashing to the ground. Before Emolga could recover, Crooked hit it with an icy wind, icicles piercing its wings. Emolga retaliated with an air cutter, propelling itself into the air. The two combinations faced one another, holding a fierce gaze. Clembot announced a surprising turn, instructing Emolga to use Volt Switch. Ash quickly called for Psychic, prompting Clement to question how Murkrow could learn such a move, as only Honchkrow was known for it. Marnie chimed in, "We're full of surprises." Clembot, perplexed, responded, "Does not compute." Emolga was suddenly overwhelmed, being slammed into the ground and wall repeatedly before being knocked unconscious by a dark pulse. Murkrow flew triumphantly to Ash's head, and he stroked her beak affectionately. The referee declared, "Emolga is unable to battle, the winner is Murkrow. Does the Dark Champion wish to switch?" Ash nodded, returning Murkrow and praising her for a good battle. Clembot then sent out Pinchurchin, commanding it to use Thunderbolt. Ash countered with Ghostbuster and a Shadow Ball, to Clement's amusement at the sight of a Dreepy. An electric field enveloped the area as the two fighters unleashed their moves, both trainers reveling in the thrill of battle. In the next round, Shadow Ball overpowered the Thunderbolt, sending Pinchurchin crashing into a wall. Dreepy, now in front of his fellow Galarian native, unleashed a point-blank Draco Meteor. Pinchurchin hit the ground hard, and Dreepy glared at it fiercely. The opponent fainted from fear, and Ghostbuster returned to Ash, promptly falling asleep. Ash prepared for the next fight. Clembot noted that Ash had 3 Pokémon left while he still had 5. He commanded Boltund to use Crunch. Ash replied, "Great, a strong-jawed opponent. But I'm not just a ghost trainer. Avenger, use Elemental Fist." Surprised, Clembot exclaimed, "An Urshifu. Switch to Thunder Fang." Boltund bit into Avenger's arm, causing her to wince. The legendary Pokémon retaliated, charging up her fist with elemental punches and delivering a powerful blow to Boltund, sending him sprawling. Boltund retaliated with Thunderbolt, but Avenger absorbed the energy and countered with an electric fist. Boltund dodged, barking angrily. Clembot commanded, "Discharge." Ash urged, "Finish this." Wicked. Avenger, now covered in dark energy, prepared for battle. Despite Boltund's massive electric attack, she shrugged it off and swiftly knocked him out with a wicked blow. Clembot acknowledged his defeat, stating he had fun, and sent out Manectric to use Thunder. Ash, curious, asked if that was Manectric's signature move. He instructed Freeze Fire to use Flamethrower as a protective barrier. The flames enveloped her, and when the lightning struck, she remained unharmed, though visibly shaken. Ash reassured her, encouraging her to calm down. Freeze Fire took a deep breath, boosting her special defense and attack power. As Manectric charged with Wild Charge, Freeze panicked but found comfort in Ash's support. She used Fire Spin, wrapping herself in flames as Manectric collided with the barrier. Litwick manipulated the flames, encasing Manectric in a sphere and launching a Shadow Ball, which hit the opponent hard. Manectric roared in frustration, declaring, "I refuse to lose to a shiny little candle." Litwick, feeling the pressure, hesitated. Ash, noticing her fear, assured her she didn't have to fight if she didn't want to. Family supports each other. Reinvigorated by Ash's words, Litwick focused and launched a powerful flamethrower, illuminating the stadium. The blast knocked Manectric out, leaving Freeze Fire relieved. Firestorm celebrated by lifting Litwick, and Ash praised her for learning Sunny Day. Clembot acknowledged Ash's skill, stating it was time for his final Pokémon. Ash questioned if Clembot had enough Pokémon left for Marnie. Clembot admitted he only had 3 fit for battle. Ash suggested they call it a win for him so Marnie could have a full battle. The referee declared Ash the winner, and Clembot congratulated him on earning the gym badge, expressing excitement for Ash's future growth. Marnie then proposed a quick double battle, to which Clembot agreed. Marnie sent out Croagunk and Florgato, while Clembot chose plus and minus. The battle commenced with Clembot commanding Shock Wave. Marnie countered with Freestyle, a technique that allowed her Pokémon to fight without commands, relying on her subtle movements. Ash explained to Bonnie that Freestyle was a technique Master Mustard taught Marnie, making it difficult for opponents to adapt. Croagunk launched a mud-covered punch, nullifying the lightning, while Florgato shot seeds over her teammate. Plus destroyed the seeds, and Minus attempted to use Thunder. Florgato protected Croagunk from the electric attack, allowing him to unleash rapid-fire sludge bombs. Marnie's Pokémon skillfully avoided an electric kick, surprising Clembot and the spectators. Marnie snapped her fingers, and Croagunk used rapid-fire Poison Sting, poisoning the electric types. As they winced, a green blur struck them with Night Slash, sending them to the ground. Both opponents rose, crackling with electricity, and launched a duo Thunderbolt. Croagunk attempted to block with Mudslap. The bolt struck the ground, hitting Florgato. Marnie checked on him, noticing the poison type was barely able to fight. She tapped her palm, forming an X with her hand. Croagunk created a wall of poison around himself and Florgato, blocking a thunder attack that seemed unlikely to come. "Quite impressive," Clembot remarked, observing the scene. "This match is over," Marnie declared confidently. Clembot turned to see his Pokémon knocked out, shock evident on his face. In front of them stood a glowing Florgato and Croagunk, who had executed a powerful combination of Poison Jab, Venoshock, and Night Slash. The two Pokémon gasped for breath, with Croagunk leaning against Florgato for support. "Well done, you two. I'm glad you've mastered Freestyle," Marnie praised. I wanna learn. Bonnie exclaimed eagerly. "Maybe in the future, little one. Only I and Master Mustard know this technique. I can pass it on to you and my kids," Marnie replied. "You and Ash's kids are going to be so cool," Bonnie said, causing Marnie to blush. "Okay, Lemonhead, let's battle." "I am not a Lemonhead," Clement protested. "Clembot, let's battle once I become Kalos champion," Bonnie challenged. "It's a deal," Clembot agreed. The referee announced, this will be a 2v2 battle between Bonnie, the challenger, and gym leader Clement. Please send out your Pokémon. Luxray, come out. Clement called. Quildian, spotlight. Bonnie shouted. Battle begin, the referee declared. Woodhammer. Bonnie commanded. Luxray, use, Clement began, but Luxray ignored him, charging up and then using Thunderfang. The attack bit into Quildian's arm, but the grass type seemed unfazed, clearly confused. Luxray sighed, anticipating what would happen next. Quildian knocked Luxray out with a wood hammer, even though the attack barely grazed him. Bonnie and Quildian exchanged puzzled glances at Clement, who glared in disbelief. But that was my strongest Pokémon. How in the world? Let's go, Magnezone. Try attack. Clement shouted. Send it back with a hammer arm. Bonnie instructed. Magnezone fired a flash cannon, ignoring Clement's commands. The electric trainer was stunned as his moves were effortlessly blocked. Quildian charged forward, slamming his fist into Magnezone's steel body, defeating it instantly. The spectators were left bewildered. The winner is Bonnie, the challenger. She has won the 4th badge, the referee announced. What? But that was so easy. You didn't go easy on me, right, Lemon? Bonnie asked. Of course not. Clement replied, flustered. Then why were you that weak? Those were fully evolved powerful electric types. What kind of trainer are you? Bonnie questioned. Come on, Bonnie, let's go. We gotta hit the road, Ash said, urging her to move on. Well, okay, see you around, Lemon, Bonnie said as they departed. Clembot muttered, pathetic. The younger sibling conquering the older is supposed to be a rite of passage for both, but you are just pathetic. The bot is correct. Fix it, Marnie added. Later that night, the trio set up tents. Bonnie went to bed, surrounded by her Pokémon. Fletchinder cuddled close to her, while Mogram and Quildian stood guard beside her. Floette rested on her head, and Finzian and Gimmigowl used Bonnie as a pillow. Marnie smiled at the sight before closing the tent flap and heading back to her own tent. She found Ash sitting on a log, gazing at the stars. She joined him, resting her head on his shoulder, while Harbinger settled next to them, with Ghostbuster napping in her fur. Hey, Mar, Ash greeted. Hey, Absol, Marnie replied, acknowledging Harbinger. Do you understand them? Ash asked. Kind of. I get the gist of what they're saying, Marnie answered. A lovely ability, Harbinger commented. When Bonnie joined us, did you ever think we'd be caught up in family drama? Marnie mused. No, that slipped my mind, Ash chuckled. I mean, she does consider us family. I feel like a mom, watching a kid grow up, Marnie said. Wouldn't that make me the dad? Ash replied. Yeah, I guess it would. I wouldn't mind you being my husband. In fact, you're probably the only one I'd let be my husband, Marnie admitted. Marnie? What are you saying? Ash stammered. Quiet, Master, I need to sleep, Ghostbuster interrupted. She fell asleep, Master, Harbinger informed Ash. Smiling, Ash gently placed Marnie down and picked her up, carrying her to her tent. He laid her down in her sleeping bag, tucking it around her shoulders before stepping outside. Zorua was gazing at the stars, and Ash decided to sit beside her. What's got you down? He asked. Master, do you like any of us more than the others? Mystique inquired. Of course not, Ash began, but Mystique continued. I feel like you're neglecting the original 6. I love you, Master, all of us do. And we know you love us back, but we also know it's hard to give 18 of us the love and care you want to give, she explained. Listen to me, Ash said, pulling Zorua in front of him. I will never leave you guys or neglect you. You are my family. I know I can't give an equal amount of love, that's impossible, but I can give you all my love. All of it. Then that's all I ask, Zorua replied. Suddenly, a small, excited creature covered in poison appeared. Shiny Zorua sat on Ash's lap, leaning into him as Ash petted her. The tiny creature dropped something from its mouth, a mega stone. A mega stone. Let's see, is it a, Ash started, but a dark tendril grabbed the stone, making it glow black. He saw something within the stone, a Pokémon. A Tinterior stone. Not useful for me, but maybe Mar can make use of it, Ash concluded. I can mega evolve if I find one for me. They're so cool and powerful and rare. I wanna be a mega Pokemon too, but Master needs a bracelet, the tiny creature exclaimed. Shut up, Mystique said, using snarl. Nerd. Zorua, apologize. Now, Excalibur commanded, floating up to Zorua with a fierce expression. Zorua looked away, laying in Ash's lap. Sorry, Rad. It's okay. I know we're still best friends. Radiation replied cheerfully. Robin chimed in, do that again and I'll make you regret it. Frost snickered, you're adorable. I agree, as the eldest, Robin began, but Excalibur interrupted. What was that, darling? Eldest? Excalibur questioned. I retract my statement, Robin said quickly. You're all insane, Ash remarked. Master, can you please tell us why you were knocked out for so long? Mystique asked. Well, I kinda saw Arceus. Ash replied, causing everyone to stare at him. Master. Explain, Excalibur demanded. Your bloodlust technique doesn't work on me, Ash stated calmly. Excalibur glowed as Ash spoke, urging everyone to keep things to themselves. He revealed that his powers were about to expand and that he felt like he had a target on his back. He joked about being a ticking time bomb, shrugging off the seriousness of the situation. Excalibur expressed surprise at Ash's progress and inquired if he had learned anything about his powers. Ash casually speculated about how he might have acquired them, but before he could elaborate, Frost reminded him it was time for bed. Just then, Radiation used a power to put Ash to sleep, and Ghastly carried him to a tent. As Ghastly was about to set Ash down, Robin had an idea, and they both shared a laugh, their presence darkening the atmosphere. Marnie was the first to wake up, feeling warm and almost dozing off again until she noticed Ash sleeping beside her, his arms wrapped around her. She blushed and carefully maneuvered to escape his embrace, only to find Radiation giggling in the doorway. Upon noticing her red face, he quickly faded into the shadows. Ash sat up, also blushing, and apologized for the situation, unsure of what had happened. Marnie stammered that it was fine, and Ash took the opportunity to ask if she still stood by her earlier declaration that he was the only one she would accept as her husband. Marnie confirmed her feelings, her embarrassment evident. Just then, Bonnie burst into the tent, noticing the awkward atmosphere and grinning mischievously. Ash vanished into the shadows, only to reappear outside, scratching his head as he prepared for the day. Fallen Angel emerged from the shadows, assisting him to his feet. Ash asked Fallen for help, remembering it was a special person's birthday. Fallen confirmed they had 2 gifts ready and explained that Excalibur had insisted they be respectful today. Ash reflected on how Honage had always encouraged Marnie to be close to him since they met in school at a young age. Excalibur appeared beside Ash, asking if he planned to date Marnie soon, which made Fluttermane nervous. Ash dismissed Fluttermane and contemplated the question, uncertain but hopeful. Excalibur warned Ash that others were interested in Marnie, urging him to protect her. Ash agreed to keep her safe but reminded Excalibur that it was ultimately Marnie's choice. Excalibur revealed that he had given Marnie the gifts, shocking Ash, who hurried back to the campsite. Upon arrival, Ash saw Marnie opening a box that contained a mega ring with a Tyranitar stone. She gasped and looked at Ash, holding a note he had written that invited her to meet him at the Kalos League. Ash smiled sheepishly, and Marnie playfully called him an idiot, but she affirmed that she could wait for him. It was Marnie's birthday, and she had just received her gifts. Along with Ash's mega ring, Bonnie had given her a recipe book, teasing her about someone named Piers. Piers also gifted her a special machine that could make a Pokemon shiny, a rare technology developed by Rose and Professor Juniper. Marnie decided to use this unique gift on her Pokemon, Mogrim, who transformed into a shiny version right before her eyes. Piers made a light-hearted joke about not wanting to be an uncle, hinting at future possibilities. As they traveled, Ash carried Marnie on his back while Bonnie snapped pictures. Marnie tried to hide her face, embarrassed, while Ash chuckled at the situation. When they noticed a strange smell, Ash sent Aqua and Larvitar to investigate. The group took their time, knowing their Pokémon could handle any trouble that arose. Reaper, Poniard, Morpeko, and Gimmighoul stayed behind, chatting among themselves as the trainers continued on their journey. Marnie asked Ash what the others were saying, but he replied that she didn't want to know. Reaper chimed in, suggesting that if their masters ever got together, it would be interesting. Morpeko corrected him, stating it was when they got together. Poniard agreed, saying they were destined for one another. Gimmighoul then questioned if Ash could hear them, to which Reaper speculated about the potential powers of their offspring. Fletchlander added a more pressing question about how they would mate, while Floette wondered what Ash really was, suggesting he might secretly be a Pokémon. Reaper insisted that Ash was human, but was interrupted when Ash told him to stop talking. Marnie, confused, asked what they were discussing. Bonnie, noticing Ash's reaction, suggested it was about Marnie and that he was blushing, hinting at a positive relationship between them. Floette praised Bonnie's intelligence, while Fletchlander recalled how Ash had helped Bonnie capture him, mentioning how intimidating Senior Rowlet was. Lenoon warned that Rowlet was even tougher than they thought, especially after a previous knockout. Marnie was curious about how Ash understood the Pokémon. He explained that after a visit from Marshadow, he gained the ability to understand them, which surprised him when Crooked started talking. Marnie expressed a desire to join him next time. Bonnie interrupted, reminding Ash that she would be carried tomorrow, to which Marnie playfully retorted. The scene shifted to a burnt landscape with a tent in the center, where Ash and Marnie encountered familiar faces. Tierno, Serena, Shauna, Callum, and Trevor were there, and Ash approached them with Marnie on his back. Marnie insisted on being put down to talk, and Ash complied. Callum greeted Ash and explained how a camping mishap led to a fire, which Ash's Pokémon had to help extinguish. Ash shared his own recent experiences, including raiding a Team Flare base. Callum proposed a battle, but Marnie reminded him of their agreement not to battle on her birthday. They decided to compare team sizes instead, and Marnie confidently presented her Pokémon lineup. Ash's Pokémon stood at attention, showcasing their readiness. Callum inspected the teams, impressed by their coordination. Marnie encouraged her Pokémon to have fun, while Ash expressed gratitude for Murkrow's protective instincts. Bonnie suggested Fletchlander keep an eye on Marnie's Pokémon, and Callum noted Trevor seemed eager to talk to Ash. Trevor excitedly pulled Ash away for a conversation. Serena led Marnie to meet Shauna, who nervously apologized for her past behavior. Tierno defended their actions, but Shauna insisted they needed to apologize for their mistakes. Marnie reassured them that Ash never hated them. Shauna looked up and expressed her feelings, noting that it was hard for someone to hate others, especially since she had only seen him hate one person, who was now gone. The group gasped at the revelation, and she thanked them for their apology. Tierno, concerned, exclaimed that they might try to harm Shauna. Marnie reassured him, saying that if they wanted him dead, he would already be gone, hinting at Ash's abilities. Tierno, eager to witness Ash's powers, asked how he could see them. Serena intervened, telling Tierno to leave them alone, while Shauna defended their new acquaintances, emphasizing that they were just kids like them and had done nothing wrong. Tierno retorted that when Ash unleashed his powers, he would have the last laugh. Marnie pointed out that he would be the one in danger, prompting Serena to express how much she missed Marnie's unique style. Marnie thanked her, and Shauna walked away, questioning what happened to the sweet girl she once knew. Serena smiled brightly, crediting Marnie with changing her perspective on life. Shauna whispered to Marnie that she was aware of Serena's interest in her boyfriend, to which Marnie clarified that he was not her boyfriend, but someone she cared for deeply. Serena then asked if Ash usually glowed black, leading Marnie to sigh deeply. The trio had just arrived, and Callum and Trevor stared at Ash with a mix of fear and fascination, while Bonnie remained unfazed. Ash was floating on a dark disk, his body glowing black. Callum demanded an explanation, but Marnie simply replied no. Bonnie noted that they had identified 3 triggers for Ash's powers: emotions, danger, and threats. She reminded them of another trigger: legendaries. Suddenly, Xerneas appeared before them, glaring at Ash. Marnie finally heard Ash's urgent words: run. Danger. Kill. Protect. Trevor exclaimed in shock, but Marnie quickly urged him to focus. Xerneas unleashed a powerful attack, but Ash was restrained by dark tendrils, rendering him unable to fight back. As chaos ensued, Yveltal swooped in to protect Ash, accompanied by 2 peculiar Pokémon. Xerneas, frightened by their presence, retreated. Yveltal urged Ash to calm down, but Ash remained in a state of distress, repeating his urgent phrases. Realizing the situation was escalating, Marnie commanded her Pokémon to attack, but Xerneas retaliated fiercely. The battle intensified, and Ash's powers surged, leaving his friends in awe of his strength. After the confrontation, Ash admitted to feeling overwhelmed by the destruction around him and the shocked expressions of his friends. He explained that he had powers he couldn't fully control, and that he was being hunted by legendaries for reasons unknown to him. Callum expressed admiration for Ash's strength, while Marnie noted the oddity of Callum's knight-like behavior. Callum formally challenged Ash to a battle, and the group eagerly expressed their desire to join in. As the day approached, Ash felt a renewed sense of energy. He woke up early, reflecting on his powers and the changes within him. He had transformed physically, sporting a new look that surprised even him. With a pure white cloak and a confident demeanor, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Excalibur, his Pokémon, admired his new appearance, and Ash prepared for the day with heightened senses and determination. But this time, he ran 30 miles and wasn't even that winded when he finished. Ash felt strange. He was examining his body, his senses heightened. He didn't need to turn around to recognize the voice calling his name. It was Marnie, who was stepping out of her tent. She was wearing her usual outfit, but without her signature black jacket, and her pink dress had changed to green. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail. My senses are in overdrive. My injuries are gone, Ash exclaimed. Marnie gasped in surprise. I can see, hear, and feel everything in a 20-mile radius. You look beautiful, by the way. What? Marnie replied, taken aback. It's strange, Ash continued. Callum then approached, noting, Ash, your injuries. They're gone. And you look different. A good difference. I know, just roll with it, Ash said. As you wish, my friend, Callum replied. Alright, let's go. Firestorm, you're up. Ash called. Absol, Callum commanded. Copycat, Ash teased. Battle begin. Kick his butt, Ash. Bonnie cheered. Dark Pulse, Callum ordered. Psychic, Ash countered. Callum wondered if Ash had lost his mind. Psychic attacks wouldn't work. No, he has to have a plan, he thought. Firestorm's eyes glowed pink instead of the usual purple, freezing Absol in place. Imbued with a little fairy energy, any psychic attack works. Point-blank armor cannon. Ash declared. Absol was sent flying into Armich's face, who retaliated with her signature move. Absol hit the ground hard but managed to get back up, visibly hurt. Mega Horn. Callum shouted. Wait, Ash cautioned. Absol charged in, aiming for Armich's lowered defenses. Firestorm waited patiently. As Absol lunged, Firestorm used Bitter Blade, striking Absol in the gut. Before Absol could react, it was hit by an armor cannon. Absol struggled to rise. Sucker Punch. Callum called. That move only works if you say your move after me. Calm mind, Ash replied. Absol's attack went right through Armich, who boosted her special attack and special defense, recovering from her previous stat drop. Firestorm made a peace sign while winking, and Ash burst into laughter, noticing Absol's frustration. "Oh God, Firestorm, you're hilarious. Where did you learn that?" Ash asked. "Serena taught me." Firestorm replied proudly. "Keep doing stuff like this. And I'll give you a training break," Ash said. "Thanks, Dad." Firestorm beamed. "You talk too much." Dark Pulse. "We haven't even landed a hit," Callum said. Armage danced out of the way, a cheeky grin on her face, which only made Absol angrier as it charged in. Firestorm appeared in front of it, delivering a makeshift fire punch. She shot a fire beam into the sky, reading, "Game over." Ash fell to the ground laughing, and even Callum chuckled. Ash got back up. "Okay, Firestorm, your training is lessened until we hit the 5th gym. Frogadier, Night Slash." Callum commanded. "You rely on type advantage too much." Firestorm, 20 points for a one-hit style shot. Ash instructed. Firestorm soared into the air, her boots igniting. She used Flare Blitz, charging up an energy ball. As she twirled in the air, dodging the onslaught of water, Ash called, "Release." Armage unleashed her move, which exploded in mid-air, raining down on her opponent. Frogadier dodged as best as it could but ultimately fell in a shower of sparks. Armage landed gracefully, bowing with a dress of fire. For more down with style." Ash cheered. "Hitmonchan, Thunder Punch." Callum shouted. "Not good enough," Ash replied confidently. Armage laughed, batting aside the rocks from a rock slide. She created a dragon pulse, enveloped in fire, nearly overwhelming the little dinosaur. Firestorm approached and flicked it aside, sending it crashing down, unconscious. "Meowstick, let's go, Psyshock." Callum commanded. "You're really getting into this." "Dark Pulse," Ash countered. "Of course. I never get to battle such a strong opponent," Callum admitted. The psychic beads were crushed by the Dark Pulse, along with Meowstick. Firestorm laughed joyfully, shooting fireworks into the air. Callum grinned, even though he was about to be swept in a 6v6 by one Pokemon. "My newest member, let's go EV, Swift." Callum called. Firestorm burned the stars with Fire Spin, her grin widening as she used Focus Blast, sending EV flying. Callum sighed, disappointed in his performance. "Firestorm, no more battling for you, you're way too strong apparently." "Next up on the chopping block is," Ash began. "Me. But I'm going to win, or at least take out one Pokemon. Or maybe do some damage," Bonnie declared. "Alright then, send out your Pokemon," Ash said. "Let's go, Fletchinder." Bonnie called. Fletchinder panicked, "And today I'm battling Ash?" "Oh no, no, no. Hey Fletchinder, I heard your conversation yesterday. Want to see him again?" Ash teased. "No, Ash, mercy please." Fletchinder pleaded. "Rowlet, I think it's time we school these clowns." "All over." Again, Ash said confidently. "Hey pupil, let's see how much you've learned." Rowlet shouted. Fletchinder groaned, "Oh no. Battle begin." Callum announced. Bonnie exclaimed, "Crap, crap, triple crap. Of all the Pokemon, he had to pick the one my entire team is scared of." Flame Charge. Rowlet made a motion to come out, causing Fletchinder to pale while charging in. "Let's see how much you've grown." "Rowlet, brave bird." Ash commanded. Rowlet soared into the air, charging back down with glowing energy, hitting Fletchinder squarely in the back and sending it crashing to the ground. "I taught you better than that, why didn't you dodge?" Rowlet scolded. "I am so sorry, Master. I'll do better." Fletchinder promised. "Surrender, boy, you can't fight," Rowlet said as Fletchinder collapsed. In one hit. "Unbelievable. Mogram, Spirit Break." Bonnie called. Mogram stammered, "Kid," Robin said, observing the situation. Rowlet and Mogram had never gotten along well. Mogram loved goofing off and never trained, but it was time to change that. As Mogram took a step, Rowlet swiftly used a brick break with his wing, knocking Mogram down. Train more, kid. Or else, Rolette warned. Could the rest face someone else, maybe? Bonnie asked Ash. Sure. Robin, watch your kids, Ash replied. Aqua. Bonnie commanded, Quilladin, use frenzy plant. Finish this in one blow. Massive vines surged forward, but Aqua skillfully dodged them. Intentionally positioning herself in front of Quilladin, she used Crunch. While latched on, Aqua unleashed Flamethrower, sending flames toward Quilladin. Bonnie exclaimed, eh. But Aqua can't, oh, that's Mystique. As the illusion faded, Rolette chimed in, kid, you have much to learn. Mystique acknowledged, you taught your kids well, Robin. Robin was surprised, did you just give me a compliment? Zorua added playfully, don't wear it out or I'll take it out. And by it, I mean your heart. Bonnie called out, next up is Gimmigowl, use Shadow Ball. Ash countered, Dark Pulse. The shiny Zorua leaped into the air, creating discs of darkness beneath her feet. She glided gracefully, raining down dark bullets. Gimmigowl attempted to use Protect to conserve power. Add Flamethrower, Ash instructed. Fiery dark bullets rained from the sky, breaking through the shield and knocking out Bonnie's Pokémon. Zorua landed elegantly, her blue fur blowing in the wind. Bonnie was excited until Robin playfully slapped her on the back of the head. Feeny Zen, let's go. Use Aqua Jet. Bonnie shouted. Ash responded, extrasensory. Palafin froze before the water could fully envelop it. Zorua focused her energy and, despite being a pure dark type, knocked out the dolphin with sheer mental strength. She shook her head, recovering from the exertion. Come on, let's just do some damage, just some. Floette, use Fairy Wind. Bonnie urged. Ash replied, Sludge Bomb. What? Bonnie exclaimed as Mystique shot out a purple sphere filled with poison. Floette broke it apart with Fairy Wind, and Ash grinned at her progress. Zorua used Dig, disappearing from view. The dark type jumped out of the ground, claws coated in poison. Fury Swipes, Ash commanded. Floette fell, covered in scratches. Shiny Zorua rolled her eyes and jumped onto Ash's shoulder to rest. Not bad, Bonnie, but not good enough, Ash remarked, as Mystique joined Zorua on his shoulder, falling asleep. Bonnie declared, I'll beat you someday, your win record's going to be broken eventually. I'll be waiting, Ash replied. Shauna, let's go. Radiation, you're up. Shauna suggested, let's do a 3v3. Corvisquire, use Peck. Only Peck. Hex Gas, Ash countered. Corvisquire was engulfed in poison gas, flinching. He charged in but was knocked out by a black orb, known as Hex. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I thought you'd be stronger, Radiation said apologetically. What? I can do this. Gabite, Dragon Claw. Shauna insisted. Ash responded, Ice Beam. Gabite charged in but was frozen solid. Shauna lowered her head, realizing she should forfeit, especially since her Pokémon was being overwhelmed without even moving. Trevor noted Ash's strength. And that just leaves you, Mar, Ash said. Marnie replied, we haven't battled since camp, and we've grown a lot since then. So the result will be different. Do you really think so? Prove it to me, Ash challenged. Just don't lose too fast, Marnie teased. Trainers, send out your Pokémon. A battle between titans, Bonnie announced. Chapter 17, Darkness vs. Darkness Round 1. Marnie and Ash sent out Poniard and Killer Frost. Bonnie cheered, kick each other's tails. Marnie and Ash exchanged banter, language, that's my girl. As Iron Defense and Hail were called, a cloud of hail appeared, raining sharp ice shards. Poniard flinched from the hail. May we have an honest, Poniard began, but Frost interrupted, I'm going to take you down. Snorant, don't say that, Ash whispered. Do me proud. I know how much you hate going first, so I will. Metal Claw, Marnie declared. Will-o-wisp, Ash countered. Poniard charged in, claws gleaming, while Frost shot out fire spheres, burning Poniard. Despite the hail and burn, Poniard pressed on. Frost unleashed Blizzard, pushing Poniard back and dealing significant damage. I just need 2 hits, that's all I need. Swords dance. 1 hit, 1 hit. Iron head. Marnie strategized. I'm willing to use it, Frost said determinedly. Then let's, Ash replied. Poniard closed in, and Frost let him approach. Poniard, moving slowly, made contact just as Frost executed her ace in the hole. Destiny Bond, Ash called out. Both Pokémon fainted due to the effects of Destiny Bond. Marnie glared at Ash, who whistled innocently and winked, making her hide her face in embarrassment. Killer Croc, your turn, Ash said. Marnie responded, Florgato, Seed Bomb. Dragon Pulse, Ash commanded. A purple dragon erupted from the tiny crocodile. Florgato shot out massive seeds, but the dragon batted them aside. It charged forward, but Florgato evaded easily. The cat jumped forward, only to be caught in a fire fang. She cried out in pain as Croc threw her away. He attempted to hit her midair with Dark Pulse, but Florgato countered with Play Rough. Night Slash, Marnie ordered. Gunk Dragon shot, Ash replied. Callum observed, that's why Marnie will lose. What? Bonnie asked. Marnie's Pokémon are either equal to or stronger than Ash's in pure power. But the reason he'll win is that he thinks outside the box. His plans and moves are hard to predict. She can't anticipate his actions because he reacts dynamically, while she relies on strategy. Even if Armage wasn't the Pokémon he picked for me to battle, I would still have struggled because he knows how to adapt, giving him an edge. Bonnie questioned, what? Callum sighed, Ash will win because he thinks on his feet, while Marnie has a disadvantage when her plans go awry. Heart versus head, Bonnie mused. Callum ruffled her hair, good enough, kid. I am not a kid. Bonnie protested, as Callum's irritation grew. We should take cover, Callum suggested. Bonnie, Serena, and Shauna nodded, while Trevor tilted his head. Something tells me when these two go at it. A poison dragon charged at the Paldine starter with determination. Florgato threw her dark sword at the creature, but it dissolved on contact. The dragon slammed into Florgato with full force, causing the ground beneath her to shatter, yet she stood firm. It's impossible to make them stop, Callum remarked. He used Tyrant to create a stone edge wall, providing shelter for Bonnie, Serena, Shauna, and Trevor. Callum made a wide enough opening for them to watch. Croc flew atop the wall, guarding them. Flower Trick, Marnie commanded. Flower Trick. Barrier, Ash countered. Callum noted, if Ash had pulled off a move like Flower Trick, she wouldn't have reacted as quickly as he just did. Croc formed a stone dome around itself as Florgato dropped a small seed onto the stones. Florgato grinned, but Sandile was nowhere to be found, only a hole in the ground remained. Ash commanded, Sludge Bomb. Marnie responded, Double Team. Suddenly, Sandile popped out of the ground right in front of Florgato, hitting it point blank with the poison bomb. However, it was actually a clone, the real Sandile was behind it. Florgato was struck in the back by Flower Trick, causing damage to the crocodile. Checkmate, Ash declared. What? Marnie asked, confused. Sandile grinned mischievously, looking up. Marnie and Florgato followed its gaze, realizing rocks were falling from the sky. Sandile had used Rock Slide when it emerged from the ground while executing Sludge Bomb. Florgato attempted a Night Slash, chopping through the rocks. But while it was distracted, Sandile hit it with Dark Pulse, stunning it long enough for a rock to knock it out. Yet, Florgato somehow remained standing. It used Magical Leaf, striking Sandile in the eyes. The crocodile roared and retaliated with Dragon Pulse, finally knocking out the Pokémon. And that's my win, Ash said confidently. Marnie replied, Krogunk, Brick Break. Do as much damage as possible, Krogunk echoed. You got it. Aerial Ace. Ash commanded. The two moves clashed, but Krogunk proved stronger, overpowering the ground type and sending it into the air. Sandile retaliated with Rock Slide, hitting Krogunk. But when Sandile got into range, it was struck by another brick break, causing it to crumple. "My match," Marnie said triumphantly. "Not quite. Everything you have, Sandile, everything Firestorm taught you. Psychic Fangs." Ash instructed. Sandile bit Krogunk's leg with psychic power, causing the frog to scream in response. Krogunk landed one last poison jab, knocking out the crocodile. But like its original opponent, Sandile stood strong, putting one last ounce of power into Psychic Fangs before falling. "Now it's over," Ash stated. "The Sandile line can't learn Psychic Fangs." Marnie protested. "Well, mine can. Firestorm helped us out. Next up is Black Death." "You never cease to amaze me, Ash," Marnie admitted. "Thanks for this battle, some of my Pokémon could use the experience," Ash replied. "Stop treating this like training, Ash. Sending out low combat experienced Pokémon is hurting my pride." "Oh no, is my little goth queen's pride hurt?" Ash teased. "Quiet, Ash. Mud slap," Marnie commanded. "Hyper voice." Ash countered. The mud was instantly disrupted. Krogunk jumped back, rapidly firing sludge bombs, but they were all destroyed by Hyper Voice. Krogunk continued to fire more sludge bombs, but nothing was getting through. Chapter 18, Lion's Den. "Impressive," Solgaleo remarked. Ash responded, "Solgaleo, God of Light and Ultra Space. Guardian of Alola. So why are you in Kalos?" "To stop you, you're growing stronger and getting closer to the truth. As the God of Light, I cannot allow such darkness to exist," Solgaleo declared. "Yeah. But you misunderstand something," Ash retorted. "What's that, boy?" Solgaleo inquired. "My name is Ash. So stop calling me 009. Ash shouted. He threw his dagger at Solgaleo, but instead of its normal blade, it was imbued with dark energy. It struck Solgaleo in the leg, causing it to roar in pain. Ash rushed over to the lion, his body glowing with dark energy. He appeared right under Solgaleo, delivering an uppercut that sent it soaring into the sky. He reappeared, slamming the god into the ground. Solgaleo growled low and shot a hyper beam, but Ash dispersed it with ease, the energy exploding around him. Ash laughed, inspecting his smoking hand. Just then, Solgaleo shot a pure beam of light, piercing through Ash's left hand. He looked at the wound, which quickly healed. Grinning at Solgaleo, he noticed the legendary flinch back. Ash's eyes flashed with determination as he glared at the God of Light. "I don't know why you're angry with me, and I don't care. It's time for you to face the consequences," he declared. He jumped over the lion effortlessly, punching it in the back with a fist glowing with dark energy. At this point in his journey, Ash had gained considerable control over his powers. He shot a dark beam at Solgaleo's head, but it was countered by light. Solgaleo bit Ash's arm, but it quickly healed again, prompting Ash to grin once more. He pushed the god back with dark energy, picking up a rock and infusing it with pure darkness. He threw it at Solgaleo, but it dodged, causing the rock to crash through trees and collapse a mountain in the distance. Solgaleo looked frightened, staring at Ash with fear. "Wow, that was incredible. Next time, I'll aim for your head," Ash taunted. "Burn in darkness," Solgaleo shouted, launching a light beam at Ash. Ash created a sphere of darkness around the light, destroying it. Solgaleo charged at Ash, using Sunsteel Strike. Ash raised his hand, concentrating. The Dark Champion enveloped Solgaleo in a sphere of darkness. The lion broke free, shooting light in all directions. It landed on the ground, using Steel Beam. Ash tried to counter it, but was hit in the chest. He skidded for a moment, using darkness to stop his fall. Ash conjured a dark flame, purple in the center, and unleashed it in a wave. Everything ignited in purple fire, engulfing everything in its path. Solgaleo growled low, glaring at the flames. "Ah, does my fire bother you?" Ash teased. Solgaleo roared and charged at Ash. In response, Ash released his fire in an explosion, burning everything, including the god. Solgaleo jumped back, burn marks covering its body. It retaliated with solar beam, using the excess firepower to strike Ash. He was sent flying into a lake, emerging from the water, dripping wet. A water tornado formed beneath him, dark lines swirling within it, showing how he controlled the water through darkness. He raised his hand, and his dagger returned to him. Getting into a fighting stance, Ash faced Solgaleo, who growled low, visibly angry. Ash met its gaze, causing the legendary to pause. "Did you harm my companions?" Ash demanded. "Of course not. They are pure, unlike you. They can be saved," Solgaleo replied. "Good. I won't have to eliminate you then," Ash stated. "Foolish. You think you can defeat me?" Solgaleo challenged. Ash dropped the tornado, creating discs of darkness beneath his feet to stand over it. He faced the lion head-on, throwing his knife up and down, igniting the blade in flames, watching Solgaleo squirm. "You are such a nuisance. I was on my way to get my 6th badge after surviving an encounter with a powerful foe. This is not a good time," Ash exclaimed, pointing his dagger. "So come at me, God of Light. You dare. I'll end you." Solgaleo roared. "Yes, I dare. Bring it on. I'll defeat you," Ash declared. "To be a BSTRD, I have to be human. And like you said, I'm no human." Solgaleo unleashed a powerful sunsteel strike, charging at Ash with incredible speed. Ash fired 2 discs, but they disintegrated just short of their target. Quickly, he created a shield around himself, bracing for the impact. The shield held firm, and Ash expanded it to engulf Solgaleo. He flicked a small fireball into the air, which exploded, illuminating the area in a brilliant purple fire. Solgaleo roared in pain, breaking free from the sphere. A giant black Ekans appeared, wrapping around Solgaleo and squeezing tightly. Despite the light radiating from Solgaleo, it struggled against the constricting snake. With a snap of his fingers, Ash made the snake vanish. "Like my Ekans? This is called an illusion. So, face the consequences, you foolish lion. I'm not in a good mood." A shadow formed beneath Solgaleo, and Ash emerged, delivering an uppercut that sent the lion soaring into the sky. He encased Solgaleo in a dark cocoon, igniting it with flames. However, Solgaleo broke free, its injuries evident. "Just as you can move where there's light, I can move where there's darkness. So, fight me, so I can truly call myself a god slayer," Ash declared. "Idiot. You aren't supposed to exist. You're just an experiment, and you stole our powers. You think you can defeat me?" Solgaleo shouted in anger. "If I die, I'll see you in hell," Ash retorted defiantly. The sun charged directly at him, shattering his shield and sending Ash flying, coughing as he hit the ground. Solgaleo watched from below, a smug expression on its face. "This is the difference between our power. Tremble and face your end," Solgaleo boomed. "Funny. I was just about to say the same to you," Ash replied, focusing intently. He could feel the darkness surrounding him, pure and powerful. As he fell, adrenaline surged through him, transforming his expression into one filled with a fierce determination. With a smile that held a new intensity, Ash conjured 2 enormous dark hands beside him. "I learned how to HRNSS my powers through sleepless nights, just me and the dark. I can see everything. I can do anything. And you won't take that from me." So I have a question for you, God of Light. The hand struck Solgaleo, sending it crashing down. Ash landed atop Solgaleo, delivering a powerful blow with a glowing fist. The lion roared, knocking Ash off, but he stood before Solgaleo with a maniacal grin, revealing sharp teeth and glowing black eyes. Solgaleo recognized the formidable opponent he faced, a dark champion. Ash twirled his dagger, which transformed into a sharper weapon, a purple scythe that glimmered in the night, radiating darkness. "Do you bleed?" he asked ominously. "Impudent," Solgaleo began, but Ash stepped forward, shadows swirling around him, bending to his will. For the first time, Solgaleo felt genuine fear. "Do you bleed?" Ash pressed. "No mere experiment should have this much power. Who are you? Even if you have our blood in your veins, you are nothing." Solgaleo shouted. "The humans call me Dark Champion," Ash laughed. "But you can call me the Dark Enforcer." He summoned tendrils from the ground, ensnaring the lion. Solgaleo struggled, shooting light in all directions, but Ash captured each beam and destroyed them. He swung his weapon down, cutting Solgaleo in the stomach. In retaliation, Solgaleo unleashed a flash cannon, but Ash countered with a dark energy beam. The two forces collided, both dissipating into the air. "You will die." Solgaleo roared, shooting a powerful blast that struck Ash in the gut, sending him crashing into a tree. Ash rose, anger boiling within him, and began to laugh, a chilling sound that unnerved Solgaleo. "It seems you do bleed," Ash said, throwing his weapon at Solgaleo's leg. The weapon spun like a dark whirlwind, cutting the lion's paws. As the weapon returned to Ash's hand, he spat blood and advanced, wielding black flames. Behind him, a dark snake illusion reared its fangs. Solgaleo ascended into the air, but Ash followed on discs of darkness. As Solgaleo attempted to escape through a wormhole, Ash seized its tail, pulling it back down. "Where do you think you're going? We're still playing. The fun's not over just yet." Placing his hand on Solgaleo's head, Ash unleashed a wave of heat that burned the lion's face. Yellow tears streamed down Solgaleo's cheeks as it cried out in agony, its body seemingly melting away. "Stop crying, you worthless creature. Get out of here. If you show your face again, I'll burn you from the inside out," Ash warned as Solgaleo vanished into a wormhole, leaving Ash amidst the burning purple flames. As he looked at his hands, his smile faded, and his eyes returned to their normal state. What have I done?" he whispered, dropping to his knees, trembling. Yveltal emerged from the shadows, wrapping a wing around Ash. "There's something I didn't tell you, my champion. We Dark Champions are the enforcers. We keep the other legendaries in line. What you just did, you will do again." "I have to do that again?" Ash asked, bewildered. "Marnie and Bonnie, your human mate and daughter, will be in danger. It's time you learn part of what you are," Yveltal explained. "Okay," Ash replied hesitantly. "You are an experiment. You possess the blood of gods. You have power over life and death. The other gods are anxious because you can defeat them. You are the strongest being ever created, even stronger than my father, in the future anyway. Please tell me everything," Ash urged. "My siblings are upset with you because you can tip the balance. So, I need you to promise me that if one of my siblings tries anything against you," Yveltal tightened his wing around Ash, "you will defend yourself. Protect your family. But do not lose who you are, do not become a monster. Promise me this." "I can do that. But why do you care about me so much?" Ash asked. "Because of the blood flowing through your veins." The power that coursed through Ash was a connection to Yveltal, revealing a shocking truth. Yveltal revealed, "My blood is running through your veins. You're my son." Emerging from the forest, Ash was visibly battered, with bruises and burn marks covering his body. Marnie, witnessing his condition, rushed to him, her eyes wide with concern. What happened? She exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Talk to me, please. I think I need a break, Ash murmured before collapsing into her arms. Marnie quickly carried him to the tent, where Floette used Heal Pulse to mend his wounds. She cradled Ash in her lap, watching over him as he slept. After 5 hours, he slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the light. Hey, love, Marnie said softly, wiping her eyes. Welcome back. Ash smiled weakly at her, noticing Bonnie asleep on her shoulder. He tried to speak, but Marnie gently shushed him. Shut up and sleep. You can tell me later, she insisted. A day had passed since the intense battle, and Ash had spent most of it asleep. On the third day, he finally awoke and shared everything he had learned with Marnie before drifting back to sleep. Marnie kept Bonnie and the Pokémon informed while carrying Ash, with help from Firestorm and Avenger, toward the next town. The landscape around them was devastated, evidence of the legendary battle that had taken place. As they arrived at the 6th gym, Ash woke just in time to hear Bonnie's excited shout, "Fashion show." A nearby bystander commented, "You're lucky to see this. The area around the town was destroyed last night by 2 legendaries fighting." Legendaries, huh? Bonnie said with a mischievous grin. Come on, Marnie, let's go find something for your boyfriend. Marnie protested, he's not my, but was already being pulled away as Ash waved goodbye. Have fun, Mar, he called out. Marnie shot back, Ash, I'm going to get you later. Stay calm, be happy, he teased. I am calm, I'll calmly get you, she replied, a smile breaking through her frustration. Ash had been training since Marshadow's second visit, learning to control his powers. He categorized them into 2 aspects, combat and mental enhancement. His combat abilities allowed him to reach peak performance, discovering new capabilities daily. The mental aspect heightened his senses and battle intelligence but also made him more temperamental and less self-controlled. When he combined both, he entered what he called the Reaper state, a transformation that made him feel like the Grim Reaper. Choosing to skip the fashion show, Ash opted for rest, knowing the battle with a deity had drained him significantly. When he finally awoke, he found himself in the gym. After reluctantly witnessing the fashion show, Marnie was led by Excalibur to Ash, who was meditating. She picked him up gently, cradling him against her. Bonnie playfully poked Marnie's blushing face as they entered the gym, laying Ash down in the stands. Valerie greeted them with a smirk, horrible to see you again. Marnie, feeling protective, replied, shut up and let's fight. My friend is sleeping. Bonnie chimed in, adorable. Who knew dark trainers had feelings? Valerie teased. Kick her butt, Marnie. Ash called out, still half asleep. Go back to sleep, love. Marnie shot back, a smile on her face as she prepared for the battle ahead. Chapter 19, Fall of the Fairies. The referee announced the match, a 2v2 battle between challenger Marnie and gym leader Valerie. Trainers, please send out your Pokémon. Marnie called out her Pokémon, Mogram. Valerie responded with Mawile. Begin, the referee shouted. Marnie commanded, Elemental Punch. Ash added, Copycat. Marnie then instructed, Go. 2. Sleep. Valerie countered with Metal Claw. The 2 Pokémon clashed, trading blows. Mogram's fist glowed with elemental energy, while Mawile's hands shone as she moved quickly. Low sweep. Marnie shouted. Mogram ducked under Mawile's metal claw and swept her legs out from under her. Mawile hit the ground hard, but Mogram continued to strike with a fire punch. Mawile struggled to get up, but Mogram was too powerful. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, Mogram chanted, but Mawile caught the fire punch, glaring at him defiantly. Sorry, Mogram muttered softly. Mawile retaliated with an uppercut that sent Mogram crashing through the roof. She jumped up, using Iron Head to push Mogram back down. Oh no! Lady Luck, it's all on you. Metronome. Marnie called out. Mogrim glowed purple, vanishing and reappearing in front of Marnie as Mawile hit the ground headfirst. Mawile got back up, furious, and Valerie instructed, teleport. At least it wasn't something like fusion flare. Marnie realized they were in trouble. At this rate, we're gonna lose. But none of my Pokemon can handle this. Mawile's base stats are only 380, why is she so strong? No, that's not a Mawile. Valerie smirked, she figured it out. Drop the illusion. The Pokemon revealed itself to be a Tinkaton instead of Mawile. Valerie laughed, while Marnie's expression turned angry. Mogrim growled as Tinkaton twirled her hammer. I ditched Mawile as soon as I discovered this beauty. Using a little fairy mist, I disguised it. Think of this as part of the challenge, Valerie taunted. BSTRD. Mogrim, parting shot. Marnie commanded. Mogrim weakened Tinkaton's offensive power before switching out for Poniard, the perfect counter. The steel type used Swords Dance, Iron Defense, and Scary Face. Freestyle, Marnie instructed. Poniard charged in, dodging an incoming dazzling gleam. Marnie snapped her fingers, and Poniard used Night Slash, spinning around and sending a flash cannon back at Tinkaton. Valerie was taken aback. Poniard slashed Tinkaton across the eye, sending her crashing into a wall. Tinkaton threw her hammer, but Poniard cut it in half with a metal claw, staring down at Tinkaton's broken form. Go, Poniard. Bonnie cheered. Shut it, girl, I'm focusing, Poniard replied. Be nice. Ash chimed in. Marnie tapped her forehead as Poniard ducked to avoid fairy wind. Marnie cracked her knuckles. Poniard, use Kowtow Cleave. His arms turned black, and he appeared behind Tinkaton, who crumpled to the ground. And that's my win. Mogrim would have won, but he was too weak to do anything else. This was the best choice, Marnie declared. Not bad for a dark trainer. Flababy, use Moonblast. Valerie commanded. That's the best you got. Pathetic, Marnie retorted. Poniard easily chopped Flababy in half, charging forward. However, Flababy dodged effortlessly. Again and again, the flower Pokemon evaded Poniard's attacks. Annoying little flower. Poniard, cancel freestyle. Use Thunder Wave, Style 2. Marnie ordered. Poniard unleashed a thunder wave across the arena while using Scary Face. Flababy's speed was greatly reduced, but it was still hard to hit. Poniard planted his feet firmly as electricity coursed through him. Finish this. Marnie commanded. Poniard swiftly took down Flababy, carrying the flower back to her trainer before saluting and returning to Marnie. Valerie's eyes sparkled with mischief as the referee approached. You're up, Marnie's boyfriend, Valerie said. I really hate this lady, Marnie muttered. My turn. Ash exclaimed, jumping up from the stands. He appeared in the battle area, despite his visible injuries. As you can see, he said, juggling 3 spheres of darkness, I have pretty good control over my powers. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who, Valerie began. Solgaleo started it. That lion jumped me, and when I kicked its butt, it ran away, Ash explained. You beat a god. Valerie gasped. Yeah. Sorry for destroying your landscape or whatever, but I had to, Ash replied. Your powers. You have an infinite level of control over shadows and darkness. But there were burn marks at the site. What? I keep unlocking more abilities as I understand what I can do. So far, I've got purple fire, black lightning, and illusions. Pretty cool, huh? So, let's begin, Ash said as the referee returned. Valerie thought to herself, if he's this powerful, his Pokemon must be at Wulfric's level. No, maybe even the strongest Elite Four member. This will not go well, I need to use an A-team member. Wait a second, This kid beat Ramos when he used Mega Sizer. The only Pokemon I know he has are Armage and Litwick. Armage is a powerhouse and not weak to Fairy, that's probably his choice. So, let's use Azumarill. Excalibur, Ash called. Valerie was taken aback. He has a shiny Honedge and a shiny Litwick. Calm down, it's not even evolved yet. This won't be hard. Battle begin, the referee announced. Aqua Jet. I doubt it can even take one blow, Valerie commanded. Iron Head, Ash countered. Before Azumarill could move, Excalibur knocked it out with a single Iron Head. Valerie looked shell-shocked, and the referee mirrored her expression. Ash grinned at Valerie. You're gonna need a bigger fighter, Ash and Excalibur said in unison. That Pokemon was on Wulfric's level, though. Looks like I need to bring in an A player. Galar. Valerie declared. Oh. Ash replied. Mega Evolve. Valerie commanded. Ash was surprised. Oh. Galar transformed into Mega Galar. Excalibur grinned at the Pokemon, mocking him. Galar glared back and used Night Slash. Come at me, Ash and Excalibur challenged. Night Slash. Valerie shouted. Galar crashed into a barrier as soon as it took a step forward, its attack stat diminished. Excalibur kept her distance, shooting a shadow ball, but Galar easily cut it in half. Galar charged again, but crashed into another King's Shield, further weakening its attack. Excalibur vanished into the shadows, preparing for her next move. Shadow Sneak. Valerie commanded. Who has better control over the shadows, Fairy Gym Leader? Ash challenged. Galar faded into the shadows. After a tense few minutes, a Pokemon burst through, nearly knocked out. Mega Galar was panting heavily, clearly on the verge of fainting. Excalibur emerged from the shadows, using Sacred Sword to finish the battle. Valerie asked Ash what had happened in the previous match. Ash replied cryptically, what starts in the shadow stays in the shadows, as he collected his badge from the stunned opponent and returned to the stands. He settled next to Marnie, with Zorua perched on his shoulder and a towel on his head. Avenger looked at them with longing, while Marnie rested her head on Ash's other shoulder. Bonnie excitedly declared her turn, choosing Fletchinder for the battle. Valerie responded with Delphox. The referee announced it would be a one-on-one match, and the trainers began. Bonnie commanded Fletchinder to use Flare Blitz, while Valerie countered with Fire Spin. Fletchinder soared into the air, enveloped in flames, but was soon overpowered by Delphox's Fire Tornado, crashing into a wall. The bird recovered and launched an air slash, but a psychic force caused Fletchinder to freeze. Bonnie called for Brave Bird, and Fletchinder transformed into a burst of blue energy, breaking free and striking Delphox. Delphox retaliated by grabbing Fletchinder's claw and unleashing a Psybeam at close range. Fletchinder cried out in pain but managed to use acrobatics to hit Delphox. Valerie commanded Delphox to consume Fletchinder, summoning a fiery dragon that charged at the bird. Fletchinder attempted to escape with acrobatics but was engulfed by the flames, suffering from the attack. Avenger shouted in concern, but Ash's stern look made him hesitate. Robin's voice echoed, reminding Fletchinder that losing meant never surpassing him. Fletchinder, inspired by his idol Rowlet, felt a surge of determination. Inside the fiery dragon, Fletchinder began to transform, glowing blue as he evolved into Talonflame. With renewed strength, Talonflame unleashed Brave Bird, knocking out Delphox. Valerie praised Bonnie for her achievement, acknowledging the effort of all the trainers present. As the referee exited, a girl entered, adorned in makeup and white clothing, accompanied by a Gardevoir with a Mega Stone. Bonnie jumped with excitement, while Marnie tried to calm her down. Aqua, a small frog Pokemon, perched on Ash's shoulder, as Rowlet flew around, observing the scene. Ash inquired about the newcomer, who scoffed dismissively. Valerie introduced her as Diantha, the Kalos champion. Ash expressed surprise, having never heard of her. Bonnie excitedly explained her significance, but Ash playfully challenged Diantha's reputation, suggesting she was the weakest champion. Diantha reacted defensively, but Valerie intervened, hinting at Ash's true power. Ash contemplated whether to reveal his abilities to the champions, weighing the risks of becoming a fugitive. Marnie noted their connections with Leon, who trusted them, and suggested that Ash could handle any threats. Ash then assessed Diantha's Gardevoir, sensing its weakness compared to other Pokémon. Gardevoir, surprised by Ash's understanding, questioned why her psychic abilities didn't affect him. Ash explained that his dark-type nature rendered her powers ineffective. Bonnie encouraged Ash to demonstrate his abilities, leading to a dramatic display where a massive purple salamence appeared above him, startling Diantha and Gardevoir. Ash introduced himself, revealing that people referred to him as 009. Gardevoir recognized him as the one Sneers was angry with, acknowledging his immense power. Diantha, flustered by the revelation, insisted on calling a champion meeting and urged Ash to accompany her. However, Ash declined, asserting his distrust. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Leon had arrived, having followed Diantha. He greeted Ash warmly, and the two shared a hug. Marnie shook Leon's hand, and Ash whispered something to her, causing her to blush. With his Pokémon returned to their Pokeball, Ash prepared to leave. Leon asked Marnie what had changed since his last visit, noting Ash's newfound powers. Marnie explained that only Ash could call her Marlee. Leon then requested Gardevoir to teleport them, but Marnie reminded him that Ash could use shadow jumping. Gardevoir teleported everyone to a ship in the middle of the sea, where a round table awaited them. The other champions were already seated, including Lance, Gold, Steven, and Cynthia. Iris conversed with Cynthia about Garchomp, while Diantha took her seat, visibly upset. Kukui engaged Leon in cheerful conversation, and Nimona focused on her Pokédex, searching for new battle strategies. Then there was Scott, head of the Pokémon League Association. Marnie and Bonnie stood awkwardly to the side. Leon pulled up two more chairs, placing them beside him. Marnie sat by Cynthia, while Bonnie sat by Leon. Scott asked Leon why he had called them there. Leon admitted he couldn't explain it, as he had no details. Dinah interjected, saying they had found someone with powers. Cynthia leaned forward, curious if they were aura or psychic powers. Leon replied that they didn't know, as psychic powers didn't work on him, and while it could be aura, his powers didn't fit the usual description. Scott then addressed Marnie and Bonnie, asking for their names. Marnie introduced herself, and Bonnie followed suit. Iris, trying to lighten the mood, asked why everyone seemed so tense. Marnie mentioned she was a dark-type trainer, which shifted the atmosphere. The champions exchanged glances, and Dinah glared at Marnie. Lance burst out laughing, giving Marnie a kind smile, while Cynthia patted her on the back, accidentally squashing a bug that had landed there. Lance reassured Marnie that they were champions and didn't discriminate. Just then, a 15-year-old boy in white clothes appeared, sitting on the table. He smiled at the champions, and most returned the gesture. The boy conjured a chair made of black material and placed it next to Marnie. He introduced himself as Ash, explaining that the professors called him the Dark Champion, the legendaries referred to him as the Dark Enforcer, and his enemies called him Serial Number. Leon expressed surprise that Ash was a good friend of his but had never mentioned this. Ash revealed he was an experiment and didn't know all the details about himself, suggesting they had about 4 hours to talk before it got dark, during which he could show them his peak potential. Over the next 4 hours, Ash shared his story, detailing his origins, his encounters with the legendaries, and more. Marnie contributed her side of the story, including an incident involving a lion. When Ash mentioned Alan, he pulled out a keystone as proof. Steven tried to grab it, but it crackled with energy when he touched it, causing him to withdraw his hand. Ash explained that only he could touch it. The keystone was black with a purple mega symbol. After finishing his story, the champions were silent for a moment before Scott suggested a vote on whether to put down this experiment. Dinah and Scott voted in favor, while Lance, Gold, Steven, Cynthia, Iris, Kukui, Leon, and Nimona voted against it. Ash thanked them, expressing his desire to avoid conflict. He then revealed that he had fought powerful beings and would do whatever it took to protect what he cared for. He snapped his fingers, and dark tendrils restrained the champions in their chairs. As he spread his fingers, black lightning sparked around him. Instead of fear, the champions were fascinated by his power, though Diantha and Scott looked terrified. Ash remarked that he felt alive for the first time since meeting Marnie, and he wouldn't let anyone take that away from him. Cynthia noted that she liked him for his guts. Ash acknowledged that he was not supposed to exist but insisted he was real and wanted to understand why. Scott warned Ash that he was neither human nor Pokemon. Ash replied that Scott could make him an enemy, but he couldn't be killed, as he was invulnerable. To prove his point, Ash pulled out a dagger and stabbed himself in the chest. The wound healed instantly, and the dagger was coated with a strange substance. Ash challenged the champions, asking if they thought they could still kill him. Leon, alarmed, shook Ash and questioned his reckless behavior. Marnie scolded Ash for his actions, warning him not to do anything so foolish again. Ash vanished and reappeared behind them, demonstrating his ability to heal from injury. Marnie kicked the dismembered limb away, while Scott looked queasy, and the others remained intrigued. Ash declared that only a god could challenge him. Marnie told him to stop showing off, though she found it impressive. Kukui proposed that after Ash challenged the Kalos League, he should participate in the Island Challenge, curious about his reaction to a Z-crystal. Ash agreed, inviting Marnie to join him, and Bonnie insisted she would come along too. Gold reminisced about his journey, saying it was filled with good times, despite the challenges he faced. Leon asked Ash to show them his Pokemon roster, intrigued by his past victories, including a notable battle against a powerful Sizer. Ash expressed his belief in the multiverse and mentioned a mysterious figure known as the Mute Trainer, suggesting he might be connected to it. He then released all 18 of his Pokemon, filling the space with their presence. Excalibur led the group, followed closely by the original 6, with Ghostbuster bringing up the rear. Ash noted, as you can probably tell, most of these guys are first stages. Lance observed, the power radiating off of them, though, is nowhere near a normal first stage. These Pokemon have elite 4-level strength, while your fully evolved have the power of a champion's Pokemon. Most impressive. Iris exclaimed, dragons. Cynthia sighed, oh lord. Iris eagerly grabbed Black Death and Dreepy for inspection. Suddenly, Dano unleashed a hydro pump, sending a spray of water right into her face and knocking her off the boat. Dreepy fell back asleep, being carried by Avenger. Iris's Lapras quickly returned her to the boat, and the girl looked thrilled. Dano knows hydro pump? That's so cool. You're definitely a good trainer. You'll always be welcome in Unova, Iris praised. Leon added, he already decided he's going to try to become Galar champion, and I have full confidence in my little brother to give me a champion time. Marnie suggested, we should be getting back. Ash replied, you guys go on ahead, I want to check something. Marnie warned, oh lord, please don't. Without hesitation, Ash dove underwater, Aqua right beside him. A dark energy pulse beckoned him to investigate. Marnie held her head, while Bonnie waved him off. Ash glared at the source, frustrated that she would try something like this. Nimona commented, does he do that often? He's insane. He'll make a great battling partner in the future. Marnie responded, you have no idea. He's the most impulsive person ever, a lot worse than Leon. Steven inquired, so what's he doing down there? Marnie listed the possibilities, 3 options, danger, his powers are acting up, or. Bonnie interjected, legendaries. Lance remarked, I've never even seen one legendary, and this child beat one. Marnie added, they both got beat up pretty bad. Even with Ash's healing factor, he almost didn't make it. Kukui apologized, I apologize for Solgaleo. Bonnie shrugged, no point. Legendaries do what they do and live on a different plane than the rest of us. I doubt if humanity died, they'd notice. That's what Ash is always saying. Gold agreed, she's correct. When I met Lugia and Ho-Oh, they didn't even bat an eye, focusing on their mission. Steven shared, Groudon was attacking Magma members and almost got me in the process. Iris recalled, Reshiram burned down 3 cities in search of Team Plasma, while I was busy trying to stop Zekrom from doing the same. Kukui added, the Island Guardians caused a tragedy a few months ago. One of them accidentally pushed a kid off a cliff. Leon mentioned, Zacian and Zamazenta are still asleep, but Zarude almost got me lost in their territory. Nimona shared, Mirrodin saved my life from Cordain, but then they both attacked a research team an hour later. Marnie reflected, they're so different from what the world says they are. More human, less godlike, and wise as well. But those who didn't talk must not have seen one. Cynthia makes sense, but Diantha not seeing a legendary is peculiar. Ash suddenly sprang from the water, soaking wet. Froakie perched on his shoulder, glaring at Diantha. Ash held a strange device, but when Marnie looked at it, he destroyed it. False alarm. I just saw a shiny Magiarp, my mistake, Ash explained. Nimona exclaimed, where? Will you trade for it? I didn't catch it. He was with his school, I'm not going to break up their family just because he's yellow. Can we go now? Ash replied. Scott began to speak, but Diantha interrupted, get off my ship. Ash retorted, just so you know, Diantha, when I win the league, I won't challenge you. I plan to beat a different champion. Leon chimed in, that would be me. Ash teased, moron. You're too excited to not be a champion anymore. Ash vanished into Marnie's shadow, giving her a warm feeling. Marnie and Bonnie were teleported away by Diantha's Gardevoir. They arrived in Lumio City, much to Bonnie's annoyance. Ash sat on the edge of a nearby building, tossing a knife up and down. Gardevoir greeted, Lord Ash, it was a pleasure to meet you. Ash replied, you as well. But first, he threw a knife at her head. Gardevoir attempted to use Psychic, but the weapon was fueled by dark energy, disrupting her powers. The knife halted just before her eye, returning to Ash's hand as he continued tossing it. Tell your trainer next time she tries to challenge me, to ensure it's not powered by dark energy, Ash instructed. Marnie asked, what? Ash explained, the thing I found was a beacon. She was trying to summon some legendary using dark psychic power from this one. Maybe she thinks he'll come after me for taking his powers. Gardevoir responded, I'll tell her, my lord. Then she vanished. Bonnie exclaimed, I want a waltz. Marnie countered, no, you don't. 2 fairy types are enough. Get something else, like a... Ash jumped off the building and landed next to Marnie, suggesting, Trapinch. Marnie agreed, much better than a fairy type. So, the next gym is psychic? Ash asked. Correct. Finally, we have a gym we're strong against. This region is lacking, which one's next? Marnie replied. Either Kanto, Galar, or Alola, Ash answered. Marnie remarked, I thought we were going to Unova. Turns out Unova is one of the worst regions in the world. It might be best to stay away, Ash explained. Bonnie asked, when you guys leave, can I come with you? Sure. You'll be Kalos champion soon, so keep working hard, Ash encouraged. Bonnie released all her Pokémon, giving them a motivational speech. They appeared unfocused until one look from Robin Hood got their attention. A small creature watched Ash from the shadows, unsure whether to be disappointed or impressed. Ash turned to the shadow, waving. The creature panicked and fled. See you around, Marshadow, Ash called out. Chapter 21, The Rise of Aqua. Team Bonnie was at a Pokémon Center, resting up, or at least that was the plan. In reality, they were training hard. Ash felt a sense of anxiety. It had been a while since any of his Pokémon had evolved. He knew that while their first stages were powerful, they needed to reach their final forms to truly shine. Excalibur was honing her sword skills, slicing through the air with precision. Mystique was rapidly firing off moves, working on her stamina while cleverly using illusions to mask her attacks. Robin Hood, despite his small size, was flying around with a significant weight on his back, practicing his moves. Radiation focused on using his status effects more quickly and effectively, while Aqua mirrored Robin's workout, running effortlessly across the water's surface. Killer Frost was pushing her limits with her combo moves, using the Crooked One as a target. The Murkrow was agile, dodging and counterattacking with skill. Fallen Angel and Grim Reaper were engaged in a sparring match, both wearing weights to increase their strength. Firestorm was amplifying her psychic and fire abilities, using her psychic powers to keep the fast Dark Knight in check as he dodged her attacks. Black Death was repeatedly ramming his head into a tree to strengthen himself, while Killer Croc practiced standing firm against Avenger, both Pokémon trading blows in a fierce contest. Freeze Fire was condensing her fire power, trying to control the area of effect of her abilities. Livewire and Ghostbuster were also sparring, while Harbinger used her diverse moves to keep the others in line during their training. Bonnie's training method was unconventional. Her Pokémon would engage in free-for-all battles within a 500-meter radius, practicing sneak attacks and tactics. Surprisingly, this method proved effective. Marnie had her own unique approach, taking two Pokémon into the forest to have them battle each other, focusing on stamina and power. The trainers also took time to train together. Ash taught Bonnie and Marnie how to use a dagger, while Marnie demonstrated hand-to-hand combat techniques, showcasing her skills as Mustard's successor. Ash sat on a tree stump created by Excalibur, watching everyone train diligently. Suddenly, a voice broke through the training atmosphere. Hello. Ash turned to see Sawyer, the boy he had teased at the campsite. He returned his focus to the training, but Sawyer sat down beside him. Sorry for being mean a while back. That was just not my day, especially after getting jumped by Solgaleo, Ash admitted. It's okay. Everyone says you're a really powerful trainer and at Elite 4 level, but only 4 of your Pokémon are fully evolved. I can't see you as an Elite 4 level trainer, Sawyer replied. Yeah, it's strange, right? My Pokémon can take on Mega Evolutions and Elite 4 members, but they still won't evolve. The ones that have are incredibly strong and can challenge any champion's ace. They'll evolve when they reach their limits in their current forms, Ash explained. Sawyer's determination shone through. I've decided. I want a battle. I want to be rivals. Already have one, but Bonnie could use a rival to push her to new heights, Ash said. Okay, let me go talk to her. Sawyer replied eagerly. Excalibur, breathing heavily, interrupted, Master, someone's nearby. I'm aware. Let him watch, Ash responded. Ash. Ash. Ref my battle with Sawyer. Bonnie called out. Alright, alright. Excalibur, go tell Marnie. Let's begin a 2-on-2 battle. Trainers, step up to the ring and send out your fighters. Ash announced. Bonnie and Sawyer called out their Pokémon simultaneously, Palafin. Pidgeotto, I choose you. Wait, Finn isn't evolved. Ash exclaimed. Yup. This is the perfect opportunity to test the ability Zero to Hero. Bonnie replied with excitement. Good point. Toxel, get over here. Play the battle music, Ash instructed. What is this? Bonnie asked, curious. A little song Livewire made. I think it's pretty good, Ash said with a smile. Ash asked for thoughts on the battle, and Bonnie remarked that it was not bad at all, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Sawyer agreed, also feeling nostalgic. Bonnie called out a move, and Sawyer responded with another. Pidgeotto and Palafin charged in at full speed, colliding with great force. The dolphin struck the Kanto bird, but in the process, it was scratched by Pidgeotto's talons. Palafin returned, transforming into Talonflame. Bonnie commanded a Flare Blitz, while Sawyer instructed his Pokémon to use Takedown. The two birds raced across the sky, showcasing a beautiful display of glowing energy and fire as they battled. Talonflame unleashed a Hyper Beam, sending Pidgeotto crashing to the ground. Bonnie called for a Dive Fire Bomb, and Talonflame, engulfed in flames, fell from the sky. Although unable to move, he continued to fight. Pidgeotto attempted to use a Whirlwind to stop Talonflame's descent, but it was ineffective, and he was knocked out. Ash announced that Pidgeotto was out, urging Sawyer to send out his next Pokémon. Bonnie recalled her Pokémon and sent out Palafin. Sawyer called for Boltund to use Wild Charge, while Bonnie commanded Drain Punch and Jet Punch. In his hero form, Palafin appeared formidable. He quickly punched Boltund into the ground, knocking him out with a single blow. Palafin transformed back to his regular form, laughing in victory. Ash declared Bonnie the winner of the match. Sawyer expressed his determination to get stronger and become a champion. Bonnie insisted that he was now part of Team Bonnie, and they would inform Marnie. Ash encouraged Sawyer to learn more songs for their theme song. Suddenly, Marshadow appeared, commenting on Ash's maturity. Ash acknowledged Marshadow's presence and instructed Livewire to return to training and bring Aqua. Marshadow noted Ash's growth and the strength of his family members. Aqua jumped onto Ash's shoulder, asking why he was called. Ash informed him that it was time to face Marshadow. Without hesitation, Aqua attacked with Night Slash, catching Marshadow off guard. Marshadow retaliated with Shadow Fists, but Aqua skillfully dodged and countered with Rock Tombs. Marshadow acknowledged Aqua's strength but was determined to defeat him. Aqua, undeterred, charged in with Ice Punch, landing a solid hit. However, Marshadow countered with Aura Sphere, pushing Aqua back. As the battle intensified, Froakie stood up, ready to continue fighting despite his injuries. Ash encouraged him to grow stronger. Froakie unleashed Hydro Pump, but Marshadow countered, creating Shadow Fists infused with elemental energy. Marshadow taunted Froakie, but Aqua declared that he would not yield. As the battle reached its climax, Froakie glowed with energy, evolving into Frogadier. Ash cheered, while Marshadow looked on with curiosity. Frogadier, now more powerful, charged at Marshadow, dodging his attacks and countering with precision. The battle escalated, with Frogadier using water-based techniques to overcome Marshadow's Shadow Fists. Marshadow, realizing the seriousness of the situation, unleashed a powerful Hyper Beam. Frogadier attempted to counter with Hydro Pump but was overpowered, soaring into the sky. As Frogadier descended, he covered himself in water, slamming into Marshadow, who struggled to resist the force of the attack. Frogadier unleashed a powerful Hydro Cannon, pushing Marshadow back a few meters and surprising everyone around. "Bring it on, tough guy," Frogadier challenged, both Pokémon momentarily pausing as they awaited their cooldown. Once it was over, they charged at each other, both using Ice Punch. They exchanged rapid blows, their fists moving too quickly to see, creating shockwaves that crumpled the ground beneath them. Ash watched with immense pride as his Frogadier, still not fully evolved, fought fiercely against the 12th strongest Pokémon. The two jumped back, glaring at each other in a tense standoff, each waiting for the other to falter. But it was Marshadow who spoke first. "Stand proud, Aqua. You are strong," Marshadow acknowledged as Aqua finally collapsed. "That was so cool," Ash exclaimed, only to be playfully smacked by Avenger. "Oh right, go check on your brother," he added as Avenger carried Aqua away, leaving Harbinger by Ash's side. "Ash, you have surpassed my expectations." "Fine, I'll allow it," Marshadow said, surprising Ash as it grabbed a luxury ball from his hip and tapped it. 1, 2, 3. Marshadow broke free, shaking its head. "Forgot to mention. I won't be in that ball very often, so don't even think about doing anything foolish with it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ding! Ash picked up the luxury ball, his hands trembling with excitement and confusion. He placed it on his belt, staring at it in awe. When Marnie found him on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of the battle and with his Pokédex displaying that he had caught Marshadow, she realized something incredible had just happened. Recap for the team. Honage, nickname Excalibur. Species, Sword Pokémon, female. Ability, No Guard. Moves, Swords Dance, Fury Cutter, Pursuit, Tackle, Metal Sound, Slash, Aerial Ace, Automize, Iron Defense, Shadow Sneak, Iron Head, Night Slash, Sacred Sword, Psycho Blade, Solar Blade, Brick Break, Shadow Claw, Flash Cannon, Close Combat, King's Shield, Rock Slide, Shock Wave. Egg moves, Destiny Bond, yet to be unlocked. This Pokemon is shiny. Rowlet, nickname Robin Hood. Species, Grass Quill Pokemon, male. Ability, Long Reach. Moves, Leafage, Peck, Growl, Tackle, Astonish, Razor Leaf, Air Cutter, Pluck, Synthesis, Takedown, Bullet Seed, Sucker Punch, Leaf Blade, Trailblaze, Shadow Claw, Air Slash, Seed Bomb, Brave Bird, Solar Beam, Swords Dance, Frenzy Plant, Hurricane, Leaf Storm, Giga Drain, Spirit Shackle, Low Kick, Hex, Phantom Force, Bulk Up, Close Combat, Focus Punch, Smackdown, Focus Blast, Aura Sphere, Brick Break, Triple Arrows, Rock Tomb, Dual Wing Beat, Giga Impact. Egg moves, Confuse Ray, Knock Off, Double Team, yet to be unlocked. Zorua, nickname Mystique. Species, Tricky Fox Pokemon, female. Ability, Illusion. Moves, Scratch, Pursuit, Fury Swipes, Snarl, Hone Claws, Knock Off, Thief, U-Turn, Nasty Plot, Foul Play, Shadow Claw, Night Slash, Shadow Ball, Flamethrower, Sludge Bomb, Confuse Ray, Dig, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Agility, Shadow Sneak, Bitter Malice, Curse, Focus Blast, Phantom Force, Grass Knot, Brick Break, Extrasensory. Egg moves, Sucker Punch, Dark Pulse, yet to be unlocked. This Pokemon is shiny. Ghastly, nickname Radiation. Species, Gas Pokemon, male. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Lick, Glare, Poison Gas, Curse, Hypnosis, Spite, Hex, Payback, Nightshade, Icy Wind, Acid Spray, Shadow Ball, Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Claw, Foul Play, Dark Pulse, Will-O-Wisp, Energy Ball, Psychic, Nasty Plot, Thunder, Drain Punch, Thunderbolt, Dream Eater, Thunder Wave. Egg moves, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Perish Song, yet to be unlocked. Frogadier, nickname Aqua. Species, Bubble Frog Pokemon, male. Ability, Protean. Moves, Pound, Bubble, Water Pulse, Quick Attack, Lick, Smokescreen, Double Team, Round, Mud Slap, Trailblaze, Night Slash, Low Kick, Rock Tomb, U-Turn, Brick Break, Ice Punch, Rock Slide, Dig, Acrobatics, Chilling Water, Gunk Shot, Surf, Ice Beam, Extrasensory, Hydro Cannon, Trailblaze, Dig, Grass Knot, Dark Pulse, Rock Slide, Hydro Pump, Blizzard, Waterfall, Shadow Sneak, Water Weapons, Power-Up Punch. Egg moves, Power-Up Punch, unlocked. Snorant, nickname Killer Frost. Species, Snow Hat Pokemon, female. Ability, Inner Focus. Moves, Astonish, Headbutt, Powder Snow, Leer, Double Team, Ice Shard, Draining Kiss, Frost Breath, Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Ball, Blizzard, Crunch, Ice Punch, Thunder Wave, Psychic, Thunderbolt. Ice Beam, Thunder, Hex, Destiny Bond, Water Pulse, Chilling Water. Egg moves, Disable, Icicle Crash, yet to be unlocked. Murkrow, nickname the Crooked One. Species, Darkness Pokemon, female. Ability, Super Luck. Moves, Gust, Peck, Wing Attack, Assurance, Haze, Snarl, Roost, Aerial Ace, Night Slash, Dark Pulse, Icy Wind, Air Cutter, U-Turn, Air Slash, Heat Wave, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Calm Mind, Acrobatics, Hyper Beam, Psychic, Hurricane, Hex, Chilling Water. Egg moves, Brave Bird, Drill Peck, Perish Song, Sky Attack, yet to be unlocked. Flutter Mane, nickname Fallen Angel. Species, Paradox Pokemon, genderless. Ability, Photosynthesis. Moves, Psybeam, Confuse Ray, Wish, Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Ball, Power Gem, Psyshock, Mystical Fire, Moon Blast, Phantom Force, Charge Beam, Hyper Voice, Thunderbolt, Energy Ball, Dark Pulse, Icy Wind, Sunny Day, Thunder Wave. Dusclops, nickname Grim Reaper. Species, Beacon Pokemon, female. Ability, Frisk. Moves, Shadow Sneak, Thief, Charge Beam, Hex, Icy Wind, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Shadow Ball, Shadow Punch, Psychic, Ice Beam, Earthquake, Focus Blast, Rock Tomb, Thief, Body Slam, Brick Break, Leech Life. Egg moves, none. Armage, nickname Firestorm. Species, Fire Warrior Pokemon, female. Ability, Weak Armor. Moves, Fire Spin, Ember, Confuse Ray, Clear Smog, Will-O-Wisp, Nightshade, Flamethrower, Expanding Force, Armor Cannon, Lava Plume, Calm Mind, Aura Sphere, Dragon Pulse, Shadow Ball, Energy Ball, Psychic, Focus Blast, Flare Blitz, Solar Beam, Overheat, Bitter Blade, Fire Spin, Flash Cannon, Dark Pulse, Psyshock, Destiny Bond. Egg moves, Destiny Bond, unlocked. Nimble, nickname the Dark Knight. Species, Grasshopper Pokemon, male. Ability, Tinted Lenses. Moves, Double Kick, Bug Bite, Trailblaze, Agility, Thief, Pounce, Struggle Bug, Sucker Punch, First Impression, Bounce, Axe Kick, Swords Dance, Leech Life, X-Scissor, Bug Buzz, Dark Pulse, U-Turn, Aerial Ace, Agility, Reversal. Egg moves, Counter, yet to be unlocked. Dano, nickname the Black Death. Species, Irate Pokemon, male. Ability, Hustle. Moves, Dragon Breath, Bite, Roar, Assurance, Work Up, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Ice Fong, Tackle, Dragon Rush, Nasty Plot, Dragon Pulse, Hyper Voice, Body Slam, Work Up, Headbutt, Outrage, Zen Headbutt, Dark Pulse, Earth Power, Draco Meteor, Bulldoze, Fire Spin, Rock Tomb, U-Turn, Rock Slide, Flash Cannon, Dragon Dance, Tri-Attack, Flamethrower, Surf, Earthquake, Hydro Pump, Stone Edge, Fire Blast, Focus Blast, Giga Impact. Egg moves, Head Smash, Double Hit, yet to be unlocked. Sandile, nickname Killer Croc. Species, Desert Croc Pokemon, male. Ability, Moxie. Moves, Bite, Sand Tomb, Crunch, Hone Claws, Scary Face, Mud Slap, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Dig, Snarl, Aerial Ace, Shadow Claw, Brick Break, Dragon Claw, Body Slam, Dark Pulse, Sludge Bomb, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Bulk Up, Outrage, Rock Slide, Dragon Tail, Thrash, Sandstorm, Gunk Shot, Dragon Pulse, Psychic Fangs. Egg moves, Aqua Tail, yet to be unlocked. Litwick, nickname Freeze Fire. Species, Candle Pokemon, female. Ability, Infiltrator. Moves, Ember, Fire Spin, Astonish, Smog, Minimize, Confuse Ray, Will-O-Wisp, Hex, Curse, Overheat, Flamethrower, Energy Ball, Heat Wave. Marnie shook Ash awake, her annoyance evident. Bonnie was eagerly flipping through the Dark Champion's Pokédex, her excitement palpable. Ash blinked, his hands trembling as he stood up, captivated by the luxury ball before him. Marnie, he stammered. What happened? She asked, concern in her voice. Ash tapped the luxury ball, his gaze distant. Marshadow emerged, casting a curious glance at his new trainer. Marnie's eyes widened in surprise, and Bonnie mirrored her shock. So, these are my new companions, Marshadow remarked playfully. I like the one with black hair, you have good taste, Ash. But the blonde seems a bit too cheerful for my liking. Anyway, we'll talk later, new master. I think I caught a legendary, Ash said, his voice filled with awe. What in the world, Marnie began, but Bonnie interrupted. Cool. That's all I can say, cool. Marshadow faded back into Ash's shadow, leaving the trio in stunned silence. Marnie leaned against a tree while Ash stood taller, a smile spreading across his face like never before. Now what? Ash asked, his excitement bubbling. Let's just continue on, Marnie replied, her tone softening. Ash nodded, gathering his Pokémon. After a quick rundown and congratulating Aqua, he returned them all. With their new companion Sawyer, the group set off on their journey, undisturbed by legendaries or foes. Ash, I have to know. Are you a psychic? Sawyer asked, curiosity evident. Of course not, Ash replied. Or a guardian? Sawyer pressed. No, he's not one of those, Marnie interjected. Ash is perfect, unlike those terrible. Breathe, Mar, Ash said, cutting her off. I agree, but that was a long time ago. Aura Guardians are all gone now. Piers wouldn't want you to get so worked up. What? Usually, it's Ash with the crazy reactions. What's up with her? Bonnie wondered. She's had a rough past with Aura Guardians, Ash explained. She wants to take them down, and with good reason. BSTRDS, cowards, Marnie muttered. So what are you, then? Sawyer asked Ash. A weapon. Not human, Ash replied. Can we get more details about your issues with Aura Guardians? Bonnie asked. Don't say that. Never bring up those, Marnie started. It's a really sensitive topic, Ash finished. As they approached the city for the 7th gym, Ash encountered a familiar face, Professor Sycamore, who stumbled out of the forest with a Blastoise behind him, chased by a swarm of Beedrills, Heracross, and Larvesta. Need some help, Professor? Ash called out, grinning. Please help me. Sycamore pleaded. Take cover. Blizzard. Ash commanded. Absol leaped into action, unleashing a chilling wind that pushed the swarm back. A Beedrill attempted to retaliate, but Harbinger swiftly dealt with it, asserting her dominance. Thank you, my dear boy. I took a Beedrillite from their nest, and they were furious. The only Pokémon I had was Blastoise, Sycamore explained, catching his breath. You have an Absol now, did you know it can Mega Evolve? Yup. We just need a Mega Stone. My girl here could easily take on another Mega, Ash replied, petting Harbinger affectionately. Well, lucky for you, I have one. But in exchange, battle me with it. I need to see if there's a difference between the same Mega Pokémon, Sycamore said, excitement returning to his voice. Deal. Ash agreed, and Harbinger roared in readiness. Sycamore tossed the Mega Stone, which Ash caught and placed on Harbinger's claw. She looked at her trainer with pride, having always been wary of humans due to their history. But Ash was different, he was something special. Harbinger was renowned in Galar, stronger than any wild Pokémon in the region. Many trainers had tried to capture her, but none succeeded until Ash came along. But instead of treating her like a tool, he treated her like a daughter. When the team discovered his identity as Harbinger, she felt pride rather than shock. She was part of something great, a team that would change the world. With a newfound goal, she decided to help Ash in every way possible. Do you know how to use it? Sycamore asked. Yeah, I think I do, Ash replied, tapping the crystal. Dark tendrils emerged, wrapping around both Absol and Ash, enveloping them in a powerful aura that brought everyone in the vicinity to their knees. The tendrils formed a dark sphere around Absol, marked with yellow cracks. Ash raised his hand with the bracelet and snapped his fingers. The sphere shattered into pieces, releasing dark smoke throughout the area. When it cleared, a Mega Pokémon appeared. Harbinger had massive white wings and white hair covering one eye. Her horn was longer, her body at least 3 times larger, and her fur shone brightly, exuding power. Dark Pulse, Ash commanded. This is marvelous. Sycamore exclaimed. This is the second Mega Absol I've seen, but this one is so much bigger. More magical, more powerful, more mega. This is a true Mega Pokemon. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Mega Absol roared and took flight. Harbinger unleashed a Dark Pulse, creating rings larger than she had ever launched before. Blastoise countered with Hydro Pump, but the water was completely obliterated. The ring struck the turtle, knocking him out instantly and shocking everyone present. Harbinger roared in triumph, shaking the ground with her energy. She stepped toward Ash, each movement causing the earth to tremble. She affectionately liked Ash's head, and he gently petted her wings, his eyes filled with awe. However, Harbinger soon reverted to her regular form, looking somewhat disappointed. "Well done, girl. Let's master this power together," Ash said. "I think Absol was using my dark power to enhance her mega form." "That's incredible. Wonderful. Marvelous. Simply beautiful." Sycamore cheered. "So, me and Pupshire can do that when he evolves?" Marnie asked. "Correct. A trainer needs a strong bond and a Mega Stone to Mega Evolve," Sycamore explained. "Ash, one last thing." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "There he is. And he has some brats with him." Above them hovered two helicopters filled with people in orange suits. They landed, surrounding the group with 30 individuals. Sycamore grimaced, realizing he had no Pokemon with him after Ash had knocked out Blastoise. "This might be a little difficult," Ash said. "Firestorm and Avenger, guard the professor. Firestorm, get ready." Firestorm and Avenger positioned themselves protectively. Absol growled low, charging up a powerful flamethrower, freeze fire on her back. One of the assailants, a girl with green hair and goggles, checked a data pad before looking back at the group. "This is one of the targets, Ash Ketchum, the kid the boss wants, right? Let's get on with it." Weevil, Ice Shard. Ash barely dodged the ice shards. Weevil charged in with Night Slash, but Freeze knocked him out with a fire arrow. "Sycamore, what's happening?" Ash asked. "Team Flare. They want my research." "Why do they want you?" Sycamore replied. Ash's hand glowed black. "You're about to find out." "Idiot, stop. Are you trying to make everyone aware of your powers?" Marnie warned. "They already know, it's fine. Let loose." Bonnie encouraged. "Take cover," someone shouted. Ash unleashed a dark blast, hitting one of the grunts. Sycamore watched in shock as the grunt fell to the ground. Ash clenched his smoking hand, his entire body glowing. "Let's get this over with," Ash said. Marnie sighed, "Of all the boys you had to fall for, it had to be the superpowered idiot." "Bonnie, close your eyes. Sawyer, you too. Ash is about to take action." "Who's up first?" Ash asked. "We don't get paid enough for this." "He killed Randy," one grunt exclaimed. "This intel said he didn't have control of his power. Completely bogus." "Weevil, let's go," another shouted. Team Flare fled, and Ash allowed it, not wanting to reveal more of his power to Sycamore. The professor stared at Ash's hand in fascination as the boy looked away. Ash quickly summarized the situation, omitting details about the legendaries. Sycamore ran off, shouting about research and studying Ash. Harbinger dragged the grunt's body away, tossing it to nearby Pokemon who eagerly devoured it, causing Sawyer and Grovyle to turn green. Ash grinned at them before turning away. Later, Ash's group arrived at the gym, facing the leader who immediately challenged them to battle without any small talk. As they entered, every trainer glared at them with hostility. It was clear why. Harbinger and Morpeko were dark types in a psychic gym. Ignoring the hostility, Ash noted the gym's decor, though the tension was palpable. 5 psychics were training, each attempting to bend a spoon while glaring at Ash. One stepped forward, a Curlia at his side. "You, boy. Are you a psychic?" he demanded, glaring at Absol, who growled back. "Of course not," Ash replied. Impossible. You have a strange aura around you, stronger than the leaders, much stronger. How are you not a psychic? Are you an aura guardian? The man pressed. Like hell. Back off, Marnie started, but Ash held her back. Calm down, March. No, I don't have those powers. If you'll excuse me, Ash said, pushing past the man, who flinched at Harbinger's growl. Olympia, the gym leader, awaited them, her eyes glowing purple with disdain for Ash's presence. I am disgusted to see you. Not only are you a dark trainer, but you attempt to hide such a powerful aura from me, the greatest psychic of my generation. Filthy aura guardian, she sneered. I'm not an aura guardian. Stop calling me that, before my friend here decides to take action, Ash warned, gesturing to Harbinger. But if you want to see my aura, his eyes glowed purple. Olympia hit the ground hard, the pressure of Ash's aura overwhelming her psychic abilities. Then here you go, Ash said. Stop, Olympia stammered as she shakily got back to her feet. She had never felt such a strong aura, not even from a legendary Pokemon. This was something else entirely. Why does Marnie act so aggressively when an aura guardian is mentioned? Bonnie asked. Yes. Sir Aura Guardian, Olympia addressed Ash, trying to regain her composure. This will be a double battle, only 2 Pokemon. She sent out 2 Meowstic, a male and a female, both growling at Ash. Harbinger stepped forward, with Crooked landing on her head. The 2 Pokemon growled, frustrated by the rudeness directed at their trainer. Olympia stammered, I've heard you are Elite 4 level in strength. My Pokemon will be giving it their all. Yeah, just focus, Ash replied. Harbinger, let's do a field test. Mega Evolve. Dark tendrils enveloped both Pokemon, and a dark sphere formed around Harbinger, with yellow cracks appearing. Ash snapped his fingers, and the sphere exploded. Mega Absol emerged, stepping forward and causing the ground to crack again. The 2 Meowsticks shuddered and took a step back. Ash felt a surge of power, but this time it felt invigorating. This isn't true Mega Evolution. An Aura Guardian, Olympia began, but Ash interrupted, grabbing Marnie before she could react. I am not an Aura Guardian. Stop provoking Marnie, he exclaimed. Marnie glared, call him that again, and you'll regret it. Calm down, Mar. Ash urged. The referee announced, battle begin. I need a nap, they're so loud. Olympia called out, alluring voice. This has to be an Aura Guardian. Taking a deep breath, Ash commanded, Dark Pulse. Wait. Dodge. Olympia shouted. Crooked and Harbinger soared into the air, Absol's eyes glowing purple. They unleashed Dark Pulse, tearing through the air towards the psychic types. The alluring voice was overwhelmed, and the Meowsticks were struck. Thanks to a light screen, they remained standing. Crooked charged in, dodging thunderbolts. The tiny bird unleashed hurricanes from her wings, forcing the 2 cats to evade, right into a dual shadow claw from Harbinger. The cats crashed into the wall, still conscious due to reflect. Murkrow flew overhead while Harbinger stood protectively in front of Ash. I keep my gym equipped with both light screen and reflect at all times, but it did this much damage. Olympia exclaimed. Stop playing with your food. Dive, Ash instructed. Crooked dove down, just above the ground, then swerved upward, Murkrow flying low. She charged forward with a brave bird, her body gleaming. The 2 cats fired thunderbolts, but Absol intercepted them with her claw, appearing in front of them in an instant. Murkrow struck the female Meowstic directly, knocking her out. Crooked and Harbinger returned to the air, growling fiercely. The Mega Pokemon hit the male Psychic type with Shadow Claw, knocking him out as well. With a roar, she kicked the male's body away. Crooked landed on her back and unleashed a heat wave at the female Meowstic, who had just regained consciousness, knocking her out once more. The battle's over. Marnie, you're next, Ash declared. I'm going to take her down, Marnie replied with determination. I expect nothing less, Ash said. Chapter 23, Psychics. Marnie's parents had been killed by an Aura Guardian. Official reports claimed it was a robbery, but the truth was far darker. Marnie and Pierre's parents were renowned dark and psychic trainers, the strongest in the world. They also served as agents for the G-Man, a role they took great pride in. During that time, Aura Guardians and Psychics were becoming increasingly bold, seeking control over the Pokémon League and the world. They believed it was their divine right to lead those without powers, while the G-Men opposed them. However, they were forbidden from killing power users, as their absence would lead to chaos. This led to a brutal war, where power users could overpower ordinary humans. When Marnie was born, her parents retired to protect their children from the ongoing conflict. Yet, one Aura Guardian disregarded this. His name was never known, but he broke into their home and took the lives of both parents right before their children's eyes. He reveled in their fear, leaving a haunting memory for Marnie and Piers. Before he could harm them further, Piers found the strength to fight back and defeated him. However, Marnie could never forget that cruel smile, which fueled her hatred for Aura Guardians. She blamed all of them for her parents' deaths, and her anger only intensified when Ash was mistakenly labeled as one. In this world, power users were treated like deities, enjoying privileges that ordinary citizens did not. After the war, their status only grew, much to the public's discontent. Yet, fewer power users were being born each year, with Aura users dwindling to fewer than 100. This was the consequence of the war, a price imposed by Arceus for their past sins. The war concluded when Marnie was 12, and humanity's victory was largely due to the support of legendary Pokémon. Marnie called out, Morpeko, Lanoon, Aura Wheel and Night Slash. Olympia responded, Gardevoir and Galade, use Dazzling Gleam. Both psychic types unleashed Dazzling Gleam, but Morpeko charged forward, using Aura Wheel to push through and strike their targets. Galade retaliated with Leaf Blade, pushing Lanoon back. Morpeko attempted a Thunder Wave but was hit by a Moonblast. You're angry. Do you have negative emotions related to Aura? Olympia began. Shut your mouth. Freestyle. Marnie interrupted. Morpeko leaped into the air, shooting lightning bolts in every direction. Lanoon dodged underground while Galade shielded Gardevoir, who fired beams of fairy energy. Morpeko was struck and slammed into the ceiling. Lanoon emerged from below, hitting both opponents. Morpeko spun in the air, unleashing Dark Pulse. Dark Rings shot out, forcing the psychic types to evade. Lanoon jumped up, riding the Dark-type move, while Galade attempted to do the same but was too damaged. Gardevoir fired a Thunderbolt, which was destroyed by a Dark Ring. Morpeko landed softly, with Lanoon beside him. Morpeko vanished underground as Lanoon charged with Night Slash. They met Galade head-on, trading blows. Morpeko launched a Thunderbolt from underground, striking Gardevoir. Morpeko appeared in front of Gardevoir, latching on with Crunch. Time to Mega Evolve, Olympia commanded. Gardevoir glowed purple, growing taller and more powerful. Mega Gardevoir unleashed a Moonblast, knocking Morpeko out in a single blow. Lilo barely dodged a Sacred Sword, panting heavily. The Galarian variant evaded Galad's onslaught of fighting moves while also avoiding Gardevoir's ranged attacks. There was no time for a counterattack, only the need to dodge. Eventually, Lilo was struck by a Moonblast, but it quickly jumped into the air, narrowly avoiding a Moonbeam. Before Galade could strike again, Lilo landed in front of Marnie, using baby doll eyes. Galade sneered, calling Lilo a puny normal type and boasting about their superiority. Olympia declared the match over, but Marnie insisted it wasn't finished. Lilo began to glow blue and stood up on two legs, its body growing thicker, with dark markings appearing like tattoos. Once the transformation was complete, Obstugan was ready, roaring in fury. Both Gardevoir and Galar flinched, sensing true fear for the first time. Obstugan unleashed a flurry of dark-type moves, hitting Galar with overwhelming force. Gardevoir attempted to assist with a Moonblast, but Obstugan grabbed Galar, using him as a shield. Galar cried out in pain as Obstugan slammed him into the ground repeatedly. Finally, Obstugan dragged Galar across the room and delivered a final blow that took him out. Obstugan taunted, calling Galar a puny god. Gardevoir retaliated with more Moonblasts, but they were blocked by Obstruct. The attacks were deflected back, forcing Gardevoir to dodge into a snarl. While Gardevoir was distracted, Obstugan burrowed underground, disappearing from sight. He re-emerged, delivering an uppercut that sent Gardevoir soaring into the air. She fired a midair Moonblast, but Obstugan sliced it in half and jumped up, slamming her into the ground. Once his fist made contact, he continued his relentless assault until Gardevoir was knocked out. Marnie claimed her badge, returning her Pokémon as she walked away, seething with anger. Ash decided to step outside the gym, instructing Bonnie to stay with Robin. Bonnie teased Ash about checking on his girlfriend, prompting him to question why he called her Vivolt, a name that felt oddly familiar. Bonnie, feeling uncertain about Marnie's intentions, prepared for her own battle as Olympia called for the next match to begin. Bonnie chose Gimmighoul and Floette, excitedly revealing that she had finally evolved Gimmighoul into a shiny Goldengo after saving up enough materials, though now she was broke. Olympia warned Bonnie that she would be in debt if she lost, but Bonnie was confident in her abilities. The battle commenced with Bonnie commanding her Pokémon to use Shadow Ball and Magical Leaf. Olympia, relieved to face a normal trainer, ordered her Pokémon to use Rock Slide. The two rock psychic types floated into the air, unleashing a barrage of rocks. Bonnie quickly adapted her strategy, having Goldengo use Protect to create a barrier that blocked the incoming rocks. Floette fired sharp leaves from within the barrier, creating openings to deflect some of the rocks. As the battle intensified, Bonnie continued to switch tactics, using Protect and launching Energy Ball through the shield. The duo overwhelmed the rock types, landing several hits. Olympia realized that Bonnie's strategy was more sophisticated than she initially thought, making it difficult for her to predict their moves. In a moment of opportunity, Olympia commanded Solrock to use Psychic on Goldengo as the Protect shield went down. However, Floette reappeared just in time to deliver a powerful Dazzling Gleam, knocking out Lunatone and dealing significant damage to Solrock. With the battle nearing its climax, Bonnie celebrated her victory and demanded her badge and prize money. Olympia acknowledged her win and prepared for the next challenger, Sawyer, who stepped forward with Grovyle and Larion. Olympia, sensing Sawyer's weaker aura compared to the previous trainers, chose to use her normal Pokémon, Slowking and Slowbro. The battle began with Sawyer commanding his Pokémon to use Leaf Blade and Iron Defense. A massive wave surged from the water types, but Grovyle used Larion's defense to surf through the attack, hitting Slowking with a powerful strike. Sawyer revealed that he had studied Olympia's Pokémon, catching her off guard. He followed up with a point-blank solar beam that knocked out Slowking, while Slowbro retaliated with a Hydro Pump. Grovyle used the Iron Surfboard as a shield, successfully blocking the incoming damage. Larion unleashed a Rock Slide, causing a barrage of rocks to fall. Slowbro attempted to counterattack but was too weak and was knocked out. Olympia sighed, expressing her frustration. She acknowledged that she had underestimated her opponent and regretted lowering their attack power. Later at the Pokémon Center, everyone gathered in Ash's room to plan their next move. Marnie and Ash sat next to each other, holding hands, while Sawyer and Bonnie observed from a desk, with Sawyer feeling a bit awkward. Bonnie teased Ash about his conversation with Marnie, prompting Ash to dismiss her comments. Marnie expressed her dissatisfaction with their current location, stating that she was tired of Kalos and wanted to leave. Ash confidently suggested a plan, explaining that he could teleport them as long as there were shadows nearby. He proposed creating a portal for everyone to enter, which would take about 5 minutes. With a quick motion, Ash vanished, and a portal appeared in the room. Everyone stepped through, except for a hesitant Sawyer, who Ash had to encourage to join them. They arrived in front of the gym, feeling the chill in the air. To warm them up, Ash created a small fire, energizing the group. As they prepared for their next challenge, Ash informed them that they had only a week left and allowed them 2 days for training before they would register for the league. 2 days later, the team waited in the gym, fully evolved except for Ash's Pokémon, who were still training hard. Wulfric, the gym leader, was known for his strength, so Ash was determined to give it his all. The referee announced the match as a 4v4 battle. Ash greeted Wulfric with confidence, curious if he knew who he was. Wulfric replied that he did not, which Ash saw as an advantage. He boasted that he would win without losing a single Pokémon, to which Wulfric challenged him, offering a Mega Stone as a prize if Ash succeeded. The battle began with Wulfric sending out Beartick, while Ash called forth his Pokémon, Radiation. Wulfric mocked Ash for using what he deemed a weak Pokémon against him, but Ash had a strategy in mind. In the 2 days of training, Ash had developed a special move for each of his Pokémon. Radiation's move, called Status, had the potential to inflict multiple conditions on the opponent, significantly increasing its damage output. As the battle progressed, Beartick struggled against Radiation's powerful moves. Ash's strategy paid off as Radiation used Hex, dealing massive damage to Beartick, who eventually succumbed to sleep and various status effects. With Beartick down, Ghastly evolved into Haunter, much to Ash's delight. Wulfric complimented Ash on his impressive strategy and asked if the rest of his Pokémon had custom moves as well. Ash confirmed that they did and requested Wulfric's assistance in helping his Pokémon evolve. Wulfric agreed and questioned Ash's decision to evolve them now instead of during the league. Ash explained that his Pokémon needed time to adjust to their new forms and that he had decided to postpone any evolutions until after the upcoming battles. As the next round began, Ash sent out Rowlet against Wulfric's Hisuiavuglu. Ash instructed Rowlet to fight without orders, and Rowlet confidently dodged attacks while preparing his own. With a powerful move, Rowlet unleashed a Focus Blast that knocked out Avuglu in one hit. As Rowlet awaited his evolution, he expressed his eagerness to continue battling, determined to prove his strength. "I haven't had a good gym battle in months, and now you're just going to get one shot? Fight me!" Robin exclaimed, clearly frustrated. Ash responded, sorry buddy, but you have to give the others a chance. Ash, if you return me now, I will peck you. Robin insisted. I need another fight, I want to evolve. Child, calm down, Wrath advised. Yes, sir, Rowlet replied, but Ash could see the little owl's disappointment as he returned him to his Pokeball. He understood Robin's desire to evolve into a Dartrix. I'll use you in every single battle of the Kalos tournament, how's that? Ash promised, shaking the Pokeball. Wulfric raised an eyebrow. Did that just happen? Sorry, Wulfric. Looks like my little owl wrecked your Pokemon, Ash said with a grin. Wulfric chuckled. Arrogant kid, but at least you have the moves to back it up. Come on, Croc, please evolve, Ash encouraged as a Sandile with sunglasses appeared on the field. You got it, boss. I'll do better than Robin because I'm stronger. Sandile declared, shaking with excitement. Wulfric commanded, Weevil, Ice Shard. Dive underground. Ash instructed. Sandile dodged the ice shards and burst through the ground, using Fire Punch. Weevil jumped to avoid the attack, but Sandile followed up with Dragon Pulse, slamming Weevil into the ground. Weevil retaliated with a blizzard, forcing Sandile to create a sand tomb for protection. Seizing the moment, Weevil got close and landed a Night Slash. Sandile roared, unleashing a rock slide in all directions. Weevil managed to slice through the rocks but was caught off guard by a stone edge. Outrage! Ash commanded. Sandile's eyes gleamed with energy as he used Body Slam. Weevil barely dodged but couldn't escape the point-blank Hyper Beam. Weevil was slammed into the wall but quickly recovered, launching a makeshift Ice Slash. Ignoring the recoil from the Hyper Beam, Sandile charged with Brick Break. The two moves collided, but Sandile, fueled by outrage, pushed Weevil back. Weevil created 7 ice shards beneath Sandile, launching him into the air. Weevil jumped up, slamming Sandile back down with Ice Slash. Sandile shook off the pain, and both Pokémon were exhausted but determined to continue. Weevil flipped into the air, using Ice Beam. Sandile dodged and used Bulk Up. Weevil attempted a downward kick, but Sandile caught him with Fire Fang. Weevil cried out, retaliating with an Ice Beam. Sandile, undeterred by the pain, unleashed his custom move, Drain. Drain converted all previous attacks into one powerful strike. After a bright flash and a massive explosion, both fighters emerged from the smoke. Grinning. Weevil had taken the blow but managed to negate some damage with Protect. I like you, kid. Thanks for an amazing battle, Weevil said, panting. I'm enjoying this, Senior Weevil. Sandile replied. Crunch. Ash commanded. Icicle Crash. Wulfric ordered. Icicles rained down, forcing Sandile to dodge while closing the gap. They clashed head-on, and under the effects of outrage, Sandile emerged victorious, gaining an attack boost. With newfound confidence, Sandile glowed blue and evolved into Krokorok. However, he stumbled in his new form, and his sunglasses fell off, causing him to tear up. Crooked burst from her Pokeball, zooming in to give him his shades back, which made him stop crying. Ash laughed, while Wulfric raised an eyebrow. Good job, Croc. Return. One more, Wulfric, Ash said. I'm using a Mega Abomasnow, so maybe use, Wulfric began. Oh, I got this. I can't normally use her in gym battles, but since it's a Mega, it should be fun, Ash interrupted. Good, Wulfric replied, releasing and Mega-evolving Abomasnow. Excalibur. Ash called out. Kid? That's a first-stage Pokemon. Don't you have something fully evolved? Wulfric asked, surprised. I do, but I think she can handle this, Ash replied confidently. The referee questioned Ash's choice, but he affirmed his decision. Abomasnow launched an Ice Beam, but Excalibur effortlessly cut it in half, shocking everyone. Another blizzard followed, but Excalibur sliced through it as well. Is that all you got, Mega Pokemon? Excalibur taunted. No point in wasting energy on a weakling like you, Abomasnow retorted, using Wood Hammer. Excalibur blocked it with King's Shield, reducing its power, then vanished into the shadows. She reappeared behind Abomasnow, striking with a powerful sacred sword. The Mega Pokemon turned to retaliate, but Excalibur was already gone, repeating the process with precision. Abomasnow struggled to land a hit, while Excalibur continued to evade and attack. Wulfric was astonished. How? You tell me, Ash replied with a grin. In less than 10 minutes, Excalibur evolved into a shiny Doublade, returning herself without showing any signs of fatigue. And that's my win, Ash declared. That battle could have gone very differently. Our type advantage helped a lot, plus neither Pokemon took us seriously, giving us time to strategize. The rest of the battles went smoothly. Bonnie's tag team of Florges and Talonflame quickly defeated the Ice Gym, while Marnie's Poniard evolved into Bisharp, soloing the entire gym. Sawyer faced challenges but ultimately triumphed thanks to Agron. After each trainer received their badges, Ash teleported everyone to the league, just in time for the Kalos League to begin. Chapter 25, The Day Before Round 1. A few days had passed since the group defeated the final gym leader. Ash had chosen the Gengarite after his victory over Wulfric, and the team was busy with last-minute preparations for the Kalos League, which was set to begin that evening. Marnie and Ash met in each other's rooms to discuss their strategies before heading to the announcement area around 6. The duo sat at a table, waiting for the announcement. Bonnie and Sawyer arrived soon after and took their seats. Ash remarked about their first league, while Marnie expressed her doubts about the region. Bonnie defended it, but Marnie insisted otherwise. Sawyer hoped to be paired with Ash, mentioning how others believed he could never beat him. Marnie quickly interjected, reminding him of their previous match where he had lost to her, and she couldn't beat Ash either. Sawyer argued that things could be different now, but Marnie pointed out Ash's impressive track record against her fully evolved team. As they discussed Ash's custom moves and his Mega Absol, a voice interrupted them, expressing surprise at Ash's Mega Evolution. Ash instinctively created a dark sphere but didn't use it, as Marnie gently held his hand to stop him. Callum joined them with a smile, and Ash dispelled the sphere, shaking hands with him. Callum mentioned his lack of a Mega Evolution, explaining he hadn't found the stone in time. Ash revealed he had 2 stones, one from a bet with Wulfric and another from Sycamore. Callum joked about getting one after the league. He then shared that he had seen Trevor, Serena, Shauna, and Tierno, noting that Tierno and Trevor were participating. Marnie expressed her approval, and Sawyer excused himself to find them, followed by Bonnie who wanted to greet Serena. Callum warned Ash that the league was aware of their choice to be dark trainers and would do everything to ensure their defeat. Marnie expected nothing less from a region known for its fairy types. Ash recalled leaving a strong impression on Diantha during their last encounter, and Marnie reminded him of his past threats. Their conversation turned light-hearted as they reminisced about their journey. Ash proposed a bet: if he won the Kalos League, Marnie would have to answer one question honestly, and vice versa if she won. Marnie agreed, but Callum playfully asked what would happen if he won, to which they both dismissed him. Just then, Bonnie burst in, bringing Serena and Trevor with her. The group settled together, enjoying a moment of peace, though they noticed other trainers keeping their distance from Marnie and Ash. Serena greeted Marnie with a hug and acknowledged Ash. Trevor excitedly asked about any Pokemon evolutions and new legendaries, but Ash assured him there was nothing to share. Curious about the delay in the announcement, Serena explained that the Kalos League included more than just battles, mentioning a ball as part of the tradition. She compared it to other regions' unique events, lamenting that Kalos had the least exciting one. Callum agreed, sharing how Sinnoh offered a tour of the battle frontier, while Marnie expressed her excitement for the ball, despite Ash's reluctance. Ash admitted he had never attended a dance before, and Marnie noted that it was common knowledge that dances were only fun with friends. She shared her past experiences, revealing that she had only a couple of close friends. Ash teased her about Hop, but she insisted he was not worth mentioning. Marnie then mentioned that this time she would have friends to accompany her, and maybe even a date. Bonnie declared she would stick with them, hoping for food at the event. Serena questioned Bonnie's lack of interest in finding a date, to which Bonnie reminded everyone of her age. As they looked at the battle pairings, Marnie noted that none of the battles seemed particularly exciting. Serena encouraged them, saying it would be fun to watch them win. Ash inquired about what he should wear for the ball, and Callum offered to help him prepare. Bonnie, dreading the ball, suggested they change the subject, while Trevor asked to see Ash's Pokédex, only to be met with a firm refusal from Ash, Marnie, and Bonnie. Trevor, feeling the rejection, wondered why they were so tough on him. Ash looked at Bonnie's face, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. Wait, it's not. No, Ash interrupted, shaking his head. Definitely not, Marnie added firmly. Maybe, Bonnie replied with a hint of mischief. Bonnie. Marnie and Ash exclaimed in unison. What? Every professor and champion in the world already knows about it thanks to the Pokédex. Since they're probably hunting us down as we speak, we might as well just come clean. Ash caught a legendary Pokémon, Bonnie declared. Callum, Trevor, Sawyer, and Serena all turned to look at Ash, who scratched the back of his head awkwardly while Marnie held her forehead in disbelief. Ash pulled out his Pokédex, showing it to his companions. They read the entry for Marshadow, Wrath, and looked back at him. Surprise? Ash said sheepishly. WWWL done. Trevor managed to say, still processing the revelation. This is why we keep these things secret, Bonnie, Marnie sighed. What? I think it's cool, Bonnie replied, beaming. See, can I see him? Callum asked eagerly. No, you can't, came a voice in everyone's minds, Marshadow's. Did WWE do something? Sawyer stammered. He doesn't like humans very much, as you can tell. I'm not well, full human, so he's taken a liking to me, Ash explained. Fun, Serena said, her voice laced with uncertainty. Stop staring, you're making me nervous. I'm not going to use him in a tournament, using a god against others is just wrong. He mostly just trains with my Pokemon and stays in my shadow, Ash reassured them. Oh, thank Arceus, Callum sighed in relief. That's good. In any case, it's good to see you again, Ash, Trevor said. Kind of unnerving to know a god is now controlled by Ash, and even worse when you know it's Marshadow, one of the stronger ones. Wait, can't legendaries read minds? Serena exclaimed, her eyes widening. Disrespectful human, Marshadow commented, clearly unimpressed. Those weaklings are giving us quite a wide berth, huh? Callum noted. Marnie smirked. Seems you forgot, Callum. We're dark trainers, yes, I know. Fools, Callum interrupted. The crowd is going to be even worse. I'm dreading it already, Marnie admitted. We'll just prove to them we're nice people. So, love, don't talk, Ash joked, causing Bonnie to snort while Marnie squeezed his hand. I was kidding, just kidding. Ash added quickly. Good, Marnie replied, relieved. What even happened that some people think dark trainers are evil? Trevor wondered aloud. The leader of Team Galactic, Cyrus, was a dark trainer. One rotten bee got the entire hive angry, Sawyer explained. Ash called, turning to his Pokemon. What is it? Marnie asked, still holding his hand. You're still holding my hand, Ash pointed out. What's your point? Marnie replied, a teasing smile on her face. Nothing, forgot I spoke, Ash said, shaking his head. Adorable, Serena commented. Yuck, but they do look happy. Still gross, Callum muttered. Finally, my ship is sailing, Bonnie said with a grin. Wait, what? Marnie and Ash? When was this a thing? Ash looks happy. Well, good for him, Sawyer remarked, surprised. Is my kid really holding hands with a human right now? Well, she is a dark trainer, it could be worse, Marshadow mused. Trevor secretly took a picture, sharing a knowing look with Bonnie. We got he said, and Bonnie gave him a thumbs up. Just then, a voice boomed from the stage. Hey trainers, I got an announcement. Marnie squeezed Ash's hand tighter, ensuring he didn't create any dark spheres. Every trainer in the auditorium turned to see a man on stage, flanked by two women, one looking proud, the other terrified. You see those two dark trainers over there, the man shouted. Uh-oh, Marnie and Ash whispered in unison. Is that Tierno? Trevor asked, squinting. And Shauna? Serena added, recognizing the other woman. Sheet, that's my mom, Callum said, drawing everyone's attention. Your mom is the Kalos champion? Bonnie exclaimed, surprised. More like Kalos' failure, but yeah, Callum replied, crossing his arms.